break. You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Excuse me. What's up, fools? Today is 11/23/2024. It is about to be 7 p.m. Eastern time. We've got a poker tournament that starts in an hour. It's just a bunch of different content creators who are getting together. I think Leader's the one who set it up, so we got that coming up in just a bit. My audio isn't great right now either. I couldn't get it to work to where I could hear it or know what it sounded like before I went live. So yeah, if you guys have any issues, just let me know and I'll try to work on it. I just finished eating right before I went live and wanted to get live soon enough to at least like cover a couple of things before playing poker. So well, I think it sounds great. Well, thank you. Hopefully it does sound great. Yeah, I got some new setups so that hopefully my inputs come in a bit louder on Discord, and it's sharp. I don't know what that means. Like it's crisp, like it sounds good, or it just, yeah, right now all the filters are fucked up, so you can hear like, yeah, all my spit and every movement in the whole on the whole desk. So but yeah, Maybe too crispy. I don't know what that means, but okay. So yeah, we're gonna cover a couple of things before we jump into the poker game. So we'll go ahead and get right into it.
Joe Rogan podcast is not a substitute for the Wall Street.
Wait, is that the beginning? Joe Rogan podcast.
The Joe Rogan podcast is not a substitute for the Wall Street Journal.
I know the guy that manages Sam Harris, and I'm friends with that guy's brother. So I'm always like, you know, whenever you know, and Sam Harris has been on my show a bunch of times, and I've had good conversations with him, even though he's an atheist, and I don't agree with that, even though he believes that sort of rationalism might be able to resolve all of our problems. Does he believe that? Because he's right interested in spirituality in the form of a kind of atheistic Buddhism. He's criticized Joe Rogan.
This is so weird, dude. It's so freaking weird. Russell Brand just became a Christian 5 minutes ago, and he's already sitting there like, yeah, I don't really agree with people who don't believe in God, so not really a fan of that. Not okay with that. Just like, bro, you're like 45 years old. You just became a Christian. You spent the first 45 years of your life not being a Christian. Like, what the fuck? Why are you acting like all of a sudden like it's time to stigmatize those who are not Christians?
Now, I see Rubin the other day saying that, you know, once it was Sam Harris who was the up-and-coming neurologist who was making waves by talking about politics when he has no academic pedigree in the subject. And now it seems that he's reverting to that type of conservatism that is defined by, hey, shut up, you're not allowed to do that, you know, criticizing Joe Rogan for his influence. Let's have a listen to that. Let's have a look at Musk's response, and let's see if we can diagnose from looking at this conversation what the movements are even in the independent media space and how it's sort of likely to evolve once Trump takes office in January.
The Joe Rogan podcast is not a substitute for the Wall Street Journal or the Kennedy School at Harvard. It is simply not progress to have a comedian like Dave Smith, who's apparently done his own research, interviewed about the history of the Middle East or the...
That was such a good line, dude. That was so funny. He's done his own research. Yes, of course. We all believe it. Totally. He's done his own research. He looked at some memes on Facebook. He's done his own research. Yes.
The war in Ukraine.
Amazing. Okay. And then now he's talking about like, so sort of Dave Smith actually might be an autodidact. He might have done his own research, and that's one of the things actually that really alarmed me during the pandemic when people started to criticize folk for not being experts and started to undermine the idea of doing your own research. The presupposition being that...
No. No, the idea of I've done my own research is not that you're like an expert. That's a little hyperbolic, but not that you're an expert, but the fact that you believe you have a lot of knowledge on this topic. That's what you're saying. I've done my own research. I believe I have enough information on this topic to be able to tell you what's what. That's what I've done my own research is meant to portray. That's what it's meant to communicate. I know about this. I've done my research.
You're too stupid to understand information for yourself, right? That you need information to be digested and pre-chewed for you, that if you're not an academic, you shouldn't even be talking about stuff. That's called orthodoxy. That's like what the Pharisees and Sadducees said. You can't just start directly worshipping God and ignoring all our rules that we use to institute power and utilize control. Of course you should.
Yeah, like, dude, I will talk about all sorts of subjects, and I think that, like, in general, most of us can understand things to some extent. But when it comes to things, yeah, like viruses and like viral loads and like what it's the whole thing, like literally all of it is so fucking complicated that I every time I would like start going over research, I literally didn't even understand half the words on the fucking page. So like, I don't know how somebody else is doing their own fucking research on this when, yeah, I probably have well above average information of the average person and still have no fucking idea what they're talking about in half the shit that I'm reading. It's that, yeah, you don't have to be an expert. You don't have to like be like the most knowing person, but that is why we have experts, and that's why we have institutions that we use to communicate this information to us, and that's why we have people that are trusted to give us that info. And more importantly, like all the people who did that, who ran around acting like, oh, well, we can't trust them. They're probably trying to poison us. This isn't safe. We're all probably going to die. There's going to be, like, none of that ever happened. They all just ended up being wrong. So we were right. Yes, you should not have been running around saying a bunch of dumb shit, acting like you knew what you were talking about, like you were able to go do your own research on this shit. And you ended up being wrong, like across the board. Literally on everything. You ended up being wrong on all of it. We ended up being right on all of it. Ones who trusted the experts, we ended up being right across the board. So it's just, yeah, it's funny to like hear the cope where they still try to pretend like we were the crazy ones for saying, hey, let's do what we've always done and trust the experts.
Do your own research. You will make mistakes, but hey, we know in the post-pandemic era that some pretty serious experts made mistakes that were costly for us and beneficial for them. Like some of the experts that were working in government that now work in at Pfizer or Moderna, they made mistakes, didn't they? Like they were telling everyone you had to take this vaccine or you might die. Turns out that was a mistake. Let's have a look at Sam Harris talking about...
What? What does that mean that was a mistake? What the fuck does that even mean that was a mistake? People died from COVID. What is he talking about? Does he not know that some people died from COVID? Is he unaware of this? What is he... What the fuck does that even mean? That was a mistake. What does that even mean? I have no idea what he's even trying to communicate here.
Elon and Bobby Kennedy.
I understand how satisfying it is to find a new bully to beat up the other bullies who've been making you miserable. Okay, but the problem is, this new bully is worse, right? This new bully has no principles. This new bully has no journalistic or academic or scientific conscience to appeal to. Whatever might be wrong with a person like Anthony Fauci.
1.2 million Americans died from COVID. Yeah, didn't we have the largest or the most disproportionate amount of people dying? Didn't we have like some of the largest numbers compared to population size? Not some of the largest. I believe we did have the largest amount. Like we're not the biggest country yet still somehow had the most deaths. No, we did not. All right, let me check. I'm not sure on that one. Who had the most deaths from... Because I remember, like, initially, early on, it was, like, Italy and France that were having, like, the roughest times. Let's see. So this is the mortality rate. But that's based on who's getting COVID. What the fuck? Shit. This is not Wait, yes we did. Yeah, we're number one. 1.2 million out of 300 million deaths. We are the very top. There is nothing higher than us. That's us. China was number one. Again, we're talking about in proportionalities to population size. Yeah, here's China right here. 1.42 billion. They had 122. I mean, look, honestly, it might have been China. We have no idea what China had. Like, Tom, you strawmanned him? I strawmanned who? Who? Lies, damn lies, and statistics. True. You probably did your own research on this solid tank. How many people actually died? Why don't you give it to us? You probably went and analyzed all of these things yourself. What actually happened here? Give us the lowdown. We need the... So glad you're here, solid tank, to give us the real information. All right, so let's see. We got that. Egypt. Where's India? Yeah, India's right below us. But yeah, there is no dot above us. We are... we are the highest, but the problem is that, yeah, I don't believe anything China says. Like, fuck that shit. There's no shot that there's no shot that they only had 100,000 deaths. Russell is clearly saying the people who said the vaccines will stop you dying were incorrect. Still, wait, people still got COVID and died, even with the vax. That's his point. Wait, but that doesn't mean anything. That people still died. That just means nothing. I don't know. Okay. All right. So he was wrong in another retarded way. Okay, fine. He was completely okay. It was even worse than I thought. He thought that saying get the vaccine so you don't die means that there's like 100% chance that you're not gonna die now. Like that's kind of stupid. But yeah, I think everybody knows. Why are you being obtuse? I'm not being obtuse. I think literally everybody fucking knew. Everybody knew it's not going to be a 100% chance that you don't die, that you are still capable of dying. I don't think anybody actually thought that. I don't think literally, I don't believe anybody thought that this was like a one shot fix it all sort of thing. I don't believe anybody thought that. No shot. Literally nobody thought that's what they were saying. Not one person. No way.
Or Francis Collins?
That's not the point. Oh, you just said that was the point. What do you mean? You just said the point is that they said that it would stop people from dying and people still died. But I'm saying that nobody thinks that's what they meant anyways. So that's not... And now you're saying it doesn't matter. Like, then what is the point? What matters then? If, like... Yes, they said something that was misleading. Okay, I'm saying nobody thought that's what they said. It wasn't misleading at all. I'm not off. It's not. I'm on the point. That's what I just addressed. So it doesn't. I'm saying literally nobody was dumb enough to think that that's what they were saying. I don't believe it.
Or any of the other doctors who have been demonized right of center for their approach to setting COVID policy? At least they are real doctors and scientists who have some professional scruples and reputations to protect among people who actually know something about medical science. RFK Jr. has none of that. He's just a cowboy taking shots at the establishment.
Oh, wow. That's where Sam Harris... Right, that's the hill he wants to die on. That's a crazy hill to die on, because whilst Joe Rogan is by his nature a populist, i.e. he reaches a lot of people and is popular, his guests have been interestingly diverse.
Mantis, I can't tell if you're trolling. That's not a bad faith argument. That is exactly the point. That is exactly what... There is no possible way that's a bad faith argument. There is no, like... I don't know if you're fucking with me right now, but that is not... There's nothing bad faith about that. That is just 100% true. Nobody thought that that's what they were saying. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Particularly, I would argue, during the pandemic period. Who among us would have heard of Robert Malone, who's the guest on our show tomorrow, incidentally, if it were not for Joe Rogan or Peter McCulloch or Jay Bhattacharya, or many of the significant voices that changed the way we regarded what was happening during the pandemic? Didn't many of us learn for the first time, as a result of Joe Rogan's conversations, that you during a pandemic, that mRNA technology was not designed to be deployed in this way? We learned that from Robert Malone, the inventor of it. Didn't we learn from...
No one believed it isn't an argument against. They said something that wasn't correct. Okay. This is like if I bring Hulk Hogan onto a stage and he has a wig on and some lipstick, and I say Hulk Hogan is a woman, and then people run around saying Tom said Hulk Hogan has a vagina, and I'm like, nobody thinks that's what I was saying. Literally nobody. Absolutely nobody thinks that's what I said. Everybody knows that I was just saying, like, he's a trans woman. He identifies as a woman. Nobody thinks I was saying that, like, this is, like, born as a woman. Like, nobody thinks that. Literally nobody. And then you're coming over saying, it doesn't matter. You still said something misleading. It's like, I didn't, though. Everybody knew what I was saying. They're just being obtuse. They're being fucking retarded because they want to be upset about something. But I didn't say anything misleading. They just want to be upset. But I'm saying it's not misleading. It's clear that it did stop people from dying, that it was there to protect you. It was there to save lives. That is what it did. It's not misleading when nobody thinks that's what they're saying. If everybody understands the communication, that literally means it's not misleading. So you can't keep repeating it's misleading if I'm saying nobody believed that. And you can't say, oh, it doesn't matter if nobody believes that, it's still misleading. Obviously it's not. If nobody thinks that's what they're saying, then it's not misleading. That's the whole point. That's how communication works. If everybody hears something and yet they act like they heard something else, well, they're the one being dishonest. They're the one being bad faith, not the person who communicated it and got their message across correctly.
Watching Joe Rogan, that getting out and exercising and doing breath work and subjecting yourself to cold were all important ideas. So it's not enough to say that Joe Rogan don't have a degree and should therefore shut up, because a lot of times it's not him he's saying, what do you think about this? And then listening. In fact, I like, and a lot of you will have seen this post, that person that said Joe Rogan's like a 4th century Khan, like a member of the Khan dynasty. I don't know what century they would have been. Were they sort of early medieval? Early medieval. Sort of saying like, explain to Joe Rogan. What is it, science man, glasses man? Tell me, what caused myocarditis? You know, like he's like a sort of an equestrian archer, like Genghis Khan or his lineage, calling experts to his court.
You can deny why anti-intellectualism arose. I'm not denying it. It's, as Sam Harris said, people like Russell Brand and Joe Rogan and all these other fucks ran around saying stuff that didn't make sense and thought that they could go do their own research. And yeah, I'm agreeing with Sam Harris. When Sam Harris said this stuff, you said based, and now I'm agreeing with Sam Harris. You're agreeing with Russell Brand and Joe Rogan.
Or to explain complex ideas. Joe Rogan himself apparently rather liked that analysis. Maybe that's a fair description. He's someone who has authority and power now as a result of his popularity, but I don't think he's wielding it irresponsibly, as he seems to be someone that's sort of kind of practicing what he preaches. He wants to get on with his own life, likes to hunt, likes doing Brazilian jiu-jitsu, eating meat and stuff like that, talks to a lot of experts, cares about nutrition, and he was pretty...
Yeah, I still haven't seen anybody say that they had 100% efficacy, but that's like always like the the things that like people argue against, and we went through like all of the claims from the different companies, the vaccine companies, everything they said. The first numbers that came out were that their first studies had 100% efficacy, but they never said these are 100% efficacious. Then afterwards, then they came out with more studies and said they're at 97% efficacy, the more studies that we've done. So yeah, they're just not like but they never said like, hey, vaccines are out, 100% efficacy. Like, it just didn't happen. And yeah, I don't know what the arguments are against this. Like, it just, I don't think that this was ever a thing that experts were saying.
Pretty reluctant even to endorse Trump, even offering Kamala the opportunity to go in there. I don't see like why Sam Harris is haughtily condemning him. And as for Elon Musk being sort of a bully, bully, a defeater, an uber bully, an end game bully, an end level bully boss to beat all other bullies, that doesn't seem fair either, because there's certainly only certain stories emerge.
It never had more than 50%. I don't know what vaccine you took, but most of them were up above 90%. Most of them were above 90%. So when you say it didn't have 50%, okay, maybe you live in like the fucking Congo where they were making them in tents in the jungle, but here in the United States, where we had like Moderna, the Johnson & Johnson, the Pfizer, or it was Pfizer and Moderna. I forget what the other one was, but yeah, we had 3 and they were all above 90%.
And other stories remain subterranean. We still don't talk enough about the influence and power of the oligarchical billionaire class that benefit from, for example, the Ukraine.
Moderna was 36%. Okay. Okay, so this is from Yale Medicine. You might be looking at like one specific variant and thinking that that's what it was, but it's against all of them. Yeah, it was above 90. All right, Moderna. Moderna's vaccine has been updated over time to target new viruses and variants. First introduced in December of 2020, the original COVID mRNA vaccine from both Pfizer and Moderna protected against the original SARS-CoV-2 virus. They have replaced 3 times since with shots targeting different iterations of the Omicron strain. In 2022, bivalent vaccines targeted both the original virus and Omicron variants BA4, BA5. In 2023, let's see, this doesn't actually have the... how well it works. Okay, so 2024-2025 updated vaccines were approved based on preclinical studies of their efficacy against the latest circulating strains. People may still become infected even though they have been vaccinated, but the goal of the vaccines now is to prevent severe disease, hospitalization, and death. Understanding the effectiveness of the last updated vaccines in the real world sorry. In the real world, the clinical trials can be difficult since companies manufacture updated vaccines based on preclinical information, the educated predictions of which variants will be circulating when the shots become available. But according to a CDC summary issued in November of 2024 to 2025, vaccines are expected to work well against predominant strains. Moderna's initial 3 clinical data in December of 2020 was similar to Pfizer-BioNTech's showed about 95% efficacy for prevention of COVID. Later data on real-world effectiveness for adults showed that the protections from mRNA 2-dose primary series wanes over time, but booster doses brought the immune system back to robust levels. So yeah, so this one says 95%. Novavax is 90% efficacy. So yeah, that one only has those 2. Moderna's initial phase 3. So yeah, so this one says 95%. So yeah, you're just wrong. Just incorrect. It was you didn't read the Pfizer document leaks that showed how they doctored data. Well, we didn't read Pfizer, but you just now said that none of them were above this, and you're incorrect. But I believe we did go over those documents back when it happened, and yeah, people were kind of they were misreading what it was that was going on there.
Russia war. We don't talk enough about.
Yeah, so you're wrong, Butch. Proven wrong. Thank you. Come again.
About media being in the hands of a few corporations and them operating in basic alignment through the Trusted News Initiative and taking all of their money from big pharma, and therefore being sort of locked in a never-ending tenacious grip with commercial interests that they should be able to report on objectively. You know, I feel like what we need is get Dave Smith on. Yeah, let's get Dave Smith.
Novavax was protein-based. mRNA is a protein-based. That's what mRNA is. It's a protein that locks on to your blood cells. That's what it is.
Smith on. Good point, Dan the boy. Yeah, let's get him on. I think like what we need are people to be critical of their own side. For example, like say you're pro-Trump and pro-MAGA, you should be going, I hope they govern the way they campaign. I hope that they don't advocate for more war. I hope we do see a reckoning for Pfizer in the field of big pharma and a reckoning for the military-industrial complex. I hope the Pentagon not passing their last 6 audits comes to light. I hope that troops and service personnel are honoured and revered and looked after, but the military-industrial complex are brought under control. I think it's right to say that, yeah? Would you say so? Let me know in the comments and chat if you agree with that. But if you're like a globalist, like if you're a supporter of the Democrat Party, which I now regard just as a sort of a vassal for globalism in the same way the Labour Party in my country is and the Conservative Party in my country is, or the party that Macron or Trudeau head up, these parties that use liberalism to mask authoritarianism is the biggest threat facing the world. Bureaucracies such as NATO and the WHO clearly have great power and are tending and trending towards CBDCs so they can control that, citizen ID so that they can social credit score us, I would say. And we've already seen the early symptoms and indicators of that. For example, the shutting down of the bank accounts of the truckers doing the process. You know, like the information's already out there. Bureaucracies that transcend national democracies or republics are our greatest threat. And their relationships with the deep state and their relationships with corporatism, commercial corporatism, and capitalist corporatism, I mean, are the nexus of power that has to be opposed and can probably only be opposed by a kind of populism that forms around nationalism. There's an argument for you to mull over, and I'd sort of like to hear where Sam Harris stands on that, rather than just sort of saying that Musk and RFK are bullies. But I bet that Elon Musk can be relied on to respond maturely and, and sensibly. And there he goes. The war against free speech is in full swing. We are the vanguard, bravely fighting back. Rumble's the host.
Yes, bravely fighting back. Thank you. Thank you for being so brave. Thank you so much. We all appreciate you, Russell Brand, for being so brave. Well done. I mean, we didn't cover this the other day, but Matt Gaetz was switched with somebody else, so he had somebody named Bondi.
Here, given maybe 4 years ago or 8 years.
Stated Senator Roger Wicker. Gaetz have fallen. Former Congressman Matt Gaetz will not be the next United States Attorney General amidst serious questions about statutory rape and other sexual misconduct allegations. Once Gaetz denies. The former congressman this afternoon abruptly withdrew his name from President-elect Trump's nomination process. Gaetz tweeting, quote, "It is clear."
Day, one of the lawmakers on Capitol Hill waved away one of our colleagues pressing about the ethics report, saying, you already know what's in it. You've already reported all of it. Well, let me tell you, Jake, I have covered these allegations for 4 years, and this is the first that I am learning that the underage victim, the alleged victim, that she has said that they had sex twice. And this is an example of what could potentially be in that ethics report. Earlier today around 11:30, we reached out to Gaetz' team. I spoke with them around 11:45, revealed the reporting that we were going to do at 12:30. We were waiting for a statement, for a reaction, and instead, about a minute before we went live, it was revealed that he was withdrawing his nomination for Attorney General.
Well, he already got 2 strikes for obvious censorship. Well, I've already gotten 2 strikes as well. And I also have, I'm also banned on 3 other platforms. So I'm even more of a warrior than he is. You're welcome. I am even, I am even more bravely fighting back than he is. Oh my goodness. You're welcome. Everybody shower me with your money. Yes, thank you, Dwight. Tom, I took vaccines and boosters. Reason the U.S. Had so many deaths is because we are so sick in regards to metabolic health. 80% deaths were people with metabolic issues. That's something docs don't like to mention. Wait, what do you mean they don't like to mention that? Everybody was pretty clear that we had a large percentage of deaths because of issues with health. Like that was one of the news talked about it incessantly, about the fact that like black people had much higher chances of dying from COVID because of health issues, especially with their diet and everything. I don't know. Literally everywhere that I was listening to, they were talking about this incessantly. New mic? No, not new, but was able to turn it up a bit. But I need to be able to like mess with the sounds and the filters and everything, because yeah, right now. No one said to lose weight, eat healthier, and exercise during lockdown. Wait, what do you mean no one said that? Everyone said that. Literally everyone said that. Everyone said. The healthier you are, the less likely you are to get it. That's why young kids aren't likely to get it. That's why they're like, and even if they do get it, they'll likely just be carriers of it, and they won't actually get sick or have like real side effects from it. That everybody said that. I don't know who, again, I don't know who you were listening to. Literally everyone said that. No one outside of Rogan crowd was saying it. Okay, I'm saying everybody said it. Like we can pull up fucking like tons and tons and tons of articles. Like it was literally all over the place. Studies showed conclusively that compared to people who were inactive, those who were sufficiently active were 10% less likely to develop COVID and 27% less likely to be hospitalized for COVID. This is from Harvard Health. But yeah, there's like tons and tons of shit on this. We can probably find CNN. Here's experts say it's less risky to catch COVID than it is to be but there are still good reasons not to treat it. Oh, this is here's CNN. Mediterranean diet may reduce COVID risk. Study finds unvaccinated 11 times more likely to die from COVID-19. COVID tied to higher risk of depression, anxiety, PTSD. COVID-19 infections offer stronger protections against alcohol use increases. That's not it. But yeah, literally, like Trump literally stood on stage with doctors saying that they recommended better diets and things to stop COVID as well. Those articles are from 2023 and 2024. I don't know. Like, again, everything that I heard said that eating healthy, like even what's his name? Fauci was talking about the fact that eating healthier and having a better diet made it to where you were less likely to get overly sick. They definitely talked about this. Okay. Dr. Fauci, 2020, September 18th. This might be a little too early, isn't it? There are certain practices that we can help end COVID-19 pandemic, like wearing a mask, washing your hands, and avoiding people. When it comes to individual health, there are habits that can help your immune system function at its best, according to leading infections disease expert Dr. Anthony Fauci. Fauci previously said that those who have a vitamin D deficiency, taking supplements can reduce susceptibility to infection, and Fauci himself takes vitamin D, and that vitamin C is good antioxidants. But Fauci has stressed that supplements are not a silver bullet or a replacement thing, like a social distancing or wearing a mask. If you really want to keep your immune system working optimally, there are things that you can do, like normal things. Fauci told Business Insider Thursday, the science-backed strategies are much more healthy living than giving yourself supplements of anything. And then, yeah, it goes over sleep, eating well, reducing stress. Like, yes, they talked incessantly about having good health throughout fucking COVID and saying that, yes, people who are healthier were just less likely to have severe side effects from COVID. It was literally the entire fucking time from the very beginning. That's what everybody was talking about.
So basically, you know, Hassan and I have been talking about this genocide, and we came out against Kamala Harris because of it and what Joe Biden is doing.
Okay, so the other day I gave Hassan credit saying that he wasn't against Kamala Harris. According to this, he was against Kamala Harris. So I guess I could be wrong. Messenger RNA, mRNA, is a type of nucleic acid that carries instructions for making proteins, not a protein itself. Okay, yeah, sure. Fair enough.
And basically, Destiny has used this as an opportunity to try to deplatform us by making false accusations of anti-Semitism. And this is where it links back with H3H3, because H3H3 Destiny and trying to like get the interest of like pro-Israel groups to kind of attack Twitch itself, so that it was forced to like ban pro-Palestinian content creators, denying the genocide, you know, practicing like a pseudo-Israel's lawyer. He doesn't have a legal education to try to argue against scholars of international law on genocide. Just
Mr. Morelli, I know way more than you, Mr. Morelli.
No, Wikipedia, Andy.
Your name, please?
Stephen Bonnell.
Okay. Mr. Bonnell. Mr. Bonnell, I'm a lot more literate than you, Mr. Borelli.
Those kids weren't just on the beach.
It's such a fucking... It's such a fucking great meme, dude. It's so funny. Over and over. I remember when Destiny like came out, like before this was shown, because they did this debate, and I think it was like a month or two before it actually was shown on YouTube, before it even got posted. And I remember him coming out and being like, dude, the whole time he called me a different name every single time he said something to me. Mr. Borelli, Mr. Bornell, Mr. like, and he's like, it's just a different name every single time. But as soon as the cameras were off, he came over and said something to me and said my name right. That's Little Bits has little bits. Good work, Tom. Thank you. I don't get it. Thank you. But yeah, it was just kind of it was fucking hilarious when it actually came out, and because I thought that he was like exaggerating or fucking around or whatever, and yeah, no, it turns out Finkelstein the whole time just kept saying his name incorrectly. Such a fucking good meme, dude.
Beaches, as often stated in articles, those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound.
Mr. Borelli, with all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying.
It is
Mr.
a highly
Borelli,
special intent.
I'm going to ask you again.
Yes.
Please stop displaying your imbecility. Don't put on public.
It's funny too, because like, yes, he loves to like use his like academia against Destiny, because he's, you know, he knows so much more and he has so much more information. But he literally has an expert sitting right next to him who agrees with him, and it doesn't, like, whether or not you're an expert in this scenario just doesn't seem to change whether or not you're right. But there's another guy right there who's also written a bunch of books on this and also has his own accomplishments and everything, and just very much focused on Destiny and what he's saying, so that he can wave those degrees over him.
Public display that you're a moron. At least have the self-possession to shut up.
Now we can get into the crackpot shit.
Crackpot shit. That's what we're here for.
Look, I think Trump hates Marco Rubio. I think he actually hates the neocons.
I hope you're right. I'm praying and hoping you're right.
He hates those guys. I think it is highly possible that Israel, I think it has to do with Epstein. I think it's...
What? Is Mike really that fucking lost on politics that he doesn't know that Trump hates neocons? What does he mean, I hope you're right? What does he mean, I hope you're right? Does he seriously have no engagement with politics whatsoever, to the point that he doesn't know that Trump hates neocons?
It's possible.
I don't think that's crazy. I think that's totally reasonable. What do you mean?
Yeah, well, it's like, for some reason, Trump has been able to like dodge that whole affiliation with Epstein compared to Clinton. But it's like, do you see that clip where he was asked, he was like, would you release the JFK files? And he's like, yeah. Would you release 9/11 files? Yeah. Would you release the Epstein files?
There's some good people in those files. We don't want them to get caught up in this.
There's a lot of phony stuff in there.
There's phony stuff in those files.
It's like, yeah, when I saw that, I'm like, oh yeah,
You're listening to One Dime Radio. Become a patron at patreon.com/onedime to support the show and get access to extra content.
We think that ideology is something blurring, confusing our straight view. Ideology should be...
Okay, hold on. They're starting the poker tournament, so let me mute everything real quick, and I will be right back.
Pure, unadulterated tomfoolery.
most brain dead fuckers that covers all this shit, okay? Just stick your fucking nose out of it, Tom, you retard. Tom, fucking retard. Tom, fucking retard.
Tom, stop it. Tom.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, Tom.
He's
Yeah,
he's
Tom.
obvious
A
that you are
descriptive
assuming.
Tom.
No, hold on, chill.
Tomfoolery.
You need a tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery.
Pure, unadulterated tomfoolery. Tomfoolery.
I will not put up with tomfoolery in my classroom, children.
Tom, fucking retard. Fucking Tom, fucking retard. Fucking Tom.
Foolery.
Tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery.
Retard. Brain dead fucker. Brain dead fucker. Brain dead fucker. Fucker. Brain dead fucker. Brain dead fucker. Brain dead fucker. Fucker.
This isn't funny. No more tomfoolery.
Tom, stop it. Tom.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, Tom.
He's
Yeah,
he's
Tom.
obvious
A
that you are
descriptive
assuming.
Tom.
No, hold on, chill. Tom.
It's fair. It's fair. It's fair. It's fair.
Yeah.
Did you send a link to? I saw the program, but did you send a link to our specific room within that poker site?
Not yet. I can do that now.
Okay. Because I got to try to figure out how to block my cards, and being an old boomer, it'll probably take me all night to figure that dumb shit out. So I think I'll just bring up like a window
show
screen.
my cards over and over.
Well, I think the way to do it's just to bring up like a window capture of just a blank screen over where the cards will always be. That should do it, right? It'll just be like a black screen.
I actually just did that. It's I've already got it set up. It's just a little picture over it. It's really easy.
Good deal. By the way, who is that person? Does anyone know why, for God's name, on Discord, half the names only show up as their first initial to me?
You have
I can see
streamer
Tom's name
mode turned on. You have streamer mode turned on. If you turn it off, it'll.
Well, how do I turn that off? Under options or some shit?
Yeah, if you go in.
Let me see. Streamer mode. All right, that'll give me something. Because I'm not trying to be rude to anyone, but I don't want to just call you all like L and W. I feel like I'm in Death Note or something. All right, we'll see what I can do. All right, I'm going to mute myself.
Oh, little too quick. Yeah, I got to figure out how to get different window captures on this so that I have one for Discord and one for the card game. Okay, so Stardust said she's going to be late. That's a bit of a complication as well, right? Like people who are in the game longer, who are like going through longer, they end up having like a very different outcome than somebody who shows up way later.
Well, what you do if you leave early, tough business. If you have to leave the table, I think you just keep playing the blinds, right? That's the way it should go.
It'll be a bit hard with this particular program to implement that particular one. But I don't think we should start before we said we'd start I think it was at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we'll start then. So she does have a little bit of time to sort of fix her.
I'm in no hurry either. If we need to put it back 10, 15 minutes. I mean, I don't know that I want to put it back an hour and a half or anything, but if someone's 10, 15 minutes late, no big deal to me. If everyone else feels the same way, I don't really care about that.
And Drazi should be here right now. I was just talking to him like 10 minutes ago, and he's not joining the
should
call.
be a
so I'm
lot
not
of
sure.
things.
Hello.
Better debater.
Hey, do you mind if I'm in VTuber mode for this?
No, that's perfectly fine to me.
Okay.
So I'll just quickly go over the rules, Star, with you. So I assume you know what blinds are?
Kind of. I played Balatro, so I know that. What blinds are in that.
Oh boy, this is gonna be
different.
So
Yeah,
essentially,
why don't you make like a game and we can just do a bunch of practice rounds until everybody shows up, and then that way, Stardust can get the hang of this for a while, and we can all kind of get warmed up.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. We could probably just do a practice game on Poker Pay Show then, rather than on Discord. Sorry, we'll get rid of this. So we can do a practice round on the site, I guess, and we'll just rehost it when we're good to go. I think that's fair.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean,
Is he roboting for everybody else or just me? And I don't even hear. Okay, there you go.
People are roboting for me.
Yes, I think it's because I started the activity on the
No practice game. Stardust is everything. Stardust, the line is just not one person.
Oh man.
And there'll be a small repay that goes to it rotates every time. It's like so, the idea is that you gradually announce that so that it doesn't hit always. Beginning of the game doesn't cost much to.
I don't hear a word anybody saying now. Everybody is roboting so hardcore.
Tom. I think when I started that activity, it just lagged out the thing. So
yeah, I can hear you just fine. You and me, I hear just fine. Stardust and Rob's totally frozen, but they're still talking. So it's kind of fucked.
Well, hold on. I think what I'll do is we'll have to join a Discord to get this to work properly. Sorry about it. I was like, oh, we can do a practice round on Discord activities.
Ah, my goodness.
Hey, I can hear Tom. Rob. I can hear Rob again.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it did. It just I don't know.
The game kind of fucked everybody, so it's
yeah.
Except all right, so what we'll do is we'll do a practice round on Poker Pay Show. I think that makes the most sense for everyone. So if everyone's sort of like,
wait, hold on.
That link we've got.
I think Stardust. Are you? Can we hear Stardust yet? Yes.
I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Yes. Now we can hear everybody. Okay. So everybody's good now. So we can.
Do we really? How about I not? If I try to click a practice round, it's going to screw me up. So you guys go ahead and do the practice round. I think Stardust is smart enough. We probably don't have to do a practice round.
No.
You just explain what a blind is.
Well, I was gonna say
I'm not that smart, but I appreciate that.
I was gonna say we could just go to the what is the actual like website that you're using? Just create a table on there, and we'll.
Yeah, well, I'm already on there.
He already created one. He's already on there.
Oh.
He linked it.
Well, I'm still stuck in the fucking game. How do I X out of this?
Wait, is this not the game that we're?
If you no, you're on the right one, Star. So if you now Tom's got it.
Okay.
All right, we're still and was you there?
Yeah, I meant coming. Just
now, I think Wick said he may be interested or something. I invited him to the call, to the thing, but he never got back to me whether he was actually coming or not. So he's probably not in this particular one, which is unfortunate.
He is
but
live.
What it is. He is live. He was talking about some Twitter drama. I think he was going through recently.
You lefties, you lose one election and
he's getting in trouble for the apparently saying Trump voters aren't bad people or some shit.
Oh, us Trump voters, we're so evil. Yep, the true colors come out in these communities now, huh? You get him, like maybe he's shaving his beard for money again.
He got teeth. He got his teeth.
I know. He looks pretty great with his new teeth. Yeah,
he got him.
Oh, I'm so happy for him.
He's a fucking ladies' man.
Okay, let's not go overboard.
He is he looks like Fabio. You couldn't
He's
tell.
the number one threat to. He's the number one threat to the sanctity of marriage in America.
Listen,
Hassan is in trouble, dude. Hassan is fucked.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's with Discord. It's giving me everyone's lagging out for being.
Am I working?
Yeah, it does seem to mostly be Rob and Stardust. I don't know if they live near each other or on a similar server.
Perhaps a Discord server would do a little bit better than a group call. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I think that's probably.
I think everybody's in my server. If you guys just want to jump in,
I'm happy with Tom's server. If you guys want.
What's up? Might not be in there. Can you send an invite for him?
I need a
I'll
link.
send an invite to everyone. Give us just one moment. And Drazi will be joining momentarily.
Sure, he will.
What do you all think in the chat? I'm looking at the chat here. Do you want to just see the poker screen large like this? Or do you want to be able to see people's faces that are talking with the Discord call as well? Whatever the audience preference is. I thought of trying to keep the poker screen and the faces up, but your call. What do you all think? Again, I apologize if you're just tuning into my channel for the first time. This isn't what I normally do.
Yes, it is.
Don't bullshit them, Tom. I'm the premier conservative populist debater online. So
he thinks he's a professional poker player.
Let me ask you this, Tom. I'm asking my audience. Are you going to keep like the poker screen up and like our faces, like from the Discord chat? That's what I was trying to do. I'm trying to find like a comfortable way to, you know what I mean, to have both of those up.
Yeah, I was planning on like, so once we get everybody in, if you like click on somebody's face that doesn't actually have a camera, that person will be up top and everybody else will be in a line at the bottom. And then you can just capture the line at the bottom.
That might make sense, yeah. Yes, I could.
Okay, it works nicely. So I'm not sure. Drazi messaged me 3 minutes ago saying he's ready. So I don't know where he is though.
So
I'll send him the link. We'll go from there.
Who else are we missing?
So we're missing Mr. Drazi.
Was Wick in here for a second, or was that Uppy's voice that I heard?
No,
I think that's probably me.
Okay. You sound like Wick. What's up with that? I'm just fucking with you. I legitimately thought it was Wick though when I wasn't looking at the screen.
I don't know who Wick is at all.
Oh well, you're better for it, I assure you. So.
Wow.
Someone in my chat said Wick said that you're pissing him. That's news to me. I didn't know I was pissed at him. I'm pretty happy with everyone. So.
I hate everyone, so.
I think just like I think when you're getting a certain amount of like what's it called, antagonism from online, you start to think that everybody hates you. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think that's probably what it is.
Or you start to hate everybody. That's
or both.
So we got Drazi
For
here.
me, we got Drazi. Okay, hey Drazi, how we doing? All right, so once more, I'll go over the rules once more, just so everyone's in here. Everyone gets the everyone is equally informed, if you will. So we've got the blinds. They'll go up at 30 minutes, 10 minutes, and 10 minutes. So they'll be doubling every time. Only one rebuy. There'll be an honor system. So essentially, I trust that all of you will do the right thing and pay the winner. So the winner will take all the prize money, but the second place gets free. It's a tournament. So we play until essentially, there's one winner. However,
and how much is that per person?
20.
So that'll be 20 US.
It's 10 per entry.
Okay.
Wait, is it 10 to get in and then or 20 to get in and 20 to rebuy?
No. So it's 10 to get in, 10 to rebuy. So it's
okay. So it's 10 per buy-in.
Yes, but there's only one buy-in.
There's two.
I
thought you were saying there was the initial buy-in, and then you could buy in with 10 more later.
Correct.
Yeah. Sorry, that is exactly what I'm saying. I apologize if I wasn't being clear about that. So if anyone has a problem with their PayPal or something where you've only got like a personal account, and you don't want your name out there, I'd be happy where you can sort of like PayPal me the money and I can PayPal the winner. But you'll need to organize that with me ahead of time. Make sure to block out your cards. And I think that was everything. I haven't missed anything, have I?
No, but currently I have no idea where the cards are going to end up. So before they end up on screen, let me know so I can take everything down.
Yeah, the first hand, people might see my cards for a second. That's all right. I'm not too worried.
I played a lot of poker on stream. One of the things I do is I just put my camera over my cards, or you can delay your stream by a little bit. Both of those things are typically what people do when they play poker on stream.
Drazi, are you coming on cam?
If I can get my better, I don't know why I'm connected.
I'm just asking.
I cover your mom with my face when I'm playing poker.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe that? You don't think I know how to treat a lady nicely?
I do not. Last time I dealt with you, I was dealing with fucking groypers all night for like a week. So that's a nice precedent.
I watched that. That was
wait. It's not my fault, okay?
I know
I didn't
not your fault. But...
I didn't force
it's your
you to
fault
come
for being a white knight. It's your fault.
I was
for
driving to
thinking you
work,
needed
and
it.
I was like,
I
oh,
do
let's turn on Twitch
appreciate-
and Sue's on. And I'm just like, I was like, who the fuck are these clowns? And meanwhile, Andrew Wilson's like, you sure you want to talk to these people? Do you know who they are? I was like, no.
I'm pretty
They just
sure
look like
he's
clowns to me.
a bit more associated with them these days.
I think it's an on again, off again. I don't know.
Yeah. Lovers
Yeah.
quarrels.
Okay, well, I'm hitting start game. There we go.
Okay, so let me...
So you can see your. I've just put like a Discord window in front of the cards.
And this is not this is not a practice round or anything, right? This is the...
It's not, but if you guys want, we can do a practice round.
I'm just asking if it is. I don't care.
It's not, but I'm in the big blind, so it's there. You go. So I'm the one eating the. If it's a bad awkward thing, I'm the worst one. I'm in the worst position for it. There we go. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh. Wait a minute. How do I have 5 aces? Is this real poker software?
Wow, Drazi wins. First time in his life at anything. Oh, I didn't get dealt in this hand? What's this shit?
I've it says Rob's away.
But I'm not.
And Stardust too.
Huh? I'm not away. I'm back.
Like join?
Oh, joining next hand.
Okay, I see.
I think you've got to hit fold with.
Gotcha. It's because I didn't hit anything for so long. Gotcha. I'm here.
Okay.
We're good.
Ooh.
You know what? I
sorry.
don't understand this.
I really
No idea what's
don't
going
have
on.
enough time to set anything up, and I can't get this on my screen. And every time I want to go do something, I have to come back in bed again.
So I can increase the decision time to 1 minute. So I'll do that now. If
If you
okay.
can do it just for a second,
Yeah.
so I can set my
definitely do
screen
that.
up, that would be great.
I don't think anybody's trying to like milk the clock or anything, so I think that would just be fine in general.
I have a criticism already.
I meant to fold instead of raising you, Tom. I don't know what happened. I clicked the wrong button, so I'm glad I'm out.
What amateur hour bullshitting here? Oh, actually, I don't have anything. I meant to fold instead of raise. What a load of shit.
I've never used this software before.
To be fair, I'm not even sure Drazi's. I'm not sure Drazi's on the level with this one. I think he could be playing you.
Fuck. I can't. I'm trying to like get all this shit in.
Drazi.
Yeah.
Just okay. Next
Okay.
hand. I'm in.
I have no idea what I'm
not
doing.
losing another one. Your audience will help you. They'll figure it out.
Oh, I'm not even live right now.
I'm super suspicious that Stardust super plays poker online and is acting like she's never played before.
I played Balatro. It's like the same thing, kind of.
Oh, it is not the same thing. Isn't that more like
okay.
solid? I don't know. Maybe it is like poker. I don't know.
What
I've
is
never
check
played it.
and what does
Balatro
fold mean?
Okay, fold means you're done. You're not playing anymore. Check means you already have money in, so you're not betting any more money. So see, you already have 10 in. If you just click check, that means you're not raising any more money. You only have the option to check when you already have money in.
Okay, and then do I just do fold, check, or bet the entire time?
You could raise as well.
Call is if you wanna if you agree to the bet that the last bet that was there.
Oh, okay. And then what do you do with the cards?
So you remember that thing I sent to you about
Yeah, I have that. Yeah.
So you've got to bank the best cards you've got with the best hand with 5 cards. So at the top of the thing, the very top, it's like royal flush, then it goes straight flush, 4 of a kind.
But how do you make because you only get 2 cards, right?
Yeah, so essentially, say if you've got like a king and there's a king on the board, you've got a king 5. and your opponent has like a king 7. So you would both have a pair because you've got a pair. There's a king on the board, so you've got a pair. Your opponent has a king, so they would have a pair as well. But it's down to the best. You've got to make the best hand you've got with 5 cards. So then it would come down to whose second card.
You don't physically make the hand.
I had
you don't have to move.
I had a pair of kings in the last one, and I fucked up so badly because I was panicking trying to like get the right shit on the screen and fix everything, and I fucked the whole hand up, dude. I'm so pissed about it.
Will automatically register what your best.
Right now I'm raising. I just raised to 30, so we'll see how it goes.
And what the hands are.
Correct.
When we see each other's cards at the end.
Let's say right now in your hand, I can't see your hand, but let's say you're holding 2 8s. That would mean you have 3 of a kind right now, which is actually a really good hand. You don't have to slide cards around to make that happen. That's just what you have. So Tom's bet 10 there, or you bet 10. So now Tom either has to call you or raise you. He either also puts 10 in, or he could raise the amount, which will then force you to call or fold. Okay. So now it's to you, so you're betting, or you could check, which means you don't bet any additional money. So let's say you're holding a king and a queen right now. That's pretty good. You might say, okay, I want to bet.
I'm on check fold.
Thinking that you have the best hand. Or maybe you don't have shit, so you just want to check. Now there's strategy to all of this, but there, you have a 6 and a 7. So you lose. Tom won with a pair of 3s.
Oh, okay.
But see how you didn't have to slide any cards around or anything like that?
So that's how it's
just
done,
automatically decides.
Yeah, I think I get it now.
One
now,
with a pair of 3.
So here's the ranking. So normally,
what the fuck?
What you probably have to worry about is flush. So a flush is like 5 of the same type. So 5 hearts, 5 spades, 5 clubs, or yeah.
I need
so
to
there's a flush,
put something
there's a
over
straight,
mine,
so 4,
over my
5,
cards,
6,
so y'all can
7,
see
8,
like
5
what
cards
I'm
going
doing.
ascending
But
or
I
descending
don't have
in
time
sort
to
of
figure
like
any of this
way,
out.
But you can't go. You can't go queen, king, ace, 2, 3. It has to be like ace down or ace up. Does that make sense?
You should play
ace,
Bellotro.
2, 3,
The
4,
hands get
5.
made exactly the same way.
I don't think I understand what you just said.
A straight would be 5 in a row. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All he's saying is ace could be 1, so you could have ace 2, 3, 4, 5, which would be 5 in a row, or you could have 10, jack, queen, king, ace. You can't have queen, king, ace, 2, 3. The ace can't be both the high and low card in the same hand. It's either the highest card or the lowest card. That's the only hang up with a straight, right? Other than that, it's just 5 in a row. A flush is 5 of the same suit, so like 5.
I feel like
clubs.
Stardust is just fucking with.
Yeah, my entire chat's like Stardust knows how to play poker. She's just fucking with you.
No, I play Bellotro. But this is very different from Bellotro.
Literally all you need to know. It is the hand rankings are exactly the same as Bellotro. That's all you need to know.
I'm just gonna keep doing it.
You just have to wonder if you have better
random
ones
at this point. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just pressing buttons at random.
Well, we'll take your money all the same. Mm-hmm.
Why are there check boxes now?
Because it's not your turn, so it's leaving you like pre-play.
Okay.
You won't have to worry about that.
Wait, what's the difference between call and check?
Check is you're not putting any additional money in. You can't check right now. You've already checked, but see how we've bet 10? You have to at least bet 10, which is a call, in order to stay in the hand.
Or fold.
Or you can fold to get out of the hand, yeah.
You know what, guys? I really think that we should let this one be a family hand. For Stardust, a family pot, if you will. There's no need to sort of go really hard in this one. Right?
Yeah.
Says the fucking, you're still in the hand. I don't believe a word you say.
I have no idea what that means.
You're advocating for yourself.
I'm still over here trying to get my stuff set up, so I'm...
This guy doesn't care about Stardust. This motherfucker hates women. His hand got weaker.
Well, I mean, the implication would be I'm chasing, if that was what you're saying.
You're
Chasing.
a chaser. Oh.
So essentially,
now you're...
No, my brain is messed up by the internet.
What's Tom
Leaders,
thinking about it?
leaders never beaten the chaser allegations. It's true.
Sorry, I am still trying to set up my screen, so I'm still. I've got numerous streams going in numerous directions.
Making fun of this whole situation to his stream.
Okay, what am I doing here? Now I've screwed up.
I don't know, Mr. Tom. This is poor play by me, but I must say, I got to say, I got to know what he has, right?
In poker hand ranking,
you have nothing in poker hands.
So, Star, if you see this one, Tom won with the highest pair because he had like a jack, and I had a pair of fours, but a pair of jacks.
Is it forwards or backwards? This chart that you gave me, or which one's the best one?
Third hand that I've won, just so you know.
Second hand, Tom won in a row with a pair on a wet ass board. What the fuck? I'm so
crazy.
mad.
It's a little
Were
crazy.
you talking to me just then, Star?
Oh,
Yeah.
I just realized I've been muted this whole time. I was trying to say I'm literally over here still trying to set up my fucking screen and like get the shit blocked and everything.
I have to say, all of you are as efficient as poker as you are at debate. It's every time I deal with you people, it's a fucking joke.
Sure.
So
Sorry,
wait a minute.
sorry
How
that
do-
some of us
which
want to
way
be
is the
prepared
poker
in
hand?
debate just like we do in poker, and some of us just show up and
it really
argue.
shows.
It's very
I have a
different
very important
strategies here.
question. Very important question.
And my talent takes me through every time. It's amazing.
You sent me this chart,
Stardust
and it
Royal
says
Flush
poker
is the
hand
top hand.
ranking. Is 1 the best or is 10 the best?
I'm the best.
I'm not looking at the rankings, so I don't know.
What?
I'll have a look. So the best, the top hand is a royal flush. Then I think it would go 4 of a kind. Oh no, royal flush, straight flush, 4 of a kind.
Okay, so 1 is the best.
Full
Number 1
house,
is the
then
best.
flush.
I imagine so. I can't. It's not in front of me at the moment.
I
but
believe it is a royal
is-
flush, yes.
But that's like 1 in every like 30,000 hands you get something like that. So I wouldn't put too much
Closer to
faith
1
in
in
that.
500,000, but
That you're going to get a royal flush anytime soon, or that anyone has it.
There, I'll bother you. I'll make you all race then.
Small blind, going in big.
Woo!
Okay, I think I finally got this thing set up for
well,
all
he's
of
up
the
here having said a
streams.
damn word, and he's sitting over here with
What?
top stack. You haven't said shit, and you're sitting over here at top stack. How did I miss the hand you won that at?
Yeah, I missed that too. I thought I won 2 out of 3 hands. I'm probably on top. Nope, definitely not.
No, Wazuppi's over here being the silent but violent type of guy.
Tom's not a top. Who would have thought?
I would have expected that from Stardust, but not from Rob.
Sorry.
You know, Stardust, remember how I said that we wouldn't see like a royal or straight flush? This is the type of hand that gets me a little bit, worried about that.
Come on, Rob.
He said he was worried about the straight flush. I'm the one that would have had it. It would have been me.
This is big money, all right?
I know. I'll show my hand if somebody stays till the end. Stardust.
I'll call it.
Oh my god! Wow.
Now this is the hand where we find out if Stardust is actually trolling us or not.
Right.
Sitting over here, Ace King Diamond.
If she's trolling you guys, it's the best thing ever. I just want to let you know that.
I actually am not trolling you guys. I have no fucking idea what
I'm saying
doing
this
here.
right now. If Stardust has Ace King and she's been quiet this whole time after all that bullshit, I'm hate brigading till the day I die. Just saying.
It would no. The best hand right now is still 10. It's 10 Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah, that would
the
be
best.
I was being
Stardust.
reasonable.
Drazi and his
That'd
4
be a-
viewers are
that'd
coming
be a-
after you with the hate brigades.
Till the day I die if she's sitting on Ace King Diamonds. And then not saying a word for the whole hand. Whereas
I mean, I
before
already
she's asking
folded,
questions
so-
the whole time.
Look at this,
Oh, okay.
Drazi. You
That's
trying
fair.
to fucking have it be an early night or what? What is this shit? Oh
He's got
boy. Do you have 2 diamonds or not? I'm gonna guess no. Oh,
Sorry,
piss on
Rob.
that. Man, nice hand.
I had straight flush draw from the flop.
I had top 2 pair.
Drazi rolling the nuts. What is going on with that, huh? How'd you rig this game, huh?
I know the guy who's running the show.
All right, Rob,
Yes.
you got to tell me, right? You're a Republican, all right?
I suppose
listen,
so.
I liked Trump back in 2016, right?
Oh yeah, he was a former Trumper. We talked about this.
How did you get over? How did you get over the Jan 6 stuff, like where he tried to do the fake electors?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a tough one. I'm not a fucking idiot. That was the gist of it. How I got over it. It was a legal. So, what are you talking about? The riot that occurred on January 6th, or the alternate electors legal strategy?
He's talking about the electors fraudulently filling out ballots, claiming to be duly elected officials when they weren't, and now getting charges. 4 of his lawyers.
Yes, we understand. We understand the lawfare that was used by Merrick Garland and the corrupt Democrats that have been used since 2016 to go after Trump because it's a big club and others aren't in it, and so they'll use every crooked strategy possible. Yes, we understand that this strategy's been employed in the past, such as Hawaii when they used alternate electors. Swearing to be duly elected was merely a legal strategy because there are time frames that have to be done to make certain specific challenges, and if alternate electors, a slate wasn't there, then there would have been no recourse, even if court decisions would have decided that certain of these states would have went in the opposite direction. That's why they did this in Hawaii in the JFK election back in the day. The reason by who?
By Congress. They were told to do it. They already had investigations.
By who in Congress?
I believe it was the I don't.
The only person that could correctly certify a slate of electors is the governor. The governor certified the Republican electors. The Democrats submitted a slate of electors in Hawaii.
That's not what I mean.
That means that slate was fraudulent, according to the same logic. But everyone was okay with it because they understood that it was sort of because there's this time frame and the electors have to be in by a certain period of time, that if the recount would have came out the opposite way, which it did, then instead of having to go to the Supreme Court and say, we now have no idea what we're supposed to do because the law said the electors had to be in by a certain time, but the vote wasn't counted by then. It's the same mentality. They were hoping to have a delay because, rightfully so, they felt that there were many legal issues that hadn't been decided. And if they wouldn't have had alternate electors, even if those issues ultimately get decided in the Republicans' favor, the Democrats would say, well, too late. You should have had another slate of electors. You didn't. Now there's no recourse.
The question was, how did that not shift you the way that it shifted Leader away from supporting Trump?
Because I'm explaining it's a legal strategy.
Yes, he is saying that he is explaining it, but the point, like my issue is that when somebody wins a state, that party's that party's legislature is the one that picks the electors, and if your party doesn't win, then you just don't get to pick any electors. Yet that party picked electors anyways. Well, they didn't. Trump and his campaign did, which still isn't the legislature of the state either, but. Still, yes, very different than what happened in Hawaii.
It's not that different at all.
I'm saying, I think Leader understood what happened. He's asking, how did this strategy not dissuade you from supporting him the way that Leader did?
Exactly what I'm saying.
He believes it's a legal process. He's saying he believes that what they did was a legal process. So it is.
Let me ask you, how did the Democrats working in tandem with an FBI corruptly, illegally spying on Trump in 2016 not dissuade you all to not vote for corrupt Democrats?
That, according to them, there is no evidence that it was illegal. So
that's not true. They've admitted. James Comey even admitted that it was illegal. The IG admitted it was illegal as well. The FISA warrant on Carter Page was illegal.
Yes, you're talking about one of the 4 warrants had
I'm talking about no
as part of it.
No. What other FISA warrants were offered?
There were 4.
Because you understand, a FISA warrant's more powerful.
Yes,
it allows them to have access to.
Yes, there were 4 FISA warrants. One of them used the Steele dossier information.
No, that's not true. That's completely false. All 4 FISA warrants were against Carter Page. All 4 of them used the Steele dossier. You're incorrect. James Comey himself admitted that he would have not signed any of those 4 because they were illegitimate had he known what he knows now. The IG ruled that those warrants were illegal.
They
were
ruled
based.
that one of them was illegal. The other 3
No,
were
that's not true. Which one did they rule was illegal?
I don't remember which one. I just know that there
Right,
were 4, and they ruled one of them through the hearings.
All
was
4 of them,
illegal.
all four of them used the Steele dossier. All 4. The accusation, just for those that don't remember, the accusation was that Trump's team.
Rob, it's your turn.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Trump's team had illegally colluded with Russians to get dirt on his opponent to help win an election. And the way that the
We're
FBI
fighting because of this.
the way that the Democrats and the FBI tried to prove that was they knew that Hillary's team colluded with a alleged Russian spy to get disinformation on Trump. They used that disinformation on Trump's team that they never verified, that they knew was sourced by a suspected Russian spy, and they illegally got a warrant to spy on Trump's team with that. Why didn't that prevent all of you from ever voting Democrat again?
Rob, I just want to let you know that, like, this entire conversation, someone robbed us of like $40 a pot. I had nothing to that. And when I was in there, I just got absolutely robbed blind.
Stardust is going to clean up while we're all arguing here, which is smart.
I have no, I don't know. I don't know.
I have no. I'm starting to believe
you. I would so I guess with Stardust there's there isn't any chance to get there isn't any chance you could get.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go on. No, it's fine. Go.
I was sorry. I was just I wasn't being salty. I was just telling you to go on. But I was gonna say, from my understanding, there was no like evidence of anybody like colluding with the FBI in this scenario, and so it wouldn't. There's no like Democrats like colluding with them, trying to get them to do this shit or anything. It's just that.
Well, that's not true. That's blatantly not true. In fact, we know that there was a meeting where they were discussing the Russia investigation, where Susan Rice was in the room, Joe Biden was in the room, suggested possibly using the Logan Act.
These things.
Right. So Obama's team specifically sat with leadership at the FBI discussing how to investigate Trump's team for Russia collusion. And part of what the FBI did was use disinformation paid for by the Democrats was sourced by a Russian spy to try to prove that Trump's team was illegally colluding with Russians. So what do you mean there was no connection to Democrats?
But I mean, Obama wasn't Biden, to be fair. I understand that, you're sort of like saying Democrats, but Biden's not Obama, and
well, you weren't voting for Biden anyways in 2024, so that's
to be 100% honest with you, Rob. I'm Australian, so I'm sort of watching from a
he wasn't
outside.
Not voting for any of them.
I wasn't.
There you go.
I can't vote, unfortunately, in the American elections.
But what was with 43? Are you just trying to like edgelord weird goofy fucking number?
It was like I just clicked like 3/4 of the pot. That's where the number came from.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were one of those people like, I'll bet 62.
No, I clicked half the pot and it was only like 10 or something. I was like, oh, I'll just click 3/4. Because maybe I have
you can continue.
Maybe not. It's
guess,
legal. Go ahead. Sorry.
I guess for me to sort of like the electors for me and Trump, and why I think this whole thing feeds into each other, it's that I think that when Trump sort of like was claiming election interference, he made 1,000 claims. From what I saw, none of them panned out the way that he said they did, or Trump's team did. And at the same time, he brought forward like an alternate slate of electors to try and like turn the election in his favor. Now you can say that was a legal process. But to me, it feels as if he was. Feels like he was lying to the American public. He was bringing down the entire system so that, essentially, from my view, to support his ego. That's like how I see all of this. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Perhaps you can convince me on this. But that's
he thought the election was stolen. That's what he thought, and of course, he was going to believe he was going to say we should challenge it in a litany of ways, but he thought the election was stolen. He continues to think the election was stolen. And
was it stolen, Rob?
I would say 49% chance it was, 51 that it wasn't. Now, it was stolen, but not in the way that you're thinking. It was stolen because of collusion with mainstream media, intel agencies that were promoting stories critical of Trump while priming media and mainstream media to censor stories that were critical of Biden, etc. In an election decided by 40,000 votes in 3 states, that would have been enough to swing it, most likely. But I don't know that you could prove that sort of voting machines, etc., in illegal ways. No doubt there was some of that came, but we would admit that about any election. There's always some amount of fraud. Was there amount of fraud to switch any particular state? I don't know. I don't. I know there are significant questions that deserve answers, and polling shows that even large swaths of Democrats, as many as 40 to 50%, think that there are still significant questions with 2020. And certainly there's a lot that think there were questions with 2024. These questions should have been adjudicated.
They didn't collude with the media because the media's done a fucking piss poor job of reporting on all this shit.
No, they certainly did in 2020, particularly with the Hunter Biden laptop story. And it wasn't just...
I have a slightly amended question then. Do you think it's good for Republicans to continue the rhetoric that the 2020 election was stolen?
Yeah, if they believe it, they should have the right to say it, just like Democrats have
the right. Do you think it's good for them to continue to say it after Trump winning this one?
I think that, depends. Oh, shit. What? Oh, see, now... You schmucks, who brought the chat up? 1 second. I'll answer you, I promise. But the chat switched my the picture of my poker board, so my little picture that was blocking my cards no longer blocked it. Sorry about that. Okay.
It's me and you, leader.
I mean, I don't really have a problem with it, if I'm honest. If you legitimately think it was stolen, and you still think that maybe they'll go say, look, now that we're in charge, we have things that we want to investigate from 2020. Certainly, there's a lot of shady stuff that appears to have happened in 2024. And, I never came out and said, I have definitive proof that Dominion voting machines did this or anything like that. I think you should be careful saying things like that. But I did focus heavily on what I saw as sort of our intel agencies and their ongoing effort that it colluded with mainstream media, social media, etc., to swing elections in ways that are favorable to them. I don't really give a shit about Joe Biden going to jail or Hillary Clinton going to jail. All of that's superfluous. What I care about is the bureaucracies behind it, like the FBI, are clearly putting their thumb on the scale, and they're doing more damage than any alternate elector plan or any Russia collusion or any Russia hacking. And it seems that the Democrats just don't give a shit at all about that because it always benefits them. And so because the precedent that was set was the IG report said, well, the bar is so low for the FBI to open investigations, even on presidents. The bar is so low. I hope that all Democrats will continue that energy if a Trump DOJ decides they're going to investigate every Democrat and say, look, the bar is so low. We know Iran tried to hack Trump. We know Iran put a hit squad out. We know that Biden's team was favorable to some of these policies with Iran. Let's do an investigation. Let's give FISA warrants. Let's check all their emails. And if that means we arrest people connected to them and raid their lawyers in the middle of the night for crimes they committed 12 years ago that have nothing to do with the current thing, so be it, right? All of you Democrats would agree with that, right?
I don't disagree with that, but we can't act like somebody, a foreign agent doing foreign agent shit versus somebody running for president, possibly being the leader of the country, possibly doing similar things. These aren't really even comparable. While I understand your point,
I totally agree. You misunderstood what I said. I said the exact opposite. I said that the foreign countries are nowhere near comparable, not what a president could do, not what an individual politician, but what the bureaucracies that will exist far beyond any individual can do. The FBI has more of a chance to damage our country than Trump or Hillary or Biden or Kamala. And why does it seem like it's so strange to me that even after we were told over and over, clearly the FBI is on the up and up, they wouldn't do anything wrong. Once we find out that, yes, they did illegally spy, no one gives a shit. The Democrats don't care. Oh, well, moving on. It was a while ago. But Rob, what do you think about 4 years ago with this elector plan? What do you think about that? Sorry, I'm not persuaded.
I mean, to be charitable to us, we're talking about someone who was just elected to Parliament. Now, I'm not for the FBI, running interference campaigns with the election. I think that's horrible. I wouldn't agree with that. But, I would say that they're slightly different things. Now, talking about the last election, so you said that that there was a lot of election interference in the 2020 election, the 2024. There was some stuff you think that needs to be investigated. Well, to me,
I'm sorry. I do want to update this. I did just check. I was wrong. There was a second FISA warrant that was considered illegal, so it was 2 out of the 4, not 1 of the 4.
I think next election we should go all out, let everybody interfere as much as they want and see where the chips fall.
Yeah.
For me, I think that Elon Musk, I would characterize what Elon Musk did in the 2024 election is buying votes. He put a website up, he ran a lottery, and he got people to sort of sign up and make a pledge to the Second Amendment.
Sure.
I think that's buying votes in I would characterize this as buying votes. If you wanted to be super stringent, you could say, well, he wasn't asking you to vote, but he was doing everything to sort of, I don't know. I think
there's a slight chance it gets determined to be legal, but it's super. This is not something we want to happen in our elections.
Pretending to be Kamala Harris's campaign, I think, is even worse. Where they're putting out ads, pretending to be Kamala Harris, saying I want to let all the illegals in, and they've got pictures of thousands of people piling up at the border. I want to ban fracking. I want to take all your guns. Vote for me. That was so much more fun.
You're salty tears. You play the smallest fucking violin. Show me once you fuckers ever saying anything about corporate America weighing in and silencing, etc. in 2020,
I don't have a problem with that.
2012.
Those are different things.
So secondly, to address this point, no, it's not illegal. ElderDrazi says there's a slight chance it could be found legal. It is clearly legal. There won't even be a court case about it. There is no problem with offering people money to sign a petition. You might say we don't like that. I think that's less of buying votes than Joe Biden trying to buy votes for young people by saying we'll pay all of your student loans when he knows it's blatantly unconstitutional and the courts won't go for it. Or in 2020 when he promised people, I'll send you stimmy checks, vote for me and I'll send you stimmy checks. And then once he won, he's like, oh, by the way, I didn't mean that I didn't mean that I would send you $1,500. I meant I'll give you $900 plus the $600 you always got. So please spare me the idea of all of these salty tears, all of the salty tears. It's just now it's going to be Elon Musk had a petition. That's why Trump won. Laughable.
How is it any different than offering a tax cut?
What's that?
Offering stimulus checks, offering reductions in student loans. How is that any different than offering a tax cut?
Is there a difference between me saying if you vote for me, I'll give you money versus if I say if you vote for me, you won't have to give the government as much money? You're allowed to keep more of your own?
Saving money is exactly the same as making money.
That's not true. Saying I will send you directly.
The same.
That's not. It is not true. Telling people they can keep more of their money is not saying if you vote for me, I'll send you a check.
Well, if you vote for me, you don't have to pay $1,500.
I want to make it to where you guys can see my cards when I fold, but there's not really a good way for you guys to see what it is that I have after I folded. This is all kind of complicated in the way that it's set up, but I will try to figure out a way to make this work. I'm working on it, okay? I promise this will get better as we go. I will make it to where you guys can see this shit, but yeah, this is kind of difficult in the way that it is right now. Okay, I think I've got it set up to where I can just take it off the screen real quick so you guys can see after I fold each time.
Well, I haven't been streaming too much lately, but when I do stream, I usually cover drama. But yeah, I've been working on a video essay, so I've been busy with that.
What's that on?
It's a follow-up to the previous one. So.
What was the previous one?
The previous one was the Frogan one.
Oh, that's tough. You watch Fish Tank?
I haven't been keeping up with it, so yeah.
You're the one they put me onto the first season, and it was That's some of the best things I've ever seen from my life. So
Yeah.
I thank you.
Yeah, no
Fish
problem.
tank? Oh, what is fish tank?
Sam Hyde's show.
Reality
It's like
TV
it's like
show.
a kind of like Big Brother. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But he goes and
It's
like
like,
kills
it's like
everybody.
Big
and
Brother
fucks with
meets
them.
Love on the Spectrum.
Basically,
Yes.
he fills a house full of people, like normal people, and then he just like terrorizes.
No, not
They're
normal
not
people.
normal.
Not normal people. The most autistic people he can possibly find, and then fucks with them.
It
the whole
is
time.
Okay,
literally
fine, that's true.
Big Brother meets Love on the Spectrum. Let's be real.
Well, he literally he terrorizes them. He makes it a living hell for them. It's awesome.
It's somehow Sam Hyde, the role he plays there, he fits right in with them. I didn't even realize it was. I thought he was one of the contestants for like 30 clips.
Yeah, no, he came in. I remember the first season he came in and he was punching all the cabinets in the kitchen, and like everybody, all the contestants were staying the fuck away from him because they're like, who the fuck is this guy wrecking everything? Like, yeah, it's just awesome.
It really is the evolution of reality TV.
I would just love to throw in here that Rob is tenacious, and I love that about him. You know, he gets in here and he takes on all the Democrats. You know,
Do you guys
doesn't
believe me
back
now
down.
that I don't know
Yeah,
how
I
to play
believe
this
you.
game?
Nah,
Okay.
you're setting up for the next.
These fucking spades have me fucked, dude. I have such a good hand right now, and these spades have me so fucked right now, bro.
The who?
The RFK pick.
Yeah.
I fucking hate you. I hate you so goddamn much.
Well, now wait a minute. Why wouldn't you like
That's some-
RFK? That would be your area of expertise, like COVID, right? By the way, how'd that debate go for you?
Shut the fuck up. Shut the
How'd that
fuck
go,
up.
ElderDrazi? I was pretty magnanimous afterwards, after the back and forth we had on Twitter beforehand. I didn't spike the ball or anything, but in your honest estimation, how do you think that debate against me went?
Yeah, I'm bad.
It did go bad for you. I think you're a good guy, but I think it went bad.
I would say I definitely need to have more debates. I've been wanting to have more debates. But yeah, I need to have more debates. Stardust, what are you doing?
Folded.
I don't know.
Stardust is.
Damn, she's got $92 left.
I'm gonna try some. Give me a sec. I'm gonna try to. People like give super chats. What do you all do?
Oh
boy! Sorry. You had a good hand too. You actually did have a good hand.
Stardust. That was great, but oh wow.
I would have done the same thing probably.
It's okay.
You can so you can if you can rejoin the table if you want to
So,
buy back
fun
in.
fact.
You don't have to buy back in, but you can if you'd like.
I have been
And
playing
it's
poker since
an
I was
additional
5.
$10.
That would be the case.
Okay.
I'm not trying to hide my poker expertise. I've been playing poker for 30 years.
30 years.
This is so hard, dude. I fucking hate this. I fucking hate this because I can't. I just now tried to show the cards that I had in the last hand, and then when I tried to cover it back up, it just didn't cover back up, and so I just showed all of my fucking cards again. Like I can't deal with this, dude. This is too hard. It is gonna drive me nuts.
Because they are Rob Noerr fans and didn't take the vaccine.
Oh my god.
Sorry, my audience sends me money, so I was thanking them. What was that, ElderDrazi? Something about vaccines.
You killed my family.
I'm not anti-vax. I think that even the COVID vaccine probably made sense for elderly people with COPD and shit. I've never said otherwise. I was against the mandate. That's all. That's why you didn't do so well in the debate with me, ElderDrazi, because you were prepared to debate some. I know, but honestly, the problem is when people debate me on vaccines, they expect me to come in and say the vaccines were created to kill us all. Well, that's not my position. So it makes it more
Stardust is
difficult to
buying
debate.
back in for a second hand.
I believe that is the case. Yes.
Let's go.
I really want to
Stardust.
see what you have later, but I'm gonna let it go.
Stardust, thank you for being here, so I'm not the worst player here. I do appreciate that because it would be
no
me.
problem.
I suck at poker, so you know.
I was really
To be
good
fair,
when I was locked up. We ran like poker. I learned how to play poker when I was in
good.
prison, and they I always wanted to play after I got out, but everything there was just never good ways to actually play online.
What'd you
even
do to
this
go to
is
prison? Who
A
gives a shit about
lot.
the card?
A lot of shit.
Like,
That's funny you say that, Tom. When I went to jail, I owed money to the county, so if they would take all my money to put in money for commissary, so I'd only have $4. So
You
I
went
spent
to
all
jail?
$4 on envelopes, and I would stay fat as fuck because I played poker all the time.
Yeah,
Wait, you went to jail?
way of making, yes, it was my way of eating. Otherwise, I would have fucking starved while I was in there. Yeah, that was my way.
Oh, I thought ElderDrazi was talking about going to jail. I was surprised at that.
Oh yeah, I went to jail for child support for my kid who I lived with.
I didn't know I was playing poker with MS-13 tonight. Holy shit!
Wait, you went to jail for what? I'm sorry, what?
I went to jail for child support for my kid who I lived with, and I lived with my kid's mom.
You combine all of our
Oh, that's
charges, and we
crazy.
almost have like 1/5 of Donald Trump's. All of us together.
Yeah, how'd that work out for you all? That
I'm squeaky clean, so.
I'm squeaky clean as well.
Me too.
I spent a night in jail for
I also
drunk in
did a
public.
weekend.
So, but the charges were later dropped because. I
Oh,
was
so
innocent.
everybody here, leader?
I'm squeaky clean. I haven't been to prison before.
Yeah, I haven't been to prison.
You guys are all just liars, is what it is. You guys all probably have way worse charges than me and way more, and you guys are just not as honest as me.
Tom, what were the nature of your charges? You don't have to say specifically. Did you beat the
when
shit
I was-
out of someone?
No,
G-Sub?
when I was young, I was like a drug addict, and so I was like I was selling a lot of drugs, I was robbing a lot of people, I was doing all sorts of shit. Ended up with I think 15 to 18 charges of like burglary, like debit card theft, debit card fraud, some like small drug charges, like misdemeanors in some cases. But there was like over the course of like 2 years, I think I got locked up 3, 4. Yeah, maybe 4 times, and was on like 10 years probation. So I like even just this election was the first time I was ever allowed to actually vote in person. In the 2020 election is my first time ever being allowed to vote.
Well, listen, I think you're a decent guy, Tom, so I'll make sure you're not on Trump's deportation list. I'll give him a call. We'll make sure you don't get out,
Thank you so much.
Actually got my sentence committed by being a CI on Tom.
I live
never
in Georgia,
robbed someone, but I used
in
to be-
Kennesaw. It's literally a law that you have to have a gun. So I think we're okay over here.
I dabbled in some drugs and some booze, but I never robbed anyone to my knowledge. I may have drunkenly taken shit. I don't know. But I don't judge. I don't give a shit at all. But I just wondered, because most of the time people are willing to say, yeah, I've been to jail. It's not something like, yeah, I beat the shit out of some old man.
Yeah, no.
Stole his walker, something like that.
I went to jail for pedophilia. Yeah, I just wanted to talk to you
Yeah,
guys about it. During
anyways,
this fucking
nice
poker
hand.
game.
Dude,
Nice hand.
you guys have got to watch it. You are gonna get clipped like fuck. Holy moly,
Not
Jesus!
me. I didn't say it.
Wait,
Who
I
said
didn't say
they
I
went to
was
jail
wrong.
for pedophilia? Who said that?
You went
Tom,
to jail for
let me-
pedophilia?
No, somebody
Drazi?
said I went to jail for pedophilia. I said, who said
I didn't
that?
say you went to jail for
Why are you
pedophilia.
guys
I thought you
repeating
said
this?
you went to jail
You're
for
gonna get
pedophilia.
clipped.
Flip it.
Oh my god, dude, you guys are too much. I
more
disavow. I disavow.
More drama.
I don't want anything associated with me. All right.
Let me ask you this, Tom. What was worse, prison or the struggle session that Destiny makes you go through when you're on his channel?
It's when you call it a struggle session,
worse?
like it's kind of fucking obnoxious because his whole thing is I used to be like much farther right, especially the first couple times that we met. And so I think that like that's how he like still conceptualizes me. So literally every time I talk to him, I have to fight him on like whether or not I'm this red pillar who like thinks women shouldn't vote, or whether or not I'm like, yeah, I'm denying whether or not there was an insurrection or like some shit. Like every time I'm fighting some fucking ghost that he's like making out to be me. It's insanely
I
obnoxious.
can vouch
every
for you on
time.
that. I watched you guys talk for a whole hour where I was like literally punching my desk. Like, how can Tom say this any more fucking clearly? I was going,
Yes,
I was going out of my
everybody
fucking
that I saw
mind.
review it, they're like, "What is Destiny hearing, dude?" And then Destiny does like admit that he's wrong at the end, and so does Pisco. And then Pisco admitted that he was wrong online afterwards.
Everyone wanted to get in on that, though. Everyone wanted to jump in and they wanted to call
Against Stardust, you did
he's
good that
wrong.
hand. You should have bet that way. You really should have.
So
Tom just flopped a set. I'm saying you played that correctly. Just Tom flopped a set.
Hold on, she doesn't know how to. So Star, when you
finally back
start
to
with
1,000. Finally back even. Let's go.
When you start with a pair, so like 2 jacks, 2 kings, the higher the pair, obviously the better. In a 1v1, so if you're versing one person, you have great chance. So like usually you want to push people out at the start if you've got a pair, because like if you get into a 1v1 person, usually unless they've got a pair that's higher than you, if you push everyone else out, then you're above 50% chance that you'll win the round.
She did it properly.
Yeah,
that's why I feel so bad, because when I took her out, she also played absolutely correctly, and then against Tom, she played absolutely correctly. Tom just had a very sneaky hand.
Wait, so what you're telling me is this whole I don't know how to play has been like...
No, I actually don't know how to play. I have no idea what I'm doing.
That's why I feel so bad for you. The 2 hands you played spectacularly, you just got fucked on. Hey!
Yeah, if you guys missed it, I had triple 5s right off the flop. Like, right off the flop, triple 5s. And then there ended up being, I think, 2 more jacks that came afterwards to where I had a flush. But she had, like, I think a pair of 3s or something like that. And so we both ended up having a fucking flush. Mine was just barely above hers, so I ended up eking that one out. And I bet like 170 chips right at the end, just right on the last. Didn't bet anything the whole time, and just right at the end.
Look, all of us collectively have 10 fucking people watching. Tom keeps pausing to talk to them. You know.
Oh my goodness!
I'm not streaming. My internet's too bad right now.
I have just so y'all know, I have 93 people watching on YouTube. So
awesome.
Yeah, I had 200
I'm not
until we
streaming
started
right
playing
now.
the game. Now I think I have like 40 people watching. So
we start yelling about politics. I'm trying to keep it interesting, Tom. What I'm trying to say to you is, why would you leave fucking people like Destiny and Pisco disrespect you like that? Tell them to fuck off.
Wait, how'd they disrespect him? I didn't see this. What happened?
They just browbeat him. You know, it's fucking joke.
But because what matters at the end is that, like, at the end, they do admit that they're wrong. I would have fucking continued for fucking, like, eternity if they didn't admit that they were wrong. And then on top of that, Destiny coming on my channel afterwards and admitting again that he was wrong and saying that he like, you know, he misunderstood, that like just the context of the debate made it to where he was overly defensive and like shit like that. So like they made up for it. You know, Pisco puts out a tweet saying that he agrees with me and that he was just he was just confused. So like it was just the annoying part is that the entire audience never saw the fucking end of that debate. They get sick of it like an hour and a half in and they leave. And then they're all like flooding into my comments saying that I'm like this Tim Pool character who pretends he believes it's an insurrection, but then defends everything about it. And I'm like, no, I'm not. That's not. I literally thought it was an insurrection before Destiny did. Like I was literally out here like calling him out for not calling it an insurrection. And then he fucking acts like I don't believe this shit. And I'm just like, you know, this far right person just playing games with them. So yeah, it like the fact that they were able to like apologize, admit they were wrong, like yeah, it wasn't that bad in the end.
The process, though, is what I'm talking. Who gives a fuck about the end? Like, if someone that I'm supposed to be on an equal playing field with is like, you're a fucking idiot. No, fuck you, blah blah blah. Like they were doing to you, at least the little part I saw.
None of us are on equal footing with Destiny.
Yeah,
let's be real.
But we're all saying that to each
probably
other.
all better people.
Yeah, like we're all saying the same things to each other though. Like I'm calling them fucking retards. I'm saying they don't know what they're talking about. Like it's all. It doesn't. Every time you bring this up, you make it sound like it's just them saying like, Tom, you're a fucking idiot. And I'm like, I'm sorry for being an idiot. My fault. I won't be an idiot anymore. But like that's not what happened.
Tom, I'm just having fun with it. If you're happy being the little whipping boy of Destiny and Pisco, I'm happy for you. That's no problem. No skin off my back. Fine by me.
I'm going to debate them for a reason, right? Because like I disagree with them because I'm not like if I think they're wrong on something, even if it's with Andrew Wilson, where other people are like, oh, when he debates Andrew Wilson, you have to just let it go because the important thing is that you're on the right side and blah blah blah. I'm like, no, fuck that. Like if he's wrong, like he's wrong. I'm gonna go debate him and I'm gonna have it out with him. And yeah, even over like the small semantic difference that it ends up still turning into like a big screaming match the entire time. So I don't give a fuck.
I haven't spoken to you since, Tom. I want to apologize for the last time I came on your show to just tear apart your guest. You had to kick me. And rightfully so.
What happened?
I was just, she had the dumbest fucking person I've ever heard in my life. I listened to her for an hour and a half. And I just had to go in and light her up. Who was it?
I think it was Josie.
Yeah.
Right? Wasn't it Josie?
Yeah, it was Josie, yes. I spent like an hour making fun of her in chat, and I was like, and everybody in his chat was like, Tom, let Drazi in. I even said to her, I was like, I have nothing productive to say. I just want to light this bitch up. I was,
productive to say.
Dude, I was beating my fucking head on my desk.
Thank God you said head there.
Yeah, I was waiting for something else. Yeah, that was.
Hey, Stardust, why do I have to make these puns? Isn't this your job? You're supposed to be making the double entendres and shit.
Mm-hmm.
How do you do it though, dude? Like, you weren't having much better of a time than I was, and you were talking to her. There's been a handful of times I've had people that are like blisteringly stupid talking to, and eventually I snap. You kept it pretty cool for like a long time. I don't know how you manage.
Stupid's more doable than bad faith. That's like, last night. I'll ask
kind
you
of
guys.
both.
Let me ask you guys this: as some of you are lefties, so I'm not trying to trick you or anything. I'm just going to ask a basic question. If Joe Biden was able to snap his fingers, and the Supreme Court allowed this, and every single illegal in this country was allowed to vote in the 2024 election, what percentage of them roughly do you think would have voted for Donald Trump?
Probably like half.
I think
maybe
a decent,
little under half
amount. I mean, like, so I think doesn't Trump
I would say
well with
a little more than half.
And, Cubans?
Wait, ElderDrazi, what did you say?
Probably a little more than half. I don't know how many of them would have actually believed the mass deportation thing, but I know that no, Hispanic people are exceptionally conservative.
All right, come on, Rob. Like, so do you not think? So does you don't think that like Hispanics like hold generally well with Trump? You don't.
It has nothing to do with Hispanics. Like it's a
Is King 10 one with a pair of tens?
Assume that people are monolithic because they come from the same country of origin or speak the same language. Legal Hispanics are some of the ones that are the most angry about illegal immigration. That's why the message that was patronized to them, where many of them do have conservative values as well, but the patronization of them of trust us, Republicans are just racist, Trump is just racist, he wants to deport you. They were like, fuck all that. No, he's talking about illegals. The idea that just because illegals happen to be Hispanic as well, majoritarily, that they would have somehow been like, we're going to vote for the guy who's promising to kick us out of the country, as opposed to the guy that's literally giving us the right to vote right now, is absurd. ElderDrazi said more than 50% of illegals.
Well,
slightly more.
Hold on. Hold on. Wait. So you think that? So what you're saying to me is that like Hispanics, they come in as like Biden voters, and then they flip as soon as they're like they get legal status, and then they
have more like conservative social values for sure. So
correct.
It's not all that crazy to believe that they would likely vote for a conservative if it wasn't for the fact that like it is true that most Hispanics who even come in legally still likely have family members who come over who are here illegally, or they live in communities that are mostly Latino that'll have some illegal immigrants there as well, that they know people that they're attached to. And so the Democrats definitely try to like play off that like emotional appeal to them sometimes.
I do have to say that like one thing that people always underestimate in the Democratic Party is they think that like the minority groups are going to be as socially progressive and economically left wing as them, when really it's the opposite in most cases. Usually, in comparison to the average white Democrat or the average white progressive, the average like person of color who's who's a Democrat, it generally is more moderate, significantly more moderate. So I think people really underestimate that, and I hate having conversations with like leftists online because like it's just like it's agonizing listening to them.
The whole
Did you have me, Tom?
No, not even close. I was chasing an ace. I was chasing a flush or an ace, and I didn't get him.
I was chasing it straight after that jack came up.
Yeah, I had ace 8 of hearts, and it didn't hit, so...
Leader, the whole premise of your point there is it makes no sense. For example, let's say that I say this: the majority of college-educated women vote Democrat. And we could all say, yeah, the data seems to bear that out. And so I'm a woman whose entire livelihood, I'm college-educated, and my entire livelihood rests on the fact that I work as an executive at an oil company. And
you say I lost just like Kamala did, meaning that I know that I lost? Is that what that means? Is that I know when I lose, unlike Trump in 2020? Is that you didn't say I lost like Trump did in 2020 because I'm aware that I lost, right?
Like, we're going to kick you out of the country or shut down your business, as opposed to what on average a collective group that they belong to believes. So I refuse to believe that anywhere near half, and certainly in the words of ElderDrazi, more than half of illegals would have voted for the guy saying, I promise to kick you out, as opposed to the guy that said, hey, I just gave you the right to vote. It is an asinine position. I brought it up because I thought all of you would go, I don't know, 20% would vote for Trump, maybe 30%. And I'm shocked to hear that almost all of you...
I didn't used to think that way.
If you were to ask me whether people would vote against their own self-interest, because they...
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just about to say. Like, we all think that people, like, one side's going to be more beneficial to them the entire time, yet still 45% of Hispanics voted for Trump anyways. And so I would think it would still be consistent with the population already, that it would still sit around 40 to 45% anyways.
It's absurd because there's a threshold portion that let's go even further than that. So then if Republicans next time say, we will execute all black people, you're still like, I think 30% of black men still vote for that. Because that's traditionally
what Trump. That's exactly what they do with Trump. You think people are electing Trump on the basis that they're going to destroy the economy?
Show me that. Show me the black.
Wait a minute.
Let me finish. You just said that's exactly what happened with Trump. So one, can you show me Trump running on the promise of executing black men? And second, can you show me one black man who voted for Trump and said, Trump has promised to execute me? Go ahead.
This is
so listen, what I said was a little bit hyperbolic. I admit that. But the point is that Trump running on 80% tariffs. That he's going to put 80% tariffs up on every single country that America trades with. That would kill the U.S. economy. There is no doubt. You wouldn't bring back local manufacturing. Prices would spike. Inflation would go through the roof. Your economy would just die. Now, do I think that the average person would vote against their interests because they don't entirely believe what Trump's saying in the first place? Yes. Yeah, they probably he's not going to do it. He's not going to put on 80% tariffs on
Later, it's your turn.
Oh,
the thing about Trump, it doesn't matter what he says. His supporters always go, well, what actually he means is this. Mm-hmm. And then they buy it.
So funny. It's no wonder it's easy me to fucking debate like 20 of you at a time and just fucking destroy you. You literally have you're so ideological you have no common sense.
Wait, but so let's take what you just said that too. You know Democrats do that as well, Rob.
Let's just take what leadership just said there. Okay. Leadership is comparing a president saying, excuse me, population of you. One president just unprecedentedly gave you the right to vote right now. And what I'm telling you is, I promise when I get it there, I'm kicking you all out of this country. And you're like, oh, that's the same as Trump saying, we're going to try to get rid of the income tax, and instead we're going to try to replace that with tariffs. And you saying, well, everyone knows that if we did tariffs like that, it would be a disaster for the economy. That's not true. Many people don't
He didn't
know
say
that. There are
everybody
people
knows.
that
He just said
suggest
that that's what would
people-
happen.
No, that might be what he thinks happens, but the difference that I'm trying to tell you is there is a series of events that needs to occur from, tariffs means economy gets destroyed, and yet people still voted for Trump because of the economy, versus Trump says, I'm kicking you out of the country, and I'm still going to vote for you.
Wait, but
everyone
there's
can see
hold
that
on, wait,
difference.
wait,
It's
hold on,
obvious.
hold on. There's the difference here for me is that from like over history, all presidents have pretty much been in favor of deporting illegal immigrants. Whether or not they're okay or whether or not they're capable of doing it is another thing. And so I think that literally, like, I think that we all come with the assumption that literally all like people in government want to deport illegal immigrants, and that they're just that Trump is just saying it a lot
Show me
more.
Kamala running on that. Show me Kamala running on that. Show
Kamala
me Biden running
didn't run on it, but Biden has said it a ton of times. Biden said that a bunch that he wanted to deport illegal immigrants.
He said that running for 2020?
Yeah, he said it in 2020, yes. And then he also, like, it was a huge part of his, like, being a senator, huge part of him with Obama, huge part of, like, his entire career.
I think you're full of shit, particularly when it comes to 2020. I think, in fact, what you saw that the Democratic narrative, which he was also pushing, was that we need to solve things for the dreamers, and we need to offer pathways to citizenships for the great illegals that are here that aren't doing anything criminal.
Yeah,
and he
they
may have
also
said,
had
sure,
those as
there
well.
are. He may have said, sure, the ones that are criminal. The ones that are given deportation orders, maybe. Trump goes further than that. He says, we're going to deport all illegals.
Sure.
Right? Millions upon millions. The Democrats take him at face value.
I'm not
They're
saying
like, yeah,
he's not,
gonna do it.
he
He
doesn't
ran
go
on
farther.
Foolery.
I'm not saying he's not going farther. I am just saying that, yes, I think that, like, everybody comes with the assumption that, like, people in
I don't
government want
understand
to
it.
deport illegals.
This is a further question that I have for you. Like, it's not even worth having this debate if you can't see on face value the fucking absurdity that you think that one president doing something unprecedented, giving illegals the right to vote, which they would have been so fucking happy with. They'd have said, we don't care, Biden, fuck you. And the other guy's saying, oh, and by the way, I'm going to kick you out. You're like, yeah, they would have respected that. That's what they'd want. Just like with tariffs. And the greater point that this brings up is, I don't understand. I think you're all smart enough to know this is bullshit. So I don't understand why you guys lie like this. Why you die on these hills that are a fucking joke. This is why you're so bad at debates. You can't just
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Like,
extemporaneously off the fucking cuff
beneficial
with
to us
truthful answers.
whatsoever. It's not beneficial to us whatsoever to say, "Oh, immigrants want to vote for Trump." Like, normally for us, we would all say, "No, immigrants fucking hate Trump. No, they all want to vote Biden because they're Kamala because they're smart enough to know how bad Trump is, and they all know." Like, this is not beneficial to us in any way. This is not some sort of bias where we like want them to vote for Trump or some shit.
You're just that stupid. That's your argument. You're so stupid that you think roughly half or more than half of illegals would have voted for Donald Trump if Joe
argument is that
Biden
we're
gave
both
them.
retarded.
Yeah, if that's your argument, I'll accept
That's our
that.
argument.
Which may
that
also
was it,
be excuse why you're so bad at debates.
No, I think that like different demographics do tend to vote in trends, and that they do tend to have like communities and cultures that seem to lean in directions. And then when you see things that you think, wow, that makes absolutely no sense why you would vote for that person, that still tends to happen on a trend based on the communities that they're a part of.
That's not true. That's not true in many ways, right? It's true that threshold-wise, you could have a subjective opinion that says, for example, well, I think that the more pro-union policies of Democrats, it wouldn't make sense why people that are in unions, a large portion of them would vote for Trump. Okay, there's an argument to be had there. Now, there's an answer for that. Most people are voting for a reason. You might disagree with the reason. So maybe they think that social issues outweighed what they saw as small benefits that they were getting from the Democratic Party. But what you don't see is when people basically give you a theoretic death sentence. I will kick you out of the country. I will imprison you for life. I will take away your home. I will take away your business. Those sort of things that people say, shit, yeah, I'll vote for that guy. Yeah, sounds good.
They don't believe it, though. They don't believe it, or the messaging.
Doesn't this make you miss doing politics, Stardust?
Of course, there is so much. Listen, I'm not even saying that Democrats only do this, right? But there is definitely a degree
I have zoned out.
Like,
I've stopped listening as well.
all right, let me put this out. I think there's a degree of I think a lot of Americans like play this as team sports. Well, there is a degree of like the actual fact of the matter doesn't matter because they will justify and cope their way
liking.
Oh, sure.
That's how I would frame that.
So you think that the team sports aspect of shit is 50% of illegals would say, fuck it, the one guy just gave us the right to vote the first time that it's ever happened in the history of this country. The other guy's promising to take us out. But fuck it, team sports, we're 50% going to vote for Trump.
No, it wouldn't be. It would never be framed like that. They would go into the thing and they would start to hear all the Trump talking points about how he's going to make the economy better. He's going to bring back manufacturing to it, and because they're conservative, they'd be listening to these things. And maybe a Democrat or they'll watch NBC and some newscast will say this, and they'll look down. They'll be like, "Huh, that's fake stream media. I don't believe that shit anyway." That's what I mean by
it's a joke. It's a joke. You people are non-serious people, or you're incredibly dumb. It is an absolute joke. It's not even close. It is. It's not even close. I would bet that if I sat here and talked to like 15 serious Democratic strategists, they would laugh their fucking ass off at you. They would say, so you mean to tell me that Joe Biden gives illegal immigrants a gift that they never in a million years expected? You all have the right to vote right now. And they're going to be so unthankful for that. And then they're going to hear, and the same guy that gave them the right to vote is going to say, this guy Trump's going to kick you all out. And Trump's like, yeah, I am. I'm going to kick you all out. And they would say, but you know what? I'm persuaded by his claims on tariffs. And I just don't believe that he'll kick me out. And I don't believe the guy who just unprecedentedly gave me the right to vote. I don't think their party would look out for me. So we're going to go ahead and vote for the guy that was going to kick me out. I think you're full of shit. I think it's self-evidentiary full of shit. I think it is.
I think he put a lot of faith in how many people.
Talk to him.
Leader, we're waiting on you, leader.
I know. I'm sorry.
Leader, I just got to tell you, buddy. You're talking to Rob like you're talking to me. You're going, come on. He's not going to come meet you. You got to go. If you want to argue with Rob, you got to go hard, buddy. You can't be gentle like you.
I'm happy. We're all listen. Rob's tenacious. I don't want to go at him.
Like 80 words per minute, and you're like, come on. It's not gonna. You can't do that, buddy.
He's got like 3 people shouting down at him. I don't need to make that.
Well, I'm saying you're trying to make a point, which is, Rob, what you're saying is a bit extreme here. Can you dial it back so we can have a real conversation about this point? But it's coming out as, come on. He's just gonna run right over that, buddy.
But it's not extreme. The example I gave, the example is purposely hyperbolic to try to get a sort of level of understanding people, because there's this general question of all of these immigrants come in. And if we give them a pathway to vote, which way would they ultimately vote? And so you start at some sort of level, right? The most likely that they would vote for Democrats is if the Democrats basically gave them the right to vote right now, and Trump was running on the promise of kicking them out. And if I can't get an admission from Democrats there, it is most likely that the overwhelming majority of those people would end up voting Democrat in that circumstance. Then there's no good faith discussion possible to go further down the line of what a path to
I don't know how good faith you're looking for when you're not asking any of us why we actually think that. Instead, you're telling us the reason why we're saying that.
I can tell you exactly why you think. I can do it more succinctly.
You haven't said my reasoning once.
Okay, you want me to steel man your position?
You haven't heard my position. You only heard my answer.
Okay, that's fine. So I've heard the other 2 people's position. I could steel man it. If you want to tell me your justification why more than 50% of illegals would vote for Trump as opposed to Biden, who just gave them the right to vote, I'm open to hearing.
Hold on. Let me ask you some very simple questions. Very simple. Easy. Okay. This is easy. Okay. Do you think that that illegal immigrants have perfect information on both candidates, or do you think that? Okay, all right. Do you think that perhaps that they're going to carry forward their bias from, say, they were from a conservative family or a Democratic family, and that this bias would lead them to a media platform that supports that bias? Right? Would you agree with that?
No, I do not. I agree that could happen. So let's say that there's a certain percentage of things that influence someone's vote. Would you agree with that? A percentage of that might be. Okay, so for even you and anyone around the world, like a certain reason leadership why you would vote, part of it's going to be because culturally where you came from, right? That's going to be part of it, right? Part of it might be what you think is the most important issue, and you'll, instead of looking into every issue, maybe you're just concerned about taxes. So you might do a little more research on taxes than you will immigration policy or some shit like that. You're just hearing surface level shit, right? In other words, what I'm saying is there's a bunch of reasons that go into why you're voting. The same is true of pretty much everyone. Part of that reason is going to be, well, culturally, what sort of community do you come from? That's absolutely true. But that's not going to be the bulk of the reason. They are going to be aware of probably, would you agree with this? Most people are aware of at least like one issue. They at least know talking points on one issue. Would you agree with that? Most voters do?
I'd say that of imperfect information on most issues.
Well, it would be imperfect. I have imperfect information. All of us have imperfect information, of course. But what I'm saying is
made a lot worse by your biases, which is what I want to go back to at the start. It's like at the start of this, I tried to sort of like take you to the place where it's like, well, they come in, they're gonna.
I just realized this shows and where my money is. It shows what I have, like what my high card is, what my fucking hand is. I like covering my hand doesn't really help any if it shows it right there. Fuck.
I am almost exclusively
check your back, bro.
In my party.
Okay, so conservative. So we'll say conservative whenever the name of your conservative party is. And let's say that your cultural influences led to that. Maybe your family. Is that part of the reason you've exclusively voted conservative? Because the way you were raised, the community you came from?
I think it's sort of I would say that it's set. I get my sort of like I get a lot of my values from my family, and those help inform how I see the world. And so I think that's the case for most people. I think and I see the world in a certain way, and I mean, like I think everyone gets like at least a percentage of their values from how they grew up, what they experienced.
Sounds great. So that you're saying that that's the most important thing. So the Conservative Party let me finish. The Conservative Party next time says we're going to murder leadership's entire family. Every day they're saying it. No, trust us. We're going to kill you all. We're going to kill you all. And what you're saying is, yeah, but I have access to imperfect information, and my cultural values matter. And traditionally, I culturally have value to vote for the Conservative Party. So I'm still going to vote for the Conservative Party because I have imperfect information. That's what you're saying?
Would you allow me to sort of respond with more than one sentence then? Okay.
Yes.
So what I think is that if a Conservative Party in Australia did that, of course, everyone would vote no. But you've got a situation in America where people like Trump says an insane amount of stupid shit all the time. People don't trust him, or people don't trust, and they cope, and they don't even believe it. So Trump could come out tomorrow and say, I'm gonna, deport every person of this race. I don't even think people would be like, he didn't really say that. He didn't really mean that. He can't do this. There'd be like a million other excuses along that line to give Trump an out, as that's not what he really meant. And maybe he couldn't
go ahead and hit check. We know you don't have anything. Come on.
It's an absurd position. So what you say is, of course, Rob, what you're saying is true, except for one person in history, except for Trump. Because he lies about everything. You already show your bias by claiming that he
are we going to pretend that Trump hasn't demonstrated the ability to be
one sentence? Can I answer with more than one sentence? May I answer with more than one sentence, and then you can determine whether or not I've properly isolated what he was trying to say? I haven't even had a chance to say what I was going to say. Please. I don't mean to allow me to answer.
You rolled out with a bad faith interpretation, so
it is not a bad faith interpretation. What he said is this: he already shows his bias. He already shows his bias by saying that Trump's somehow some unique liar. He lies about everything, which is already showing his bias, as if this isn't the case with the standard politicians, including politicians that would be in Australia. But he's going to say that Trump's more unique and somehow more worse than them, which already shows his bias to begin with. Secondly, the idea that they would be given basically amnesty with the vote for the Biden administration, so they already have access to that information, which they would believe. Regardless of what Trump even promised, that would give them a proclivity to want to vote for the party that did that. You're saying no, they wouldn't do that. They would totally ignore that. And then they would hear Trump specifically running over and over and over on the one issue they would care the most about. We are going to kick you out of this country. And they would hear the Democrats saying, he's going to do it. He's going to kick you out of the country. And they would say, nah, he's full of shit. I'm going to vote for him because of tariffs. It's a joke.
Single conservative out there would be telling them that's not what he meant. Didn't happen.
Is that what we're saying? Show me one that said it. Show me one that said it. Show me one.
That is essentially.
Show me one that said that. Show me one. Right.
I mean,
right? You're saying show me one, but you're not
talking
engaging with the substance of what I'm talking about here. I'm saying to you that the narrative that we're getting into, or the narrative that would be spun about the Trump's going to kick out all illegals, would not be propagated in conservative stream news. I can name like 5 people off the top of my head just right now that would just outright say, no, it's the Democrats that are planning to do this.
Who? Name me 5.
Okay, I would say Tucker Carlson, Tim Pool.
You're full of shit. You're a lie. So show me one time. So just to be clear, can you show me one time ever of Tucker Carlson saying it's the Democrats that want to kick illegals out and not Republicans? Can you show me one example of that ever?
I mean, I can show you examples of Donald Trump being the one to use emergency aid as like a political pawn, and then they all run around saying that Democrats are doing it instead when he's the only one who's done it.
It's not true. We actually have cases now where there's whistleblowers that are coming out that saying when it came to the FEMA response to Hurricane Katrina or to the hurricane in Helene, that actually they were told specifically by people in FEMA not to go to places that had Trump signs up. So you're wrong.
Well, that wasn't Democrats though. They said that was for safety reasons. First off, second off, there is
What's it mean? Explain that. It's for safety reasons. Go ahead. So what's the implication here? So FEMA that operates under Joe Biden said they were instructing their employees that it's not safe to go save Trump supporters.
Sorry, Stardust.
That's your argument?
By themselves, yeah, that they would Stardust out.
I am out.
Okay, sorry,
Well, listen,
Stardust. Thanks for coming.
That's okay. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Stardust. Sorry,
I'm just gonna watch.
Yeah, you can stick around and make jokes.
I was gonna say so I'm saying that so far I've only seen one person say that they said that, and that the people above, she said that they implied that it was okay for them to do that. I assume they would they would have to go back with like a police escort or something. I think it makes sense that they would be afraid, but it doesn't make sense for them to skip over them like forever and never go back to those people or give them aid. I don't.
Would you admit that in the context and the immediate aftermath of a hurricane that time matters?
Yeah, of course.
Expediency matters. Okay.
Yeah.
So then it was it appears that it was, at least the accusations from whistleblowers appears to be that it was the policy of FEMA that operates under the current administration, which was a Democratic administration, to say that it is unsafe to go to certain homes because they have a political party that's in opposition to them sign.
Yeah, but
I don't
saying believe that it's
you're
a
saying you don't see that
partisan
as
group.
political.
Yeah.
What do you mean you don't believe that's partisan? So just to be clear, even the
lady who said that this happened said she's not political. She was the one who put it in the group text. She said that she doesn't vote, that she doesn't even care about politics, and that she was still afraid of Trump voters. So it doesn't. Yeah, there's no evidence that it was partisan whatsoever.
That's outrageous. It's clearly partisan if you say, I'm afraid to provide aid to one political party's supporters. That's partisan by definition.
One side is actually saying shit about FEMA and the other side isn't. That's not partisan.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It is partisan if you say that I'm afraid to provide aid because this group supports the political party of the opposition.
That's not what
it
they
is.
said.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. Your argument here is she feared because she had heard that Trump supporters had criticized FEMA, and so therefore it was part of official FEMA policy from some of these supervisors to say you have to be careful going into places that are ravaged by hurricanes that have a Trump sign, and you're saying that's not partisan.
So first off, if it was official FEMA policy, then sure, maybe it would be. It depends, but it doesn't seem as though it was official FEMA policy. One, and then two, yes, I'm saying that if it is only Trump voters where it is on partisan lines who are saying shit like "fuck FEMA," they're not helping anybody, they fucking hate us, like they're gonna commandeer your property, they're gonna steal all of your private shit and take it away, and you're never gonna get it back. Yeah, like those are the people that you're likely
so
going
I
to be
just want to be
afraid of.
clear. If we find out that members of the Hispanic community, if all of Trump's federal agencies say, fuck them, we're never helping them because we think they're a damage to me, you would say that's okay because we've heard people in those... Let me finish. You'd say that's not partisan at all because we've heard people in those communities say Trump is Hitler. Trump's going to kick these people out. He's a racist. He's a bigot. He's a rapist. And so it would be dangerous for people in the executive agencies under Trump to go to houses that have Democrat slogans up You could understand why they would think that's dangerous, because they've called Trump and his supporters Hitler, and they've called him a fact. You would, if there was, for example, Democrats that gnashed their teeth about how corrupt that was, you'd say, oh, of course not. That's not corrupt at all. They fear for their safety. Trump, there was assassination attempts against Trump. So clearly, it's perfectly fine for federal agencies underneath him to say, we're fearful of Democrats. That's what you would say. I just want to be clear.
So half of what you just said like goes against exactly what I just said, so it doesn't make sense that you think I would say that when I literally just said that. One, there's no way that they can actually skip over these people permanently. If they did, there is no reason for that. There is no reason for them to. There's absolutely no way that they could do that. But then two, on top of that, yes, I don't think that a broad generality of something that's been said since like 2016 over and over is nearly as similar as something that's like just happened where your life actually is under threat. You think that they are literally coming to take your shit and literally coming to commandeer your property right here, right now. Like I don't think that these are the same.
That's not true. One, we see.
Can somebody translate what Rob's saying for me? I don't speak short stack, so I can't follow very well.
It looks like you eat a lot of short stack, so I don't know exactly what you're talking about there. Nonetheless,
we're both fat, buddy. We're both fat.
What I'm saying specifically is, it's easy to understand. It is absolutely asinine that we have people here defending the theoretical implications that there was a federal agency that said we don't feel safe when it comes to people of the opposition political party because people in that party have criticized our agencies before, and so therefore it's not partisan to skip over them when they're in desperate need.
You're strawmanning so hardcore when you just say that they've criticized them when you know it's about like a threat of safety. You like it's so obvious.
It's not
that
even
you
close.
Actually,
it is not even.
It
is not even close.
But it doesn't
it
matter
is
because
not even close.
It doesn't
it
matter
not
because
even
that's
close.
my argument.
You can go ahead and
you're
filibuster.
Like you're repeating my argument.
You can go ahead and filibuster. What anyone said about FEMA isn't even close to what people have said about Donald Trump. It is not even close to what they said he would do to the Hispanic community, the Black community, the gay community. So one, the rhetoric of what the supporters of each political party are saying about these specific political leaders or agencies isn't even close. It's far worse from the Democrats to Trump. Secondly, the actions bear that out. There were literally 2 assassination attempts against Trump. 2. One of which resulted in the wounding and death of a Trump supporter. So given that that rhetoric is much worse, and that we can see that it has actually led to actual violence, the idea that you're saying, oh no, but I understand because there were Trump supporters that said, we don't like FEMA, we think they might take our shit, that FEMA says, oh, well then we're not going to help Trump supporters when they need it most because they could theoretically be dangerous to us. The second argument,
you just say shit talking Trump directly led to assassination attempts?
What's that?
Did you just suggest that the rhetoric is directly what led to the assassination attempts? It can't just be that people fucking hate him for what he is and what he stands for?
Well, I think if we're going to say that federal agencies aren't being partisan if they're not going to help, which is their charge to help people that are in disasters, if we say, it's okay for them and not partisan to give pause because of rhetoric, then why couldn't we make those same arguments when there was all of this, when there was one more heinous rhetoric about Donald Trump, and second, there actually was an assassination attempt? I don't think that I need to draw a direct line.
You didn't answer my question.
I'm answering it. If you would listen, I don't think that I have to put... I think what you're doing is you're asking a question of something that I never said. I don't have to draw a direct line. I don't have to draw the direct line to the rhetoric led to that assassination attempt to show that it's a more clear example that would excuse federal agencies under Trump for not acting out their.
Is the answer just no?
That's the answer is I did. The answer is the rhetoric could have contributed to it. I don't know, but I never said that it did. That's the answer.
Okay, I thought you did. That's all I wanted to know.
ElderDrazi, I know that you're the most well-read person in COVID that got your ass kicked by me. Maybe you could learn something by listening a little instead of sitting there smugly using terms like short.
I'm trying to listen, Rob, but I'm also.
We need more of that. More shit.
You're also speaking 5,000 words per minute, and I'm also busy taking everybody's chips here, so I got a lot going on.
Hey, if it's a clever strategy to win the poker game, it's paying off for you, so I'll give you that.
Is that what you're going to lean on while you're down?
No, the difference is that the rhetoric that you're bringing up that's like against that Democrats have used, Republicans use the same exact rhetoric. And so if there was like an even amount,
it's not
of
the same
these on
exact
both sides-
rhetoric.
No, they have. The Democrats have said that that Kamala Harris is a fascist, or Trump said Kamala Harris is a fascist, that she's an authoritarian, that she's a Marxist, and they use all the same shit all the time. So if we wanted to compare those things, I would be happy to say that yes, if they did it for one side, they would have to do it for the other side because both have used evenly.
Good. Then you're for absolutely good. That's all I was asking for. So you're okay if Trump's administration's federal agencies temporarily, when relief is most needed, decide to not give it because they're fearful of Democrats.
Again,
Great.
see, this is
Thank
what I'm
you so
talking
much.
about. This is why I keep saying that you're strawmanning me, is because I literally said like 4 times now, and I've corrected you on this 4 times now, is that I was very clear that they cannot just skip over them and just leave these people to suffer. That they would have to come back that fucking day with a cop escort or something like that.
Why would they have to come up? Why would they? Okay.
I believe him.
First off, that is literally what I just said. So someone's laying there shot, bleeding out, but they have a bot. Someone's laying there shot, bleeding out, right? Okay, following me?
Yeah.
They need immediate medical assistance.
Yeah.
But it's under they have Democrat signs in their yard. And so they say, we'll come back later when we have a police escort, but we can't treat you now. You're okay with that?
No.
Because they'll come back that day.
No, I
They're
don't
coming
think
back
that
that
that's again. I don't think that that's comparable, though.
Why? Why is it not comparable?
Because when we're talking about somebody needing immediate assistance, if the ambulance didn't show up to come help them, then yes, that would be a very different scenario than somebody showing up from FEMA saying whether or not they're going to give them assistance to rebuild their fucking house. These are very different scenarios.
Was FEMA just giving assistance to rebuild houses, or were they also doing like rescue efforts, etc.?
Yes, no, they were, but they weren't taking people to the fucking hospital, and they weren't coming in like patching up wounds and shit like that.
So they knew that they had an emergency directive, that there was a time frame where there were missing people, including missing children, but they refused to go into homes that were ravaged by hurricanes at that moment because they had a Trump sign, because they heard that some Trump supporters said some bad things about FEMA. And you're like, that's okay, as long as they come back at some point later in the day with the police escort.
No, hold on. I don't think that it's okay that they skip over the houses at all. I don't think that they should be doing it whatsoever.
So you're changing your position now.
No, I'm not. No, I am not. I am not changing my position at all. I am not whatsoever.
You have made yourself quite clear over and over. No, Rob, you're strawmanning. What I said is it's okay because they'll come back later in the day with the police escort. They're not going to skip them forever. Now you're saying, well, actually, it's not okay that they do.
Hold on. No, those were for scenarios where you're bringing up some counter example, and I'm saying that in that scenario, yes, if they did that for Republicans, they would have to do it for Democrats. But you're saying, oh, so then you think they can just leave them forever? And I said, no, I didn't say I could leave them forever.
If I said the word forever anywhere in this stream, can you point it to it? Can you timestamp it?
Yes, you said that these people just do not get help. You said that numerous times, over and over. These people just don't get help then. You said that.
Can you show me where I said the word forever?
Well, no, if
so
you just don't get help, you are saying what? Okay, so it could have been 2 minutes then? When you say they just couldn't get help, you mean like they couldn't get help for 2 minutes? Is that what you meant?
I'm saying it's egregious. What I'm saying is it is egregious in any scenario where there are emergency services that are paid for by U.S. tax dollars that are not being offered to people at the time that this emergency is occurring because of partisan reasons that say we're fearful of this agency, of those people, merely because they have a political flag up. Merely because of that, and so we'll come back at a later time. I'm saying that the nature of those emergency services are that minutes matter. I even said that to you. I said this stuff matters, right? Okay. And so the time frame of it matters. I never said they won't come back forever. My criticism of you, and you kept assuming that this was the criticism, it wasn't, oh, they'll skip over the Trump supporters' house forever and never come back. The criticism was that it's even a factor in if they would go in an emergency situation and help. It is egregious. It is partisan. It is unacceptable.
Okay, I initially was arguing against the idea that this was partisan. I don't think it's partisan. That's what I was arguing against. Hold on. But I do think that she should have been fired. I'm glad that she was immediately fired. I'm glad she didn't actually have time to skip over houses, because that is a fucked up thing, especially if they didn't actually send out a message saying like, hey, we have to skip over these, but somebody else is coming behind us with a police escort to go over those houses or anything like that. If they don't actually say any of that shit, then yes, she should have been fired fucking immediately. And I'm glad that she was, because yeah, it was a fucked up thing. Partisan is where it's going to be based on your actual like political beliefs or based on you being a Republican.
I would say that it doesn't get more partisan than saying, I'm not going to do my stated job and offer emergency aid in a timely fashion. And the only reason is because they have a political sign up from the other party. I would say that's as clear of a definition of partisan as I could imagine.
So if they had a like a swastika up and a Jewish person was like, you know what, I don't want to go there. This is like something I'm afraid of. You would say, you know what, they're just like afraid of their party and the people there. They just don't like their political beliefs, so they're going to skip over them. Not that like it's specific to a very specific like violent type of rhetoric that they're using.
No, I don't think that there's any comparison whatsoever to someone having a political sign from one of the two major political parties to having a swastika. I also think that there are problems.
Either. I'm asking you a question.
Right.
I'm asking you a question.
So partisan has to do with favorship of a political party, not of a racial identitarian group. So, for example, if you said you might as well say, what if they had a San Francisco 49er flag up and you were at a San Francisco 49ers game one time and someone punched you, and so now you're fearful of San Francisco 49? Isn't that partisan? No, that's not partisan. We might say it's bias, but it's not partisan because it doesn't have to do with political ideology.
Right.
I'm gonna go, guys. It was fun hanging.
Thanks.
Sorry,
have a good night. Yes, my argument is saying that using a symbol to say that this signals some sort of dangerous belief outside of the symbol being the dangerous belief, that these are different things. So they're not saying like, oh, in general, we would always just skip over Republicans, but they're saying in this specific scenario where it is specifically Republicans who are using this type of rhetoric against them, that it makes sense that they would be afraid of them. But I'm not arguing that they should skip over them. So I don't want to, I feel like I'm going to have to keep repeating this now at the end of everything. Since you came to that conclusion, I'm still not arguing that they should skip over them.
You've already proved, you're claiming because you've been pinned down, you're now trying to claim that you haven't made excuses for this, but you've already done so in the fact that you said there's a difference because, well, in general, the rhetoric
what you're saying, I'm saying you're just wrong. I'm not making excuses for it.
You already made differentiations to the fact that you said, well, the rhetoric against Trump, even if it's incredibly violent, etc., or against, Republicans, that's different. That rhetoric's different. That rhetoric's been going on for so long that it's not unique now. So it would be different. It would be worse in the situation where executive agencies under Trump didn't do this, because even though they might say, well, I'm fearful because I work for Trump and I heard about how Trump's a Nazi and we need to fight back against them and you need to kick everyone out of your life and they're coming to lock up all of the gay people and they're coming to kick out all of the Hispanic people. And so I'm fearful to go in there. You say, no, that wouldn't be the same. That would be worse if they did that. That shows that you're employing a double standard based on your partisanship. So one, you were wrong that this wasn't based on partisanship. You can't defend it. And second, you're wrong that you haven't made defenses of it vis-a-vis if Trump did the exact same thing. What I'm interested in is a single standard that we use to employ all of these things.
That's all I said.
I'm not wrong on the facts. It's partisan.
Okay,
it is partisan. You're wrong.
But that's it. I'm not excusing it, and I've said over and over that I think that they're wrong and that they shouldn't be allowed to do this. And I'm glad that she got fired. And I said that from the beginning. But I did say that it's just not partisan because it's on the basis of like rhetoric.
Why would it be worse for Trump's FEMA? Why would it be worse for Trump? You went through great detail about this. Can you explain again to us all why it would be worse for Trump's FEMA to do the exact same thing?
What is the exact same thing in this scenario?
That someone from Trump's, people put out a memo at FEMA from Trump after a natural disaster and say, hey, we have to be safe when we're going into certain communities, and it's not safe to go into places with Democrat signs because of the violent rhetoric they've had against Trump and his agencies.
It wouldn't be different if they actually think that people are going to go after FEMA workers because of Democrats' rhetoric against them. That wouldn't be different. That would be the same thing.
So you would feel the exact same way if Trump agencies do this?
Yes, I would still say that they shouldn't be allowed to do it. Correct.
You said earlier.
It is what I said.
It is not.
Yes, it is.
I'm
arguing against your argument that it's partisan. I'm not arguing against whether or not they should be allowed to do this. So you can go watch my coverage on this too. When it happened, I said, this bitch should be fired right away. And then we found out that she was fired right away. And I was happy about it.
That's interesting. What you said in your channels are relevant to the discussion we're having here.
No,
the discussion we had here, you went into, you painstakingly went through saying how it would be different if Trump's team did it and worse.
No,
As a person who doesn't give a shit about either one of this,
I didn't.
He stayed in He's been consistent from what I can hear.
He's not been consistent. He stated specifically that I asked him specifically, I said, the rhetoric against Trump's been worse. They've talked about how he's going to round up all Hispanics and he's a Nazi and there's been assassination attempts. And Tom said, yeah, but that's been rhetoric that's been going on since like 2016.
No. The difference
and
is
so
one
if
is against FEMA, the other one isn't.
So if his executive agencies went in and used that as an excuse, that would be different because that rhetoric's been going on for a long time.
Yes,
that's
but
what
when you
he
gave
said.
an example that actually included FEMA, if Democrats were saying things against FEMA, I said that would be the same. So I was consistent in the case that, yes, when it was actually direct attacks on FEMA, that I said that it was going to be the exact same thing.
So just to be clear then, ICE, any agency from the Department of Homeland Security that's under that purview, you hear, we've had Democrats call them Nazi encampments, ICE facilities. So you would be for ICE not doing their lawful duties, for example, as enforcers of the law, of going in an immediate situation if they see like some sort of crime being occurred against someone who lives in a home that has a Biden sign up or a Democrat sign. You would say they're rightful to be fearful, and so they shouldn't have to uphold their oath in the moment when it matters, or it would be as reasonable as this current situation with the FEMA thing. It's a fucking joke, Tom,
I
and you
don't
know.
think the FEMA thing is reasonable. I think that it's different than the way that you're portraying it, but I don't think it's reasonable. I think that she should have been fired, and I thought it was a disgusting thing for her to do. But
and so just to be clear, then we'll finish up with this. Just to be clear, then, so if it was more than just her, if there was other people at the agency, as she's claiming, that said, here are some factors that will contribute to your safety, and you should not go into these places, and one of them was signs of being a Trump supporter, you would say that that's an outrageous abuse from FEMA.
Yes.
Before you guys get too far away from it, I just want to point out the Nazi encampment statement. It wasn't a judgment against ICE. It was a judgment against the conditions of those locations. It wasn't saying ICE, you're a bunch of Nazis. It's saying, looking at these encampments, it looks like a fucking Nazi concentration camp.
Nonetheless,
That's what people were saying.
that could be a subjective view on it, and as to what
This
they
is
thought about.
clearly what they were talking
But
about, because the rhetoric was all about the conditions of the people in those areas.
Listen, that could have been their reason. They could have subjectively felt that there were concentration camps. Something.
How is it this hard to get you to admit what is obviously fucking? It's not subjective.
If you literally wouldn't interject in the middle of my sentence, I would get to what you're saying. I disagree.
You're always talking. It's the only way to talk.
I disagree with their subjective interpretation that these are Nazi encampments, but you could absolutely be right that what they're saying is these specific encampments are what reminds us of Nazis. Nonetheless, that wouldn't change the fact that an ICE agent could have a reasonable fear because they are being accused of running facilities that are like Nazi encampments. It still leads to the same criticism. It doesn't change the reason why
It's
they
not
said
attacking. It's not attacking ICE. It is attacking what is happening. It is addressing the issue of the conditions of the people that are being put into these camps.
It doesn't matter. The argument was against whether or not this is partisan, and like the argument that I was giving is that this wasn't like you were trying to use the term like Biden administration and shit like that to make it sound like this is some top-down order that was given, that Biden's didn't want them helping fucking Trump supporters and shit like that. That's what I was arguing against. That's what I have an issue with. But if it doesn't, like, if anybody did this and if they actually were trying to skip over Trump like supporters and shit like that, then yes, like they should all be in huge trouble for it.
Wait, sorry, this is about the poker game. Why aren't the blinds going up still? I just realized this.
Oh, are the blinds still going up? Let me have a look.
They're not. They should be.
Oh, right. Sorry, I can add another level to blinds if everyone's okay with that. Do you want our blinds to go up?
Yeah, I just lost a little bit ago and jumped back in, and I thought they went up every time somebody lost and bought back in.
No. So they're
supposed to go up based on time because it's a tournament.
Yeah, time. Yeah. So it was the first blind was 30 minutes in, the second blind was 10, the third blind is where we're at, the fourth blind, which I can add after. Do you want us to add a fourth blind after say?
The blinds are supposed to go up forever.
Yeah, that's
what he's saying. He's saying that there's a
time. Blinds go up indefinitely.
Then that's fine. Then I'll add. Okay.
Otherwise, two tight players could sit here for 14 hours with the same 1,000 chips.
I'm going all in. I'm rolling the dice.
I thought we had
it was good all in. It was a good all in.
You see, I did to you what you claimed you were doing to me, Drazi. I got you going, and then I had pocket aces. What a big
No, I played it right. No, I
Drazi,
just had fucking
Drazi
pocket
fucked
aces.
me while we were arguing. Drazi took all my shit while we were arguing.
Listen, Rob, Noerr, and Tom, you guys could have been the greatest fucking poker players, but there was this at the start of the game. I played both of you. I inserted politics into the conversation.
I said to
and you guys have
everybody
been
in my chat, I'm like,
great.
fuck leader, dude.
I'm not going to use as an excuse I'm a terrible poker player, so it has nothing to do. I'm as good while I'm talking or drinking as I am when I'm paying attention, I assure you. So
I can drink and play poker. I can't smoke and play poker. I'd be bad at that.
Like cigarettes or some other substance?
Weed. I just play because I want to play every hand. I'm like a fucking retard. I'm like, oh yeah,
Yeah, I lost all my money and had to buy back in already. I just played my first 2 hands and I shouldn't have folded this one, but now I'm like overly cautious with everything. I'm getting the worst fucking hands. Like there's not even shit that I'm folding that I would have won. Like that's not even happening. I'm just getting shit hands across the board.
To me, how you can get into all these sidetracks, which I'm as guilty as anyone, but it's all in minutia of defending the original principle that roughly half of illegals, if they were given the right to vote in 2024, would have voted for Trump. Which is on its face one of the most absurd things I've ever heard. But I'm glad we went down several rabbit holes. I still stand by that. I think that it's just self-evidently absurd. The only reason I brought that up was because I was literally going to say, when you're debating smart people, I debated Econoboy the other day. He's a smart dude. He said the same shit as you guys.
It's on you,
Which
Rob.
I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. Which I was like, I couldn't believe it. I was like, why would you die on that hill? It seems so ridiculous. But I guess you guys are as well, so...
You guys, so, I guess so. You don't.
Why does it seem like everybody who's not me thinks this?
Oh, they don't. I assure you, people outside of like the Twitch sphere would think you're a fucking joke. They would.
People who are less informed.
Well, I didn't say about 50%. I didn't say that.
Well, Drazi, you said around 40. Right. You said about the same as regular Hispanics.
Yeah, I said about 40%. Yeah.
Okay. That's way too high, too. But Drazi actually went over 50. He never did give me his rationale. He said it wasn't the same as you two.
Leader wanted to interject there, too. So my reasoning is, and so after I said, I would say the caveat would be that the hyper young ones, like I would say like 24 and under, would probably be less likely to. But a lot of people coming over, a lot of illegal immigrants are probably fairly religious. And I think that
I'll be right back.
when you don't have a great ability to suss through all the political stuff.
I missed a couple of tips. Appreciate you guys sending donos. If you want to send money to the channel, it'll read it through TTS and I'll make sure it gets read. But the most people don't use the super chats because YouTube takes a big chunk of that. Shit, fucking $340 before the flop. Fuck. I've got a good card. Fold. Okay. But yeah, if you send money through tips, there's a link in the description to make it to where we actually get the majority of the money. Streamlabs takes a very small amount out of the donation, whereas YouTube takes like 35%. So it's kind of fucked with super chats. But Mr. Stanthaman, thank you for the $25 tip. He said, I just wanted to say that I can definitely beat you at 52 pickup. True. Okay. I'll assume you're right. Arian says, because of Rob, I believe in Israel's space lasers and weather controlling machines. Thanks for reminding us. Yeah. Well done. Damn, dude, why is they're betting it's 320 before the flop?
Yeah, that's the reason why I'm leaving. It's not about the money.
Thank you so much for Zappy.
I appreciate that, though.
All right,
Rob,
take it easy, man.
I hate that you just made me respect you, but that was really nice of you.
Oh, it's just $10, but thank you.
It's fun playing with you guys.
But
So
yeah,
Rob
it was
has
fun.
$1,076. Leader has $1,388, and Drazi has $4,396, and I have $340. And every fucking flop is more than I have. Is the blind up that high right now?
Yeah, it's up at 480.
I think what happened was, so I didn't when I added the new blinds, I think essentially what happened was
Did it catch up to what it was supposed to be?
It caught up to what it was supposed to be.
I am so fucked. I literally have to go all in just to call on the blind. Like, I literally have. This is so fucked.
Got 3 blinds. Well, yes. All right. I think we should have capped it out at 4 blinds or something to that effect.
I'm cool with what I'm in no hurry. So whatever you guys want to do is fine.
But when you have people being able to rebuy, you do have to have it continuously go up. Otherwise, the blind will be.
Considering our initial start,
The blind will
stack, I think,
effectively go down.
Considering our initial, I think like a buy-in at this point is now what is it? It's 1/3 of a buy-in for the game. You're paying $10
right,
every
but
hand.
that's why. But
So
that's
that's why I kept it where it was before.
That's why
so
I was
perhaps you should
thinking
have
is
done
that
one
you would
extra
only
blind.
go up every time somebody buys in. That's how I would always do it. Is blinds go up every time somebody buys in, so that it's like the more money that's in there, the more the blind is, so that it's actually like comparable to the overall money. But
That makes sense. I just never seen it run that way in a tournament.
Oh,
God
look
damn
at
it.
that.
Come on.
Wow, he does it. Ace high again.
How dare you let Rob get this close to my
Look at
fucking
that.
stack?
Close to
So
Drazi
Rob
now.
has 3,000 now. Leader just went to 0. I just went to $20. I saw fucking shit.
I would
'Cause
guess
just
though
had
if
to
I get
buy it.
one-on-one with
All right,
anyone,
I'm
they'll
all in.
crush me.
I'm all in. Fuck it. I'm all in. Let's
Oh,
go.
Tom, you're
Let's
out.
go.
You're out.
Let's go.
You're out.
Let's fucking go.
Sorry.
Oh, shit. You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. I had fucking. We both had pockets. Fucking shit, dude. All right. Well, it's been fun.
Leader,
guys.
you buying back in?
Me and Drazi.
I already bought
Leader,
back
you
in
not buying back
once.
in? No, Leader.
No. Listen, $10 for 3 blinds.
Yeah,
It's a little bit too
if
extreme.
if he buys in 1,000, he can only do 3 blinds before all his money's
true.
gone. So it's no. There's
Well,
no
why don't
point
we
in buying
lower
back
the
in now.
blinds? I agree with this criticism. Why don't we lower the blinds?
So that's not very fair to Tom.
Yeah, I was about to say you
Well-
can't now that I literally just went all in.
Oh shit!
on a
I didn't know he went
blind,
all
like-
in. Oh no!
Ah!
There we go, Rob Noerr.
It's straight
Oh my
and
God.
the top pair.
Oh,
I
this
think
is
I made the right
crazy.
play there.
I thought it was 200 something.
Drazi.
Shit. So yeah, Rob's got 6,368.
Oh
Drazi's
my
got
God.
1,152.
I didn't realize you went all in.
I'm
I'm
sorry. I
so
wasn't trying to be
upset.
sneaky. I had top pair and
It's
a
not your
straight draw. I
fault.
figured it was worth it, you know.
Well, I looked at the board. I thought it was like 200 something. I was like, yeah, I'll do that. And I was like, wait, what? Oh my God, or 300 something, whatever I thought it was. Not that. Fuck.
Listen, I want to say, Rob, you've been absolutely tenacious. So, this has been, from my point of view,
Fun.
thank
I
you so
enjoy
much.
this. Yeah, I don't. Look, I hope everyone
Oh my
understands.
God.
I said this in the Discord chat too, right? I hope people aren't thin-skinned because,
Yeah,
you know.
and I think we've had a very successful game. Tom, as always, you're fair. I love the conversation, and ElderDrazi was like there with the. He's been sniping us all game until he just. I can't
There we
believe
go.
he's.
Thank you for calling me, Rob. I appreciate that.
Except that was nice. I thought top pair there. Was,
This is not, oh my
just like
goodness!
that. Damn.
Oh.
That was a bad.
Damn.
Good one though. Good play.
So that's both at 3,700.
I'm out here representing the left here at the poker table.
I do. I do hope that this was a little bit. This was the first time I've run one of these, so I do hope that if there was any inefficiencies, that you guys would overlook it, and perhaps we could do another one of these at some point.
Yeah, this is fun. I'm down to do it again.
It was fun. Drazi, let me say this: we're roughly even. Can I?
Hey, Rob, you want to split?
Well, we can. Let's play it out, but I don't mind splitting. But I was going to say, I don't feel like buying back in at this point with as much money as there. You know what I mean? But we can split. I still think we should play it out, but I have no problem splitting.
Yeah. Play it out for the pride, but we'll split the winnings.
Okay. Yes, I'm fine.
Okay.
With that.
All right, so we're gonna split. So just so you're aware, so that split is between you two.
Yeah.
Everyone else is sort of going to be sending it just to the winner, and obviously you guys will have to.
Yeah, why don't y'all go ahead and send me your PayPal so I can send it to you right now? Because my bookie's gonna be here to break my fucking kneecaps pretty soon, and if he sees there's money in my bank account, it won't be there for long. So I gotta get rid of it.
I will try to here. Give me a second with some downtime, and I'll try to send you my PayPal.
I already sent it.
Where do you want it? Just in the Discord chat?
Yeah, sure.
I PM'd him.
Why don't you just send the money to ElderDrazi and then he'll, even if he wins or loses, it don't fucking
Okay,
matter. We'll
so yeah,
square
so
up.
I'm
I'll
sending
trust
him
you.
20,
Yeah.
and then whatever you guys split afterwards.
All right, I'll send ElderDrazi 20 as well. I didn't do a buy-in, but I think doesn't have a private PayPal. Sorry,
Do we
doesn't
need
have
to take into consideration
public
PayPal's going to take some of the money out?
You just do friends and family.
Or we just send, okay.
Friends and family, for sure.
I don't know shit about all that, so.
Yeah, I don't really
Tom,
use
I was so disappointed in the
PayPal.
Discord, in the group you made. I was talking shit to you because I thought you'd be fun and talk some pre-game shit with me. You talked no shit.
what? Oh, you're talking about the group chat?
Yeah, I targeted
Sorry,
you out
bro,
because I thought you'd have
literally-
some clever words.
My whole server fucking hates me, dude. I literally never check Discord. Like, I don't ever look at, like, social media in general, so I kind of suck at this shit.
That's fair.
Oh. I keep needling you when we both have nothing. I think it's like,
I know it.
What's...
These vibes are high enough where I'm gonna have to make a move.
Kneecaps again, yeah.
Yeah, that's shit.
Oh, okay.
Do you have a good one?
Man, that hand's okay. It's my my favorite hand that's not good is Queen 7 suited. It's not a good hand, but I like it.
You're lucky with that.
But that's what I had. I like to see where Queen 7 suited goes.
Just won 160 on the old 2-5.
I had you one up on each one. I had 3-6. I can't believe I called your all in. That sucked.
Works for me.
I didn't.
You can have that one.
I've had a few times playing online where I'm like, oh god, I didn't mean to do that, and then I realized I meant to do that. That's how good I am.
It's different. Online's different than real. I mean, I don't play poker often, but I used to play like the bar or whatever with friends.
Yeah.
And it's definitely different because you could lose things in the shuffle just virtually. Plus, you're doing other bullshit. You're talking like no one's arguing politics like we were at a real poker table.
I know, right? That's
my whole life I played in person, and I very much developed the ability to read people and all that, and fuck with people, talk to them to get all the shit that goes with real life.
Didn't people tell you to fix your fucking OPSEC, bro?
Yeah, fix your OPSEC.
But I don't care anymore. It's all out there now. It's done. It's over.
I guess. I mean,
that ship sailed. Also, that's not my address anymore.
Shit's out there. Literally, fucking Hassan saying my full fucking name on his show the other day, and
really? Wait, your last name's not Foolery?
Your name's not. I still do my best to kind of like keep it off it. Like initially in the beginning I was like, yeah, who gives a fuck, but then I started to realize that some of the people
it really doesn't matter. In a month I'm moving to Hawaii.
Are different. They're a different breed than everywhere else, so
I'm moving to Hawaii. I'm literally going to be unswappable.
Different sort of childish.
Was it shit, I forgot now. You said something about OPSEC and it fucked me up. Damn.
Rob is like, I'm not fucking losing this one.
Oh, I probably am. I'm trying my best.
Okay, I think I sent it to him.
I had jack shit.
Damn, you're going hard with those 2-6.
Well, I thought that I had that because I'd been playing so conservatively that you would assume I had something there. It didn't work out for me.
What I was saying is I played in real life my whole life up until COVID happened. And COVID happened, I played so much poker online that it really tightened up my math statistics game super, super well. The first real life poker tournament I played after COVID lockdowns, I got first place. I was wearing pajamas and an anime t-shirt against all these old guys. They were so pissed that I was the one that won. I was dressed very obnoxiously for a poker tournament.
All right, let's do her.
No.
Oh, I thought you.
9-10 suited is a good hand.
I can't.
Ain't all in hand.
All right.
We could be here a while.
I don't want to be the one that lost to Rob Noerr. I'm trying.
Well, everyone else already has.
You already
technically.
did.
Let's be fair. most people lost to me.
You already admitted to
And
losing
I
to him
fattened
on
your
the
stats.
last one, right?
Yeah, that's true. On the debate.
Yeah.
Let's do her.
I do think that like games of poker are sort of like they break up the political discussions a little bit, and if you're not focusing on what you're doing, you're gonna
Yeah,
lose
it's fucked
the game.
up.
So I'm sorry, Tom. Oh dear.
Tom, next time you have like a regular kind of call-in show that's not on a set thing, I'd like to come talk to you about. I think I just have like a lot of policy ideas that I think that we need to start pushing on the left, and I think that they're pretty bipartisan.
Okay.
And
that's right.
just
Rob,
think that you're a
actually,
good person to talk to about it.
I mean, I do call-in shows pretty much literally every day. So, but Rob, I was gonna tell you, I don't know if you've seen this, but so have you seen the you know what the shorts chat or short streams are, right? The vertical streams on YouTube.
Yeah, I do some shorts. Yeah.
So you can actually set it up. I have it on my OBS to where I'm dual streaming to both at the same time.
Damn it.
So there's 2 streams on YouTube at the same time. And the one that goes to the short streams literally gets like over 100,000 views pretty consistently. And is just like, just fucking, hundreds of people sitting in there every day. And it is by far majority Republicans. Like it is like hardcore conservatives in the shorts chats, like I would say like 80 to 90% for literally all liberals who stream.
No, wait. So let me ask you here. They're watching live, or they watch they're more likely to see it afterwards?
No, they watch it live. They don't see it afterwards.
So you're streaming right now. You're streaming to the shorts and the.
Yeah, so I'm doing both, but then once I'm done, the landscape stream will stay up and people can still watch that one. But the short streams ones, they don't even get into the algorithm. They don't even they're just not seen at all unless somebody goes to your channel and looks for it. So I have the short streams automatically go unlisted afterwards, but they're literally just like the same thing. So on my OBS, I have actually, let me see if I can share this screen with you guys.
You're not letting me see a flop with these good
It's
hands.
really cool looking the way that this is set up.
Tom, would it be possible for you to raid your short stream into your big stream at some point?
It has some problems with raids. It actually has some issues with raids, but yeah, I've got a share screen up. You can see there's 2 separate streams here. And if I switch from one screen to the other, they both switch together. So I set each one up to align with one another and do the same things. And so if I switch from one thing to another, they switch at the same time in sync with each other. And it's
you've got some insane technical know-how to get this done. This is nice.
It is
Do
pretty.
you ever see what trends on the
difficult at
fucking
beginning.
YouTube short streams? There's a YouTube short channel that just has balls bouncing, and when it goes through the gap
There's
of
all
the
sorts
circle,
of
it drops a ring. And there's 600 people live, and they're donating and shit. I'm like, just thinking about some of the high effort streams that I've done. I'm like, maybe I just fucking stop.
Yep.
Well,
it's literally, dude. During the mornings when the times are different, it's from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. It's mostly Indian shit, and it literally is the lowest form of entertainment you've ever seen. The shit that they put out is it's all Three Stooges bullshit, where it's a guy and a girl walking together and one of them slips on a banana peel and falls over, and then they add in this horrible sound effects of oh, ha 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 ha, ah ha ha ha, boop, boop. And it's just and then they move to the next one, and it's they add in a fart sound, ah ha 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 ha, and it's all sound effects and shit. It is the worst shit you've ever seen in your life, and it's thousands and thousands of people just sitting there watching the whole time.
It's literally those Spider-Man fucking videos for little kids, but for Indian adults.
It is so bad.
Your Jack kicker beat my 10 kicker there. That's what happened.
Yeah.
What is it? So I guess they're targeting children then. Because I always thought those Spider-Man stuff were like for
But I'm saying it's
teenagers.
like those Spider-Man ones that target kids, but for Indian adults, I guess.
Yeah,
Because it's all just like weird physical comedy.
With the raids from Shorts chat, it only seems to let me raid other short streams, but the other day my Shorts chat did raid Irrelevant, and I don't know why, but it did, and it's never worked before. But all of a sudden it did work with Irrelevant. But anybody else, it'll work if I raid a short stream, but it won't work if I raid a landscape stream. So
I was hoping you bet there so bad.
And I have
Really
tried
was.
raiding them into my own stream first, so then I can raid them into my vertical stream or my landscape stream, and then raid everybody at the same time. And half the time, yeah, it doesn't raid them. So I don't know what the deal is, but like vertical streams have just a lot of glitches, tons and tons of issues.
Good fold.
Yeah, I had a nice hand finally, but didn't work out.
I have people literally every day saying my chat. They're like, oh, fucking liberals turning off their chats because they're mad, and I'm like, my chat's not off. They're like, yes, it is. I see it every day. It's turned off. No, it's not.
Yeah, I don't want to do anything unethical, but it doesn't sound like what you're suggesting is unethical. Like, I fucking hate these people. I've had people like, hey man, here's what you do. You buy so many bots. Fuck all that shit. Like,
No.
I'd
This
rather
isn't
scream to
unethical at all.
myself. Oh, here we go. Now we got a
this
good
is
one.
just dual streaming. It's not unethical whatsoever. You're just dual streaming. Just both streams
I'll
are
have to
going
look
to YouTube.
into it. Send me like just put in the Discord like a tutorial on how to look into it or something. I'll see about it. I'll try it out. I've
After
noticed
seeing how much money people got from Twitch from ads, I broke it down the other day. You could have gotten rich by buying bots to watch your stream just to watch your Twitch ads. It's insane.
Well, I mean,
like you would have made like
Keiko
50
Owsley would
times
do it.
as much money. Well, no, like you just seen all the stuff breaking down how much Twitch was paying for ads in the past, right?
Yeah. When I was on Twitch, dude, my first month being monetized, I made like $300 just from ads alone. It was insane. I couldn't believe it.
If you had 10,000 bots watching you and you just did like, if you just like, I'm going to stream my life 24/7 for a month, you would have made like $1 million. It was insane.
Rob, are you on Twitch, by the way?
Yeah, I do. I don't do so well as a conservative on Twitch. So I maybe average like 20, 30 people watching live.
How do you guys?
Yeah, I'm telling you,
how do you
the
guys
short
set up
streams.
the-
And Leader's one of my mods. He can tell you the short streams are like 90-95% conservatives.
Here we go.
Like they are.
Oh,
they
I got you, Rob. Oh, maybe
hardcore
not. 7.
Conservatives.
Oh, how about it?
Oh, you got me.
Looks like it's there. There we go.
That fucking 7. You got saved by the 7.
How about it? I'll take it.
Damn. So
Damn it.
Drazi's got $900. Rob's got 6,500.
I can't believe the board paired up to save you.
How did he get it? He like dropped down to like 300 at one point. What happened? All the Democrats in here.
I wanted you to push me.
No.
How did you not try to bully me out right there?
Because
After all those checks?
see what you're as an experienced poker player, what you're not taking into account is how shitty I am.
I'm gonna leave in just a little bit. I'm gonna they're in my Discord, so I figured I'll stay and let this play out for a bit. If they're not finished soon, they're both all in. Okay, hold on. This might be.
Drazi, what do you guys think of the adpocalypse on Twitch right now?
Oh, I win!
Shit! Well done.
I could stick around and talk a little. I don't mind that. But
I see Pirate Software break it down and said that actually ads dip down this time of the year every
Well
single
done,
year,
Rob.
and it should go back
Congrats.
up. Good job. Good job.
Good game. It was fun. It was.
All right, so I've got just to be clear, I think Waz is gonna send me some money because he doesn't have private, so I'll send you Rob the $20.
Yeah.
Okay, so for
there's
everybody-
40. So it's 40 totals. The pot. Everyone paid and plus.
So not everyone bought a buy-in. So for example, I didn't buy a buy-in, and Waz didn't buy a buy-in.
So it was
Stardust
10
did.
each. So it would be 20 from me in leader to Drazi, and then 20. Or sorry, it would be there's only 30 from the other two, right? Because the other guy didn't buy.
Right, that's fine twice.
So hold on. So I didn't.
We have
buy
6
in.
people total, right?
Okay, that's
No,
right.
you didn't rebuy.
in a
There's 6
second
people
time. So, yeah.
total,
So
and 2 of them bought in again.
Make it 30.
So it's $80
it's 30
total.
each.
But we don't pay.
No,
Drazi,
yeah,
right.
so
So
it's
you get rid of
30
ours.
So it's 30 to each. There should be 60 total. So I already sent 20 to Drazi. So if Leader sends 20 to Drazi, he's got his 30.
Oh, we don't have
And
Stardust
then-
20.
Yes, and then Stardust has 20, and then the other guy has 10. So that's 30 to Rob.
So I'm covering the other guy. That's why I'm 20. So
Yeah.
Okay.
So you need to reach. Can you get a hold of Stardust and have her send either me or Rob 20 and we'll send the other person 10?
Well, no, she has to
yeah,
send.
just-
No, she has to send hers to Rob because she's 20. So she has to send hers to Rob because I already sent you my 20, Drazi.
Right.
All right. So maybe we should. I think it would just be simpler if we just send everything to Drazi and Drazi sends half to
That's fine.
Rob. So
That's
yeah, so
absolutely
that-
fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
and,
it doesn't even
so
have to be
back-
like that. That you don't have to do that. Literally, I'm telling you. Hold on. I'm telling you. Drazi only needs $10 more. You send him 10, and then you send Rob 10.
Send Rob 10.
And then
Okay, I'm
Stardust
happy with that.
sends
That's
the
fine.
other 20 to
fine,
Rob.
too.
That just
me
makes
get
it
it.
way
I'm
simpler.
fine with that.
Let me find my
Or if they don't have a-
PayPals. I'll send it.
Later, if Robin and Stardust don't have a good way to communicate, you can just tell her you need it and then you can send it over to Rob too.
I'll do it. So I'm sending both of you 10. Stardust is sending 20 to Rob, and we're good. Okay.
Where the hell do you
now,
find your PayPal name? I never
You
use
need to give us
PayPal.
your PayPal email address, actually. So that's the one we'll need.
Mine's just.
I use my. Fun fact: you're a lot less likely to get hit with the fee when the people are sending if you use your PayPal.me link. That's what I've been using for my fundraiser.
If you use your what?
PayPal.me. It's like PayPal.me/ and then whatever your username is.
Okay.
I've never had anything feed on that ever.
You've never had a fee on it? Yeah, I use
Correct.
Stream Elements, and they allow me to connect my PayPal, and then I use that instead of like super chats. And by far the majority of like my donos and everything come through tips instead through Stream Elements. So I just put a link in my description or put links on like my channel and shit. And yes, by like all I would say. I want to say like 80% of my my donos now come through there. It used to be like 100% for a long time. Like, all of it came through tips.
So I put my PayPal.me /@Robert
Username.
Okay, so that should work. Can someone click on that and see if it worked? You don't have to send the fucking money now or anything, but I put it in our group chat there.
Oh, I don't know if you use the @
Oh,
so
okay.
I think you just dropped the @ Let's
Okay.
see. Yep, that was the issue. And then
Okay,
try
so
again.
just dropped it. Okay, I'll resend.
Yeah, I'm probably
Yeah,
gonna go
it
watch
shows you.
the hearings because there were just hearings from the FEMA stuff the other day, and I read a couple articles on it. And so yeah, I wanted to go skip through and watch some of the testimonies and see everything that was said.
Are you
'cause
free to
this
chat
was-
tomorrow?
Sorry.
Are you free to chat tomorrow about some of the post-election stuff and then like policy moving forward?
I'm not sure.
do you
Right
stream
now, I
tomorrow?
don't really have like a stream schedule. I just kind of stream whenever the fuck I have time. So,
Well, listen, if you guys want, I'm open to this. Like, you guys seem friendly enough. If you want to pay me like a monthly fee to teach you all how to debate, I'd be open to do that. You know, if it's something that, you know, you think you guys could use a little help to learn. Little tips and tricks.
I will. How about we just do an exchange? I will teach you how to listen to the other person. You teach me how to respond to the other person.
I don't think you're good.
Well,
I don't think
we'll
you do
work
well
way.
at that either. I don't think you do well.
That was a very good response, Tom.
It was
That
a
was,
good
that was I like that.
It was. Anyways,
That made me
you guys
happy.
don't have any. If I had fun tonight, I would do something like this again. I think that obviously all of us were working out bugs, so I think it'll go even smoother next time. But no, it was fun. I kind of feel
Next
bad
time we
because
need to,
I'm
like,
starting to think.
No time limit at the beginning, so that because literally the first like 10 hands, it was so hard for me, like scrambling, trying to find a way to cover my cards. It took so long on because I had to do it separately on the shorts feed and on the other feed, and so yeah, it was fucking hell trying to like pay attention.
If you
and
don't
do
want
that.
to cover them, you can just delay your stream by like a minute and a half.
To be fair, I thought I had everything covered at the start of this, I didn't realize that the duration would be a problem until I was actually down and streaming and doing the same thing. So yeah, no, that's something.
Honestly, first, I had no idea that you could delay a stream. But secondly, I would trust you guys. I don't give a fuck. So I know that you guys wouldn't be like simul streaming my stream to see my cards. The only problem would be the chat might say, and then they might be bullshitting you. Hey, Rob has two aces, and maybe I do, and maybe I. Then it just adds an extra wrinkle in that you don't want to deal with. But I trust everyone that was here. I'm not worried about that. You know.
I've streamed real poker with like other like, and I run into other people who stream real poker, and usually they do the delay. I just put my camera over my cards because for some reason people get really chatty when I play poker, and then I can't communicate with the chat very well. So I just cover my cards.
It would probably be more excited for your personal chat to see what your cards are as well. But I guess the only possible complication with that, if you didn't delay it, would be giving advice, which I personally wouldn't give a shit about. I don't give a shit if someone's giving you all advice. But I can see how, if you're seriously in a competition, why that would be something that maybe you would frown upon. Like, you know, you don't want people giving you. By the way, I don't play poker or view poker that much, but I do watch a lot of chess videos. And that's actually one issue with like chess.com. If these streamers, like you have to shut off, you have to put it on like emoji only text while you're streaming, because there's accusations that people are like, your chat's feeding you the correct move or some shit. So I don't know if there's those same sort of things that happen in the poker community or not, but I guess I could see
if you're a poker streamer and you don't do your due diligence to make sure people can't stream snipe you, it's on you.
Yeah, that's how I would think.
It's a little frustrating because during this, I did, like, every time I would, like, win a hand or fold or something, my chat still couldn't see what I had. So then I was trying to figure out a way to make it easy to just, like, turn on and off the cover. But again, I had to do it separately on each stream. And then I was like, shit. And then I started to realize that, oh shit, so I have the part with my money uncovered, but it says what my strong hand is there. And it says, like, you have high pair 7, like, you know, you have an ace high.
Shit.
And I was like,
I might not even notice
have that covered the whole fucking time. Shit.
Yeah, that's probably what I did too. Because I just covered the. I just covered the cards. I didn't realize it was saying that.
I think we were all like so engaged with the discussion that it was probably it would be too difficult really for us to be paying attention to chat and the discussion and be managing your cards.
Right.
This is what I do a lot. I watched like a 3-hour Demon Mama video play poker the whole time. I won like $400.
Hey, I was about to say, I'm normally reviewing something, playing a game, and watching chat. And you know, pausing and making arguments and shit. So it's not the only difference with this is the time limit that's on each thing that's making me stress out.
Well, the impressive feat is that you got through a 4-hour Demon Mama stream. Holy shit!
It was so I can't remember why. But it was something that happened that was like a bigger deal, and my title was literally "God help me, I'm watching Demon Mama."
Yeah, that's
watching a 4-hour Demon Mama stream is an 8-hour stream, so that's.
Let me ask you this seriously: like, you guys can tell me, I don't give a shit, right? Do you ever find that in general it's more pleasant to deal with people on the right than on the left when, like, in the stream?
Depends on who it is.
But I think on average that's true. I
mean, in my experience, that when like, and again, Leader can testify to this. Like, when we have like the right like flooding into my chat, I can be on like the most like fair, charitable, like trying to like reason with these people sort of shit, and it's all just like, fuck you, Trump won, you guys stole the election, you still too big.
Yeah, but that's not what I don't mean random chatter. I'm talking like the people that are streamers.
Well, that's okay. I was about to say, I don't really talk much to streamers very often. I do call in streams every day, so I would say that.
I would say
like in general, it's probably yeah, they're more willing to have like a cordial conversation, whereas it just depends in general, because like there's not a lot of right wingers, and so because they are a minority, sometimes they are like more willing to be more aggressive, whereas like if I go talk to a Kano boy, he's always super chill and super calm, pondering politics. Like a lot of these guys, they're always like, you know, really chill.
Well, it's not just chill, and that's part of it. It certainly is, but like I've never worked, like I've even debated right wingers that I really find a lot of what they think grotesque. Like I've debated Richard Spencer, complete gentleman, when I debated him. He was.
He is very polite lately.
You know, like it doesn't change my perspective on his ideology, but you see what I'm saying. But there are lefties that I debate that maybe politically we're not all that far off, and like it'll be shit like they're coming for the throat, and I don't mean just like, oh fuck you, you're stupid. That shit's I mean shit like I'm gonna call your work. I'm gonna find out where you live. Like their communities just go fucking crazy and ape shit on me. I get mass reported. I've never had that happen with people on the right, even those that I disagree with.
I've had that happen with people on the right for sure, but it doesn't. Most of the people who are doing it to me aren't even people who are like all that politically involved or anything. They're just kind of like trolls and like shitheads, you know.
Well, and I got someone in the chat. I will put this caveat: like maybe the Groypers, it's a different situation. I haven't dealt with them much, so maybe if you get into that world of shit,
yeah, for sure.
But just the general, even like hardcore right wingers that were yelling at each other, it's never been like that. You know, and I think a lot, maybe it just has to do with in general with more of the left wingers I've debated have bigger communities, and so even if it's not the fault of the streamer, it feels like it's more toxic. Like, for example, Destiny's community. I don't think Destiny fucking is in charge of everyone in his community. But if you run afoul of them, that's going to feel different than running afoul of me. Even if person for person, my audience is just as shitty because I have 100 people watching as opposed to 14,000. So it's going to feel different to the person on the other. Maybe that's the case. I don't know.
Yeah.
The actual interactions, I would say that people on the right, I can get them to make concessions about certain things a lot easier than people on the left. But however, the thing that's annoying about debating people on the right or having
and he's
just
gone.
froze.
Cool.
And he's gone. What I would say
is
that
the
people
annoying
on
part
the,
about debating people on the left is that right there.
For God's sakes, leave leadership talk.
His name's Leader.
What I would say,
there's no ship. He doesn't have a ship.
Oh, Leader.
He is shipless.
What I would say is people on the far left, I think, I would say they're less open to you having different ideas, and I would categorize a huge amount of people in the center as being perfectly pleasant to talk to, left or right. I'm not really sure. I haven't talked to much people on the far right before, so. But yeah, but I would.
I've been lucky. I think I've certainly I've dealt with shit where I can't blame a streamer, but yeah, and I won't say any names, but I can say fuck. I'll generalize and get in trouble on Twitch. It had to do with a lot of trans debates. I don't think my takes are particularly egregious, but I would get shit fucking mass reported like crazy. And all of a sudden I'd get community strikes on YouTube videos. I got 2 community strikes on YouTube videos I did 2.5 years prior. And it was just me saying, I have COVID. Here are my symptoms. And I got it from medical disinformation 2.5 years later.
That's
and it's
not the left. That's
right. Well, I understand that. It's not representative of everyone on the left, but it's I'm not pointing my finger at that particular streamer.
COVID shit, because I literally got, I think I've gotten 5 different videos taken down for COVID. I've gotten numerous strikes over COVID. I've had similar issues, and I also had issues with the trans stuff as well. But I think that was 2 years ago, and it seems like the trans community is largely policed themselves over the last couple of years to where they've kind of had a changing culture, hopefully.
I try to be as generous as possible in that I'm not pointing to a particular streamer, right? I don't think, look, are there streamers that maybe encourage their audience to do unethical shit? Maybe, but I haven't directly seen that with anyone I've debated, so I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. But you do have to weigh that in as a calculus if you want to interact with that person again, right? It's if it's not your fault necessarily as the streamer, but when I interact with you, I get mass reported, or I get phone calls to my place of work. At some point, I have to say, it's not worth my time, and I'm not trying to run or anything like that, but you have to make a calculus where it's even if it's not your fault, it just seems to be that there's a lot of
my work when I was on Twitch, and then they also, mass reported me, got me permanently banned from Twitch. They sent, shit to my bosses and all sorts of shit. It was, it was a whole fucking thing, but yeah, that was that it does seem like there's been like a lot of, especially with, because when I first came on the Twitch, I was just talking about this yesterday, the fact that like when I first got there, I was invited on like every fucking panel to all sorts of debates every day, like everybody. I was like a fucking unicorn because they hadn't really like engaged with a centrist before, and I was like, at the time the word liberal was a bad word, like it was you know, it was a slur, like you couldn't be like in the center. I was like very, very conservative and like kind of coming out of the far right, but didn't like Donald Trump. And so I was, yes, this very like different person at the time that they all kind of freaked out over. Whereas now, obviously that has drastically changed, and now it just is a bunch of fucking like pro-establishment liberals that are all that are kind of taking over the space.
So much? Did you have like a car wreck? Did you fall on your head and get dumber? How did you change to become more left wing? What happened?
I mean, probably the biggest difference is leaving Christianity. That was one of the major
that's
differences.
A big mistake. You'll come back. We'll get you.
But I was like, I was a Richard Spencer fan. Like I loved Richard Spencer, Stefan Molyneux. Yeah, I was very much.
Here's the deal with Stefan Molyneux. I used to love these Stefan Molyneux videos where he would bring this guy on. His name, I still remember it vividly. His name was Dr. Duke Pesta. And all they would do was analyze Shakespeare plays. I didn't even know he talked about politics. I just stumbled upon one of those videos once and was like, that's pretty fucking cool. Two guys talk about Shakespeare in a way that I've never heard people say. How could you apply this to your life today? What could the story of Macbeth tell us about what it's like to have confrontation at your place of work today? I thought that shit was cool. And then, like, you know, the guy just disappeared, and I was like, what? And they're like, oh, it's sort of a bunch of like white identitarian politics. I was like, by the way, I'm not besmirching him. Maybe everything he said is totally reasonable. I can't make a judgment. I never saw it. And he just seemed to disappear into the ether. I was like, what the fuck happened to that guy? But I think that's the first place that like I saw Mike Cernovich, I believe, was on Stefan Molyneux's show.
Rob Noerr is like a deeply passionate about Shakespeare guy. I did not have that on my bingo card.
Became more. I'm very ill-read. So it was entertaining to me because I wasn't. You know, I did do a spoof of Macbeth when I was in high school. We did instead of the fight at the end with Macbeth and Macduff, we did a wrestling match, and you know, I was Macbeth and my friend was Macduff, and gave me a tombstone pile driver. It was good shit. But
in a like Christian nationalist house. So for me, like my politics growing up was like already kind of far right. And then getting into the internet and finding like some of these like people who were fairly close to me. I wasn't alt-right because I never agreed with them on like the Jewish shit, but I was kind of like an alt-light sort of person. But I could not find left-wing shit. Like the algorithm back then was so like tight-knit to where I would look up TYT and all I would find is like, because I literally had to Google like popular left-wing shows to see if I could just find people and see if they actually believed the insane shit that everybody said they did. And all I would find is TYT gets destroyed clips. That's it. That's all I could find anywhere. I could never actually find left-wing shit. So that's why I started my show in the first place, was so that I could invite lefties on and actually talk to them and ask them like, how the fuck do you think somebody with a penis is a woman? How can you like make this make sense, please? Like
well, do you think the fact that algorithm's changed possibly like subconsciously influenced you? Because I think the exact opposite problem, at least that was the case 2 years ago, where it was really hard to find right-wing political content, particularly on Twitch, but to a lesser degree YouTube, like live stream. I mean, I tell people this all the time. There is a bias in the algorithms and systems for left-wingers. But it's also counterintuitive that makes it harder to be a left-wing streamer in some cases.
I feel the opposite.
Right? Because
I feel like it is like it, because all I get, I'm like literally nonstop, like inundated with like, you know, lefty gets destroyed, like you know, this guy gets destroyed, this guy gets kicked off a show, this guy's lost his mind.
Let me be more specific.
The
live stream comments, what I'm talking about specifically, the live stream community, but I think that there may has been a change in the past 2 or 3 years when it comes to YouTube specifically with sort of those sorts of videos that aren't live, but it's like the commentary type videos. I find it interesting. Like I debated Destiny there for 5 hours. You know, I get like 1,000 people that'll watch my video on it, you know, and then I didn't even know. People were sending me links of bigger streamers who were like, Destiny rage quits. He rage quits and fucking this no-name guy debated Destiny, he rage quits. And I'm just like, oh, that video got 100,000 views. Cool. I don't give a shit. Like, it doesn't bother me that much. But yeah, those videos exist. But like the live stream community, I think it's changing now. But for years, what I told people was, I'd have people reach out to me left or right, and they'd be like, how do I get involved in these panels? And I was like, even though the algorithm, particularly in a place like Twitch, is going to fuck you over as a right stringer, they need you. The panels need you because there aren't many. So it doesn't matter how good you are. If you're like, I'm a right winger, I'm going to defend Trump. Some panel's going to be like, great, we'll have you on. But unfortunately, if you're a left winger, because there's dozens upon dozens and dozens of people, it's like, well, do we really need you? You're a relative unknown, and there's 20 other people that will come on and do this. And so it's sort of, I talked about this the other night. I saw Kevin Smith, you know, the director. He made the movie Clerks back in the day, black and white. Love that movie. I saw this interview with him like 4 or 5 years ago where he was asked, like, could you do Clerks today? And he's like, well, there'd be some advantages and some disadvantages. It's like the advantages, like I basically had to max out every credit card and do everything because to do that production, it required a certain amount of money. You could do it in your phone now. It'd be no problem. The distribution would be easy. But that also means there's 10,000 people doing it. So how do you stand out from the crowd? That's sort of how I feel about live streamers on the debate sphere. There's so many lefties doing it. The problem for a lefty is, how do you stand out from the crowd? And the problem for a right winger is like, well, you're going to get deprioritized on so many of these algorithms. Like, I can't gain traction on Twitch. And then the other problem with me, and you guys can believe me or not, I think that I've sort of maxed myself out of a lot of opportunities because a lot of people don't want to debate me. Because it's not that they necessarily know they'll lose, they know that it'll be tough. And so the same criticism you could have with Steven Crowder, like Steven Crowder will go to a college campus and debate no-name college students. Was he going to debate Sam Cedar? Maybe not, because that might be more of a challenge. And what do you have to gain? If I'm as good of a debater as I am, but I have 20,000 people watching right now, fuck yeah, people are going to line up. But if I only have 100 and you're a bigger streamer than me, you're like, Vosh, do you want to debate me? Probably not. And it's not a concession on Vosh's part. Oh, I know I'll lose. It's just, well, this will be a lot of work for little payoff. What's the best that happens? I beat Rob at a debate and no one sees it except my audience anyways, or I lose, or it's tight and I look like some relative no-name, did this. I think that's the problem I've ran into.
I think there's a lot of streamers, when they get to a certain size, they sort of like, there's like an inherent risk to like going out there and putting your ideas out there, especially if like they're, say if like, I think political streamers adopt edgy points of view that they couldn't really defend to other people, so they just insulate their community so that they don't ever have to deal with that.
Well, and it's easy to, that's absolutely true. And it's easy though. There are certain tricks that are like exceptions list. For example, it doesn't matter. I'm going to make a broad statement. I know you could point to specific examples. This wouldn't be true. But if you're a left winger and you're afraid someone's a good debater like Nick Fuentes, even if Nick didn't have a big audience, you'd still debate him. And you want to know why? Because even if you lose, you can be like,
win no matter what. He's so
fuck
bad.
you, you're a Nazi.
Yeah.
Right. That's your audience is always going to have your back because you're like, but he believes heinous shit. And you could always at the end of the day be like, fuck you, you're a Nazi. And that's okay. What's harder is someone who has a more centrist or nuanced position. Then it's harder because if you get in that debate with them, you don't have that. Yeah, but like, and it's not just with those positions. It's even with like personal attacks. Like, I'll never say shit about someone's relationship. It doesn't matter what my religion says about homosexuality. If you're dating a man or married to a man, I don't give a fuck. If you're in an open marriage, I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to bring it on. I'm debating your ideas. I might say, your arguments are shit. You're a dumb fuck. You're an idiot. What you're doing is bad faith. But you won't hear me say, you're ugly. You who you're married to is a terrible person. I hate the way you'll never hear me say that. That's so it's hard to, you don't have that get out where it's like, well, if I'm losing a debate, I could be like, but you're a terrible person. You've said terrible, horrible shit.
I do think though that like the left, and this is just my experience, is that like, especially kind of being on both sides, it feels like when I'm a right winger, I can just say I'm a right winger and people will follow me because I'm a right winger. Whereas like lefties have this like hardcore like gatekeeping based on like what type of lefty they are and what group they're in and whether or not you say the most progressive things or something like that. And then on top of that, the worst part is that it's hard to even categorize anymore. Like at this point, like, so before like the center Like you had the center, and then you were farther from the center on the spectrum based on like the more changes that you want, the more things that you wanted different, the more we would consider you far right or far left. But now, once we have populism, which is inherently against the establishment is the way things are and keeping things the way that things are, and then they are inherently against keeping things the way that they are and keeping people the way they are. So they are automatically to the far ends, but they're also kind of the establishment on the right as well. And so that kind of like not only stretches the spectrum, but even moves positions that were left over to them now, and those positions that were right become left. And now it's like you're not able to just look at somebody's values and know what they want politically, because the values aren't really the outcomes anymore. It's like it's all such a big mess to where you can't just categorize yourself and then people are like, oh, I like conservatives, so I'm just gonna follow you now. Like it just doesn't, it's not the same as it was before.
Do you know what really drives that home? The ideas aren't what matter. It is just team sports. When it was like Kamala stole that policy from Trump, good. That means we agree. Can't this just be a good thing that we're being bipartisan here? No, it's something bad happened.
No,
at the other side
it is a little bit
reasoning
different
now.
when you're talking about whether or not the person's able to come up with their own policies and their own ideas. And if you were actually copying all of their shit, that it would look like you're not an actual leader, that Trump is the leader and you're the follower. That's what it would. That's like more the message.
That's fine, but I have not heard that nuance at all. If that people want to say that, they can say it, but then it should still be, I support that position of hers too.
Well, I'm just saying that is what's being communicated. I'm just saying that, like, if they say she's copying Trump, that's what everybody hears is, oh, she's a follower, he's a leader, he's the ideas man, she's taking it from him.
Elections are different.
I understand that, but I haven't heard a single whisper of like, I'm glad that both sides have this bipartisan position. Well, that should also be a part of it, don't you think?
Well, yes, but the problem is, by its very nature, and it's hard to criticize people for this, elections do have a game theory to it. And so people are going to look at it, unfortunately, in election season. They're not, when it comes to, I want my side to win. And I understand why they do this, and I do this as well to a degree. You're saying, I need to do what I need to do to get my side across the finish line. Hopefully you're not lying or being unethical, but you're not going to look at things and say, well, she's now agreeing with this policy, so that's good, I'll drop it. You are going to say, well, what does that mean? You're going to look at it in the light of like, well, she's following. Is this really a priority of hers? What do we know about the rest of her policies, etc.? So I see what Tom's saying. But I will say to your point, ElderDrazi, it is seemingly increasingly rare that people legitimately want the opposition to do well for the country. Like that's something that I heartfeltly meant in 2020. I fought real hard for Trump to win. Trump didn't win. I ate shit in the sense that a bunch of lefties came on my channel and said, haha, fuck you. And I said, I get it. It's cathartic. Go for it. I don't mind. I said, what can I do better? What can our side do better? And then I said, I hope Joe Biden fucking crushes it. I hope he does amazing. I hope that the economy thrives. I hope that the world's peaceful. That's legitimately what I want. At the end of the day, I don't really give a fuck that my side wins. I care that the country's better. But that mode sort of changes a little during an election because I truly believe my side would do better. And so you're not just going to be like, well, I'm going to forgo legitimate beliefs that I have that I think my side would be better to say, but hey, this policy that she's now, I feel, copied from my side is something that I would be happy for. You're seeing, I think it's more reasonable after an election. Like, I'll give you an example of a left-wing person right now. Cenk Uyghur's eating some shit from people on the left because, I don't know if you saw this, but he posted out on X, he's basically like, hey, Elon at Doge, you want to save some money? Why don't you cut the Pentagon's budget? That'd save you like $1 trillion a year. And Elon's like, okay, I'll hear you out. And then Cenk basically is like, here, and has a conversation with Elon, I think just on X. I don't think they called each other or anything. And so then Cenk makes this comment, which I think is a reasonable comment, where he's like, I don't have to like Elon, I don't have to like Trump, but it's nice to at least hear someone with a position of power give me even a temporary seat at the table so I can say something that I think is important policy.
I agree with the principle there.
Sure.
I just also think that fucking Cenk is a fucking idiot, and I've always thought he was an idiot, and I thought the position on the Pentagon was idiotic, and so I think, like, yeah, so like criticizing criticizing him not for like working with them. Like if there's some sort of like consensus they can come to, I'm always fine with that. It's just that I think his positions are insane.
Oh, that's fine. You could disagree with those positions, but from his perspective, right? I'm no progressive, and I tried to make the case why I think progressives should have voted for Trump. I don't have to get into it wholly here, but I think it's because the establishment. Yeah, establishment Republicans and Democrats are never going to allow progressives to come in an actual position of power until the establishment thinks that they could pay lip service to those causes and entrench their own power. Like, it's just not going to happen. And so if you're truly someone who wants an alternative in the Democratic Party, it's not going to happen. Like,
I mean, as somebody who is more independent, but like totally averse to Donald Trump, I am totally like against like Democrats like trying to appease progressives and everything. I'm like, please, like keep moving towards the center. Keep like trying to appease some more moderates and more of the people over here, because like even the fact that they can get like a list of 200 Republican officials, like, you know, endorsing her. They can get a ton of people from Trump's last cabinet endorsing her, and like more neocon type people. This kind of like shows that the Overton window is moving in ways that the Democratic Party has to adjust to very quickly. They have to start recognizing that the people who are like kind of in the middle now or leaning towards them now, they can like change some of their policies to appease them more and give them more rhetoric.
They wouldn't have if they won. That's the whole point, right? It's the same with, if I was talking to like a Tea Party person, and like I was a Ron Paul guy, if I'm talking to them, the worst thing that could happen to you in 2012 is Mitt Romney winning. Because if Romney wins, the face of the Republican Party for at least the next 12 years is going to be that same old neocon establishment Republican Party. It's only when they lost in 2008 and 2012, and it looked pretty fucking glum, that it was like, okay, there's a radical change in politician, and that Donald Trump that wins the primary, right? The same is true of the Democrats. If you're someone, whether it be because you're progressive or maybe you're on the left for some other reason that you don't think that the Biden wing of the party represents you, then Kamala Harris winning will put you on the back burner for years to come. By the way, it's the same of like, you could make this argument in the inverse with like sort of more traditional neocon. You could say, look, even if you think Kamala sucks, maybe you ought to vote for her, because if Trump wins, it's the MAGA party. It's going to be MAGA party again in 2028. The only chance you have of ending sort of MAGA once and for all is for Trump to lose, so you can finally say, we have to move on from this shit.
Well, he
need
lost
to get
in
back
2020, but that's not going to end it. Like I'm very, very confident that this is, like, I remember when he first won in the beginning, I was still like hardcore neocon and still saying like, damn, I can't wait for us to just get back to like business as usual, like, you know, George Bush shit. But I kept hearing from like CNN and people like, this isn't something like that's just gonna like exist for a little bit and then go away. This is just a transitionary period. And I kept thinking, bullshit, dude. Nah, like we're all still here. We'll have our voices back. Like it'll be soon enough. And then no, yeah. Now I'm like more certain that this is the like the populist aspect of this is it is a transition into probably Christian nationalism. It's like a, you know, more like a, what's his name? Andrew Wilson sort of like a idea of like a, you know, governmental stuff when we're looking at Project 2025 and like things being more normalized in that way. It just looks like that's like even what the Tea Party was heading towards as well.
Maybe more Tea Party.
Can I ask both of you a question? Which party do you think has a better chance at leading the charge at putting forward like bipartisan policy? So that's really what I care about right now.
Bipartisan?
I think that
the Democrats.
Yeah, I think that's what I
breaking up
think.
so bad for me right now, Drazi.
Yeah, you are
that's
cutting
what I
in
think,
really bad.
But it's
well, it's the Democrats, and
is
I
that,
can
is
explain
that
why.
better?
Yeah, it's quite easy
Is that
because
better?
a little.
Well,
but...
that was challenged to me because Trump won so hard. Oh shit! It's still.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Well, I'll answer
what
if you can
part
hear
of the
me.
country are you in? Because I can maybe like move.
Shut
us
your
to
camera
a
off, and we
server.
can at least hear you.
Am I able to like switch servers for this?
Is this
for
better?
VCs?
I
or
don't
is
know.
that just...
Well, to be honest, I don't know how long.
There we go.
Yeah, that sounds better. Yeah.
Yeah, that's much
Sometimes
better.
I was thinking that it would be Democrats, but then Trump won so hard that I thought maybe it has to be the Republican Party to push bipartisan.
What could the Republicans theoretically push that Democrats would sign off for? The Democrats are very good. It's so funny because maybe I live in a different world, but I see the opposite. I hear Democrats say this. I've heard Destiny say this. The Republicans toe the line, hook, line, and sinker. They're always in agreement. It's the complete opposite from the view I have. The establishment Republican wing that's represented by much of the old guard people in the Senate and the House, they fucking hate Trump. Like John Thune doesn't like Trump. Cornyn doesn't like Trump. McConnell doesn't like Trump. They're not going to let fucking Trump.
You are correct, but most of them have like shifted. Like Johnson left. People like Ben Shapiro have like who were never Trumpers are now shifted to Trump. You have people like his current VP pick, who was calling him Hitler in the beginning, is now his fucking VP. Like most everybody has either left or they've moved over, and now there's just the few at the top who are still there, but they don't have support like they did before.
But you're not addressing specifically what I'm saying. It's not just about on face they say, "Oh, I support you now." It's the specific policies that they would like. For example, there was a bipartisan immigration bill.
Well, if it's actually bipartisan, then either side, in theory, should be able to do it.
Well, but what issues are bipartisan? Like anything that comes out from Trump that Trump's willing to sign, there's almost nothing that any Democrat would be willing to sign. Nothing.
The thing is that so there's not a whole lot of bipartisan ideas, but I think there are solutions to problems that end up being bipartisan.
Like what? Like give me. I'm not saying there aren't, but give me an example of what you're talking about.
For example, one of the policies that I wanted to talk to Tom about, as talking now, is in order to get more people healthcare in the country, we could offer tax incentives to large companies in order to provide good healthcare coverage for their employees. So this gives so we could almost make it like 1-to-1. So that way,
I mean, there's a possibility when it comes to low level shit, like on bigger issue. I mean, there's ironically, for me,
you think that's a small
Trump
issue?
It's a nuanced fix that wouldn't have an overarching fix. It's something small that there could be some agreement, even if you would argue it would have a big impact. But let me take it like to a broader point here, right? Like the irony is a lot of fiscal conservatives and traditional conservatives correctly point out that Trump's basically a Democrat for 20 years ago. Right? Basically, that's what he is on policy. Not his character, not how he carries himself, not how he talks, but in sort of the things he's pushing for. For example, the idea of the prison reform that was pushed for under Trump. That's something that many people that were progressive in the black community sought under the Obama administration were unable to get. And with Trump, it was like easy peasy, right? And it's like that. There's a lot of policies like that I think the Democrats fucked up. They decided to use lawfare immediately after Trump and to smear him in every heinous possible way, when in reality, Trump's not an ideologue. He's someone who wants to be personally praised. I think if the Democrats in Hollywood would have just been like, "You're the man. Oh, by the way, we're against assault weapons," he'd have been like, "Yeah, fuck it. Get rid of them. Sure. I don't give a shit." But
I agree, but he's politically outrageous. He's not a politician at all. So he ends up doing completely outrageous things that everyone's like, "What are you doing?"
Well, and he's willing to politicize things to a degree that is outside of the norms, which makes him almost more politician-y, but less in line with the norms. Is really what the issue is. Is that yeah?
And they called him a Nazi. Like the idea that he's politicizing things outside of the norms. There were scandals about everything he did. He overfed the fish.
Well, they also
he said Nazis were good people. He said to drink bleach.
Yeah, they also said that McCain was gonna put black people back in slavery and shit like that. That sort of rhetoric isn't different.
That was
for
the
Democrats.
That was literally the Democrats' attack on Mitt Romney.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying yes. That they said it about Mitt Romney as well. That's what I'm saying. Is that Democrats have said these sorts of things about Republicans to a degree to where it's not a special thing for Trump in that area, but when it comes to the way that he engages with norms, I think is more so the problem that leaders addressing here.
Well, I want to hear leader. Go ahead, man.
Also, so an example of him being completely outrageous that would which would turn people off him is he comes in the 2016 election. He's got a problem. It's immigration. How does he deal with that? I'm going to ban all Muslims. It's not a reasonable or effective policy. It's just really pandering to a side for a policy that's not really going to work. So it gets shut down, and suddenly, like, all the Democrats are like, this guy, he's like completely racist, and everyone's like, no, he's not. Do you see what I mean? That's like, it's outrageous at the point of contact. He's not a political person.
Did he?
Sorry,
I have to ask
you are
this.
addressing
Did he
norms,
say? Did he publicly say ban all Muslims, or is this
It
one
was
of
a
the
Muslim
things?
ban. I mean,
no, wait.
He said he was gonna do a Muslim ban, is what he said.
Okay, well, because I'll even go further than what you're saying, because what you're saying, I'm not impressed with if it's just his ban that he had, because the actual policy that he put forth was not a Muslim ban. It was based on the countries that Barack Obama.
That's what he's saying. He's saying the rhetoric that he uses when he says, I want to do a Muslim ban, is like the part that like everybody freaks out about.
Did he say that publicly?
Yes, I'm pretty sure he did.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
he
to
did.
be fair, he said that, and then he, like, the countries he was banning was like a bunch of Muslim countries, and I'm one who's like for immigration reform. I just think that was a completely outrageous way to do it, and I don't see.
I don't know that he said that publicly. He may have. I don't know.
I mean, come on, you said this before. You've said that Trump's like a man who, like, he blurts out stuff a lot, stuff that maybe he doesn't mean. But if he did say that, and I'm pretty sure he did, and like he's like banning like a whole range of Muslim countries, which what the policy was, then the effective messaging is.
Here, listen.
The exact thing is, it says during his initial election campaign, Trump had proposed a temporary, conditional, and total and complete ban on Muslims entering the United States, and that's what the proposal was. But normally, when the way that Trump talks about like policies isn't actually like giving you the nuance on it, it's normally like a slogan and then saying I'm going to do it the best, right? And so that's like most of what people get is like the kind of the generalities. Then obviously, yes, when he puts it in place, he's just banning like the 5 countries that have the most terrorists coming from them, and it's very different than what anybody would call a Muslim ban, but everybody called it a Muslim ban afterwards just because that was the rhetoric that he used in the beginning.
And that probably is effective messaging to his base, right?
So what I'll say is this: like, I think that oftentimes Trump this is the same sort of Chris. I see this shit all the time. Oftentimes what happens is there is more outrage at people talking like sort of fucking hyperbolic in a way that a normal people would talk, right? And there's this sort of like, well, as politicians, we must all be, couth and, so a politician that'll fucking have a policy to get you out of your home and have you living fucking on the street, we say, well, he did it in a very pleasant, polite way while wearing a suit. But the guy that's just like, fuck these people, you're like, oh, you can't say, he said shithole country. Oh my God. That's outrageous. You can't say that shit, right? And so, like, first off, I would say Democrats say this shit all the time. It's just directing at groups that you don't give a shit. I could go litany of things talking about the problems with whiteness and fighting back against whiteness, and this particular group, law enforcement being racist, or this, Nazi encampments with ICE agents and blah blah blah. So it's ironic. I don't disagree with you. Trump is a symptom, or he is a result of what we saw culturally and politically that was happening, getting further and further and more outrageous with the Democratic Party and the left. The rhetoric that they used, the idea that they had these bubbles, particularly in places that influence our culture so much, like the entertainment industry, the academic industry, it was getting worse and worse. Many people were calling it out. And so what happens is you fucking go for someone that's going to be that sledgehammer doing the same shit on the other side. So I agree. Trump has said shit. That claim, I looked it up. His press release said once a total ban on Muslims that was issued coming into the country. That was said December 7th, 2015. It's fucking outrageous. That policy shit. It is. I'll call it. But the policy that
say. But I do think that there is a difference when we're talking about like politicians, because with the sort of shit that like BLM was willing to say versus the way that like Biden would talk about it or something, like there's very, very like
Maxine
different
Waters.
types of rhetoric.
Maxine
Waters.
You see them
exactly.
chase them out of.
Yes, exactly. That was horrific.
There she
shit.
is, and there she is.
Horrific
there
shit.
she is. There she is, still one of the faces. Or we could see the smears on Kavanaugh. The shit that went through
Yeah,
that with
but
Kamala Harris,
Maxine Waters,
Cory
people were
Booker.
actually willing to like condemn what it was that she said. She got in trouble with Congress. She got in trouble with
Oh, really?
with
So she got
citizens.
kicked out? What was
no,
her
she didn't
punishment?
get kicked out, but neither did the chick from Georgia. What's her name? When talking about like Jewish
this is
space
it.
lasers and shit.
When
like
you,
nobody's getting
did
kicked
she
out,
ever
but they
say
get
Jewish?
condemnations and stuff.
All right. So go ahead. Sorry, I'm not.
I guess sort of like I see from as like a layman, what I see is I see like Trump is very sort of like hegemonic in terms of like how he sort of runs his side of the group. For example, take there's that the name's there's the senator who says the most insane shit all the time. It's a lady, and she's I'm tripping over myself. I apologize. Sorry. My point is that like it seems to me that like a lot of people on the Trump camp they talk a whole lot of smack, and it's out, and people on the left find it very difficult to.
This was the norm. Again, the attacks on Mitt Romney. They called McCain a Nazi. They said Mitt Romney had binders full of women. It was going to put black people in chains. These were the norms. This was the escalation of attacks that was normal coming from Democrat elections and Democrat campaigns and media members that are strongly pushing for the Democrats and academic circles. And there were specific politicians in those groups that were talking like that. And Trump is the result of that. That's what you're going to get. And it's, by the way, this is true of all of these things, even if you take politics out of it. When we had so much priority of racialization and identity politics with black Americans, it was inevitable that you're going to get the Richard Spencers. That people that feel that society's left them behind that are white are going to say, we agree. People should come together based on racial preferences, and we are aggrieved. And so fuck you. That's the problem. And we were told in all areas, academic, culture, etc., we just had to ignore it. We just had to be like, well, and there are people on the left traditionally that are looking in specific areas of this, like Jonathan Haidt at Heterodox Academy, who's like blowing the whistle on this with academia. He's saying, holy fuck, do you see what's happening in academia? Do you see how radically left they're becoming? Do you see how they're censoring conservative positions? And then we see things leading into that 2015 election. You remember the riot at Berkeley, right? Because people were trying to go, was it Ben Shapiro or Milo? They were going to try to hear him speak on campus. And the leftists decided to start beating the shit out of the people that were trying to get in there. And we were told, well, and then we saw it with the riots that we saw with, the Ferguson riots and the hands up, don't shoot that was based on all of this shit. It just keeps escalating. And what you're going to get's a Trump. And by the way, if the lawfare and shit would have worked against Trump, you know what you'd have got? Someone worse than Trump. You would have got someone that was literally a Franco. You would have got someone that came in and said, I'm not even going to hide the fact. We're going to come in and we're going to use these fucking agencies and we're going to start rounding up our opponents like they're doing to us.
Well,
that's what's going to happen. And so the idea that
saying.
there's no self-reflection, and like, I'll just finish with this point. Again, I don't particularly, it is not my particular cup of tea that we would have a president, which is such an important position, not just because of the policies that he can influence, but in many ways because of what he symbolizes. It's not my ideal preference that be someone who's fucking shooting off the cuff all the time. Maybe take a couple minutes and word your words a little more diplomatically. Sometimes the shooting off the cuff's okay, but saying shit like, yeah, we're gonna ban all Muslims, that's not good, right? But the problem is, that's less egregious to me, someone that talks like that, and then the policies that come out of it aren't really that egregious at all, versus the opposite. Versus we have people that talk smooth and talk very polite, and then you see that their policies are egregious and devastated to specifically targeting specific groups in horrible ways. To me, that's worse.
I agree with you in like the things that you're saying are technically correct, but it is going to go back to like whether or not we're actually like condemning these sorts of things when we're talking about like, but again, Black Lives Matter, like fucking Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders, like O'Malley, all of these people were saying all lives matter and shit like that because they thought that some of the messaging was a little bit too rough and that there was condemnation of like a lot of the rhetoric that BLM was using, the rioting, shit like that. But when we're talking about, but like even when Hillary Clinton said bag of deplorables, she got a bunch of heat and had to apologize for it. Joe Biden says like they're garbage, and it turns out he's like, oh no, I wasn't talking about like the the followers. I would never say that about them. I was talking about the comedian, and like it's very like different lines where when Trump says these things, it doesn't seem like the same condemnation comes, and instead we get people putting the fucking they put it on T-shirts and hats, and they're like, yeah, fuck
it
yeah,
doesn't,
let's go.
but that's just it. It doesn't, but that's just it. If this election, if the 2024 election was just decided on, we see the record of Donald Trump from 2016 to 2020, and we see the record of Kamala Harris from 2020 to 2024, right? And okay, so you have to argue that the Biden administration is the Kamala administration. She summed that up nicely. I can't think of one thing I would have done differently. Great move, Kamala. That probably cost her the election, right? If it was just looking at the record, the Democrats lose, because regardless of why you think it's the case, you might think it's unfair, you might think people are uninformed. People felt specifically when it came to the border and economics and largely foreign policy, shit was better under Trump. That's what they felt. The problem was the attacks on Trump then were attacks on his character. But the problem is that's been the strategy against Trump ever since Trump ran.
His character
so
matters,
now,
though, and that's part of what we're
let
saying.
me finish.
Is that the
Let me
norms
finish. Let me finish. So 8 years after hearing about he says mean shit, no one really gives a fuck that he says mean shit. That's fair or unfair, but that's just the truth. And many times it was because they cried wolf. They said that he said shit so many times that he didn't, and then he did say shit sometimes that got called out, but we already got through it, that was baked into the cake. So, for example, you see the Democrats go all in on Tony Hinchcliffe telling a joke at Madison Square Garden, and they're like, oh.
I was dead against that, to be fair.
Well, you may have been.
Yeah, that was the dumbest shit.
I thought it was a bit cringe as well, yeah.
But certainly this was what Kamala's team was putting out. This is what many people in the media that were going for Democrats, this is what they were putting out. And in the total act of schadenfreude, a day later, Biden says Trump supporters are garbage. And
But
now they're in this enviable
say
position.
that, though.
He did. He absolutely did. Your imaginary apostrophe is absolute bullshit. That's exactly what he said. He said the only garbage I see is Trump supporters. That's what he said. And you think there's an imaginary apostrophe.
He said Trump's supporter. It was Trump's
No, he didn't.
supporter.
It was plural. He said S. You're telling me there wasn't an S on that? You want to go back and listen to the clip? That's what you're claiming? There wasn't an S?
Yeah, I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying. I don't think there was an S, but it doesn't matter either way, because the point that he's making is that it is the norms that people are upset about. And when you're saying, yeah, but you guys keep complaining about it, and after a while we just don't care. That is the point. Is that yes,
That's not the point. The point is when you do that, when you say, when the Democratic Party's like Tony Hinchcliffe, and most people are like, this is a fucking stand-up comedian. This connects to Trump. This connects to the Republican. How's that go? No, this is Puerto Ricans. Do you hear what he's doing? Blah, blah, blah. And then a day later, the leader of the Democratic Party, the current leader, the president, Joe Biden, says Trump supporters are garbage. And then people go, see? That's even worse. And Democrats are like, oh, no. What it does is it makes it a wash. People don't give a fuck then what Trump says when you hear Democrats that are saying just a stupid shit.
Yes,
So now they're going to be let's look at the policies.
It goes back to what I said a minute ago, where I'm talking about the fact that people do get condemned when they do these things. When Hillary Clinton does come back and apologize for saying bag of deplorables. When Joe Biden does not stand by those comments. And even if you
You're
want to
not
say,
listening to me.
Wait, just let me say, even if you think he said that, he doesn't stand by it. And when he comes back and says, no, I wouldn't say that. What I was just talking about the one person, I wouldn't say this about his entire community. He does not stand by that statement, and that is the difference. Is that Trump can say things, but if there was ever any reflection there or any sort of accountability from his movement and from people to actually say, yeah, you shouldn't say these sort of things. The norms do matter, and the way that you say things does matter. That it would be a totally different scenario. But instead, yes, it is this ownership.
You're not listening to me. One side saying norms. The way he talks is so bad, and the other side's like, we don't really give a shit. So then when the other side does that, we say, okay, motherfucker, look what you just did. And you go, oh, well, why are they held to a higher standard? They're held to a higher standard because what I'm telling you is what ends up happening for the people that are undecided or the people that are inspired to go out to vote is as follows. You've shouted to the sky for 9 years about and the way Trump talks.
And they apologize, and they take it back, and they are held accountable, and he isn't.
Again, listen, maybe you'll learn something, Tom. Listen, the Democrats, Kamala Harris's team specifically, and you couldn't defend the policies of Kamala Harris. So you had to rely on norms. Trump's bad for norms. The way he talks is bad. And then you say, your side says dumb fucking shit that's even worse. And then people say, what about that? That's why there's a focus. That's why they have to say, oh, let me correct myself. They're not saying it because they believe it. They don't give a fuck. They'll talk all the shit they can, as is evidence pre-2016, when they're talking about binders of women with Mitt Romney and putting black people in chains. They only give a shit when it starts to harm them politically. Then they, just like they didn't give a shit about the border. So now they're forced to say, oh, well, actually, Biden's going to clarify.
Their side holds them
now he's
accountable
going to clarify.
politically, and the other side doesn't.
There is no accountability, as is evidenced by you. As is evidenced by you putting an invisible, erasing an S that was on Biden's name. What accountability is there when even people like you are still making excuses after the fact for what we all heard Joe Biden say? What's that accountable?
I just said, even if he said it, he doesn't stand by it. And that's what matters, is that he is not standing there saying, yes, I stand by them all being garbage. That's literally all that matters, because he is being held accountable, and he is not going to stand there and hold on to that statement like Donald Trump.
Did Tony Hinchcliffe clarify that he didn't give it, he wasn't disparaging Puerto Ricans?
Yes.
And did Kamala's team still say that that was somehow representative of Trump and Republicans?
Yes.
Even after Tony Hinchcliffe clarified? Oh,
yes,
so you mean there
Trump's
was
team,
accountability for Tony Hinchcliffe?
Trump's team did say, we don't like stand by the things that he said. We didn't know that he was going to say those things. They did say that. But
Kamala's team said, oh, you've been held accountable, so we're okay with that. That's what they said, right?
No, I'm saying that. I'm saying that, yes, it is good that his team came out and said those things, and it is good that they did back off those statements.
You said that doesn't happen. You said that the Democrats are held accountable, but not the Republicans.
Oh my goodness.
Now the Republicans are being forced to apologize, in effect, for something that none of them said, but a comedian. And you and simultaneously are making excuses for what Biden said.
Giving him credit for it is showing that I am willing to acknowledge it when he does it. But I'm saying that, yes, as an overall pattern of behavior, obviously one side is more willing to do this. I've never heard Trump apologize for something. I've never heard Trump say that he was wrong about something.
The apology is nothing. I don't give a fuck that woke people demand apologies. It means nothing. Let me give you an example.
Exactly.
Go ahead. I want to leave leadership talk. I'm sorry.
All right. So, essentially, we've been sort of going on about Trump's character and, the attacks on Trump's character, how they're overblown. But I would say, at the end of 2020, when, I think it was 2020, when the election with Biden was happening, he proved a lot of the criticisms that the left had about him when he didn't have enough character to accept the loss and transfer power. Now let's look at Biden. Biden engaged in a successful transfer of power, and he didn't sort of go around claiming the election is stolen, I didn't lose. The attacks on his character were relatively, I think, founded a lot of the time. And a lot of the things he did, which was outrageous and was called out upon, was they were true of his character. That's what
I don't give a shit. I don't care about your feelings in his character, especially after you're probably fucking silent. Well, you're in Australia, so who gives a fuck? But after the Democrats were silent on all of this shit, that we saw all the egregious character flaws, the demonization of certain groups of people that were deemed oppressors, like Christians, whites, men, etc., binders full of women, locking black people chains, etc. I'm telling you, all of that resulted in Trump. People are tired of, but my feelings, I demand apologies. It's fucking hollow. No one believes in anymore. When it comes to the specific not conceding the election, there were credible things that needed to be looked at in the 2020 election. There still are. It's outrageous. It's outrageous that we're still counting votes right now from this election. By the way, where are those Democrats?
Which is why there's credible things that need to be looked at in this one as well. Yet they still conceded anyways.
For example, in my state of Pennsylvania, there is a Democratic governor named Josh Shapiro, who at one point was the front runner to be the VP candidate and may in effect be the front runner for the Democrat presidential nominee in 2028. Where did he come out when we had the commissioner of Bucks County fully admit, yes, we are counting ballots that a judge told us it was illegal to count, but we don't give a fuck because no one listens to courts anyways? Where was Josh Shapiro? Why wasn't in that Senate election? Why didn't we see a concession from Bob Casey when he heard that the people were intentionally counting fraudulent ballots to try to bring him across the finish line? Why didn't Joe Biden come out and speak about it? Why is it okay for them to admit, yep, we're directly illegally violating a court order, but we don't care? and then refusing to concede only until there was enough pressure nationally that she was then forced, because she realized she's probably going to go to jail now, the woman that said that, she was forced to then come out and say, oh, just kidding, it was a misunderstanding. Where were they if they're so concerned about election integrity?
You talking about the lady in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
She said she wanted it to go to the courts. She said that just the way that it did in the last election, where it went to the courts and they changed the fucking law, that she said, if I do this, it's because I want it to go to the courts. As she said, I want the courts to pay attention. And so that means that somebody
she
sues,
admitted that
they
she,
challenge
the court said
and it goes back to the Supreme Court in Pennsylvania, and she wants them to make a new decision just like they did in 2020.
Same argument with the alternate electors, right? They wanted it to go to the courts. The courts would be able to look at this. That's what they wanted. You seem to have a massive problem with that. Democrats seem to have a massive problem with that.
Well,
and this woman specifically said that she was okay counting illegal ballots because people ignore court orders all the time, and she wants the courts to look at it. How is that not an even more egregious violation?
Yeah, it is literally the same as like Donald Trump writing an executive order that violates the law, and then the Supreme Court can overturn it. It is his prerogative to write that executive order. Hold on, wait, let me
he's
explain.
president.
Hold on, yes, it is his prerogative to do it. Just as in that hearing, it was her prerogative to vote on which way she wanted to go, on whether or not they wanted to count the votes. They were literally holding a vote on whether or not they were going to count the votes, and she voted to count the votes because she wanted it to go back to the courts. She knew that she said it's going to get sued, it's going to go back to the courts, and I want this to get challenged because they don't care about precedent anymore. That's literally what she said when she...
Okay, all right, so, wow. Tom. First, okay, so you concede she did the same thing as Trump, so you're not freaking out when Democrats do it, but you are freaking out with Trump. Great admission to say that it's the same.
What are you talking about?
Second, didn't you just say it's the same as if Trump does something illegal? It's okay. He just wants it to go to the courts. That's perfectly fine.
You just said that I freaked out when he did it. I'm saying it is okay if he writes an executive order because it does go to court.
Okay, what if he says we want alternate electors so that this will go to a court?
That was a little bit different because that overrides the exact that was not his prerogative to actually override.
Oh, so how is it? So I just secondly,
states.
Would you admit that a president has some more authority to determine whether or not things are legal, illegal, or to write legislation than a county commissioner? Would you agree that there's a difference in the?
It depends because with the county commissioner, we have state rights and county rights and things like that. That is their prerogative. Whereas in this case, when it comes to somebody being an elector, that is the state legislature's decision on who it is, and that's based on party as well.
If the court says you can't do this, is the commissioner allowed to say, "Yeah, I can do it," even though the court told me I can't do it because I want the court to look at it again?
No,
is
she's allowed to vote against it so that it goes back to the court.
No, what she did was admitted that they were going to continue to count those ballots, to vote to count those ballots, which the court already told them it was illegal to do so.
Why did they hold a vote?
They held the vote to explain that they were going to keep counting ballots that the court already told them it was illegal to do so, in the hopes that the courts would look at it again. But the courts already told them it was illegal for them to count it.
Yeah, yes, it is their prerogative to say they want to count the votes,
it is
and
not.
It goes back to the courts. That's how it got changed in the first place in 2020. That's literally how it got changed. And she was upset that the precedent got changed in the last one.
It doesn't matter that she was upset. Can you explain to me why her position means that she's allowed to violate court orders because she wants the court?
I didn't say she's upset. I said this is how it got changed in the first place. Is a decision was made.
She is not upset. She is pleased with the way things are going.
I didn't say she's not upset. I said I didn't say she's upset.
It's
not relevant whether or not she's upset.
I don't give a fuck if you said
relevant.
she was upset or not. Okay. Now we have to break this down even further, and you can see why it's so worthless to debate people.
I'm saying
you.
You're not arguing
I don't
against
think that
me.
it was. I don't think that it's wrong to intuit and use the word upset to say that this woman is looking at a process where she wants the courts to look at something to put the word upset in. Now Tom's acting like me, saying the fact that I intuited that she was upset that the court said that she couldn't count these ballots and wanted the courts to look at them again. That's somehow something that needs to be called out. I shouldn't have used the word upset. So what word would you like me to use? She was perturbed.
No.
She was nonplussed.
No.
She was vindictive.
No.
She was what verb? What is the word you would use? She was what? She was what? Go ahead. What word would you put there?
Well, when you're saying Tom is saying
No.
now
Just give me
because
the word. Give me the
none
word.
of them, none. There is no word. The entire argument is nonsensical because I didn't say any of those things, and it's irrelevant to my entire argument. My argument is about the law. You're talking about whether or not she has a right to be upset. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm talking about the law, the way that
That's
this
not
works.
what I was talking about. You misunderstood. I wasn't talking about whether or not she has a right to be upset. Let me clarify. Everyone has a right to be upset about anything, anytime they want. Has nothing to do with what's going on. It's a red herring that you're making an asinine argument and you're trying to deflect to that because you know you can't defend the position you have. The argument I'm making is this: regardless of what she feels, can you show me what in her position title gives her the right to ignore court orders because she has a belief, and so therefore she does not have to follow what a court said she did because she wants to intentionally violate it, so the court has to go? What about her? Can you point to me in her description of her elected office where she has the right to do that?
Yeah, so in 2020, they had the same exact issue where they were denying a certain amount of ballots to be counted. They got sued for the decision that they made that went to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court, it went to the lower courts. They made a decision and they set precedent that it was that they were going to count those ballots. Then the Supreme Court overruled them and said, no, we are not going to count those ballots. So it was the same exact scenario in 2020, which is how we got this decision in the first place. So now she's saying, okay, I'm going to do the same exact thing that happened in 2020. I'm going to vote against this, and then this will go back to the courts, and hopefully we will get another decision that will go back the other way. Exactly what the Republicans did in 2020.
Is the law that was clarified by the courts in 2020 still on the books in 2024?
Yes.
So she intentionally violated the law, intentionally counted ballots that the court said you can't count, so that the court would then have to look at it in hopes that the court would reverse their decision.
Yes, just as the Republicans did in 2020.
Can you show me
to get that decision in the first place?
Okay, so show me. So your argument is in 2020, Republicans counted ballots that the judge said you weren't allowed to.
No, the other way around. They said that we don't want to count these ballots, and so, but the law said that they were supposed to count the ballots. So they said we don't want to count these ballots.
Can you show me that? Cool. Show me that law in 2020. Go ahead.
Okay.
Because I live in Pennsylvania, I can tell you what happened. There were obvious court decisions. So what the courts ruled that where they had to keep separate ballots they had to keep separate piles of ballots for a bunch of things that were going to come up. For example, the question of should you count whether or not signatures match? Those ballots were counted.
Dates,
the question
names.
of right, all of those ballots were counted. The question was, after they were counted, we were going to go to the court to see whether or not they should count in the final tally. But it wasn't that they were counting ballots that the court had already said, no, you can't count. That's the difference. They counted everything and then allowed a court to later say, okay, which ones should count and which ones shouldn't.
That's
the
what I'm saying
reason
is
that those
happening
sorts
here.
of things were happening, the reasons that those sorts of things were happening in 20, it wasn't that Republicans were intentionally violating. They did everything by the book and then went to the court and let the court rule on the decision. The reason that the court needed to rule was because there was a massive change in how voting occurred in 2020. Mail-in ballot was basically only allowed for absentee things like you were in the military or that you had a chronic illness. That was the only reason that mail-in ballot was allowed in Pennsylvania. So everyone knew that the court was eventually going to have to weigh in. That is a completely different situation than the court saying, okay, here are the ballots that you're allowed to count, and here are the ballots that you're not allowed to count. And a county commissioner saying, I don't care if I'm violating the law, I'm going to continue to count the ballots that the court told me that I'm not allowed to count. I don't give a shit because people violate court orders all the time.
Okay.
That is blatantly breaking the law. And the idea that you say that somehow...
Well, let's just break this down then, because yes, I'm saying that this is the same thing. When she votes against this and says, no, I want to count these, what happens from there? The same exact thing. They count the votes, it goes to a court, and now they know whether or not those new votes that they counted are going to actually count in the final tally or not. It's the same exact thing. That's why I'm saying that they're the same.
It is not the same thing. Intentionally violating the order because you want the court to relook at something isn't the same thing. Why do you have... And by the way, you can't give any differentiation why the alternate electors of Trump would be any different than this. By the way, they wanted the courts to look at it again.
They're insanely different again because this is her
In what way?
prerogative. They're holding a vote
Show me
vote on.
show me where the prerogative says that she's allowed to violate specific court orders that say you can't do this.
They're
show me
holding
where
the
her
vote.
position
The
says
vote that they're
it
holding
doesn't matter. So if Trump would have said, "Hey, I'm holding a vote on alternate electors," you'd say, "Oh, okay. Well, because they're holding a vote on this now."
No, because it is on the county commissioners to decide what they do with their own fucking elections. Whereas for Trump, it is not on him ever to choose his own electors.
It is not.
Ever.
That is absolute bullshit. First off, there's more of a reason for politicians to be allowed to suggest using whatever electors they want. That's not a blatant violation of the law. There's no law that says that you can't suggest that you want a slate of electors. But there are laws that say
in the state choose them based on the party that
doesn't matter.
won. He was not the party that won. He was not the state legislature.
Allowed to weigh in. Trump's allowed to weigh in. State legislators and people that work at the state legislature could weigh in. That's all perfectly on board. The point is, right? The point is that's different than a court specifically saying you can't do this. Yes, you're right that there are things that county commissioners have sway over, but the state court has ultimate control over them. And when the state court says you can't do this, what you're giving is justification for any officer of the law. For example, a police officer could be told specifically by a court, you can't seize people's personal property anymore. No more civil forfeiture, right? And they're like, fuck it, we're going to do it anyways. And then we'll let the court tell us later no if they disagree with it. That is outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous. And you would say, well, but they were deciding on it. And they thought they had the right to have the court rehear it. So they're going to keep just violating that court order over and over and over. And by the way, Tom, what an asshole you will look like. What an asshole you'll look like if this woman actually goes to trial and they're like, what a fucking egregious argument that anyone would even try to make. You're allowed to announce that I'm blatantly violating the law, but I don't care. But of course, that's fucking asshole.
No, she didn't say she doesn't care. She said she wants it to go to the courts. She says in the statement, I want it to go to the court.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She admits that she's violating the law. It doesn't matter what her reason for it is. That is a blatant violation of the law.
Okay,
you don't different from the. If I say, for example, I'm robbing you, imagine this. I say I'm robbing you. I'm a state legislator. We're going to vote on sort of whether or not certain things should be a crime. So, Tom, I'm robbing you at gunpoint right now because I want this to go to court.
Yeah, I get it.
And you'd say, oh, well, then that's not a violation of the law because you're doing it. You're doing it because you want the court to look at it. And then when the court says, yeah, you can't armed rob him, I would say, oh, fair enough.
So the difference in one is that when you talk about the state legislatures, you're saying that the state legislatures could have gone along with him, but they didn't. So it's not a good argument to say they could have said, yeah, we're going to go along with what it is that you want for your slates of electors, but they didn't. So that argument is totally invalid because they didn't do that, which still makes it illegal. Then two, yes, they have the vote. She's allowed to make her vote and make her decision on what it is that she wants. And she literally said in the statement, I want this to go to the courts.
Do that. You cannot do that. You can't say because we're a body. For example, there could be many, many bodies that have votes, that have elections, that vote on specific things. And you're not allowed to say, you can't, for example, if you are a county commissioner and you say, I know that courts have said it's illegal for us to punch people in the face, but I'm voting to punch Tom in the face. I'm voting for that because I want the court to relook whether or not we should be allowed to punch Tom in the face. It is absurd to say, well, because the reason that this is different is because they announced there was a vote. The idea of voting, whether it's not something that you were specifically told is illegal, and you saying, well, we're going to vote on whether or not we should be allowed to break the law, is justification for breaking the law because you wanted the court to relook at it, is a fucking joke.
The funny thing, though, is that my position is consistent on this, but yours isn't. If you're going to justify Trump's fucking fake slates of electors, yours is insanely hypocritical and inconsistent where you're acting like that's okay, but this one isn't when you know he's fucking violating the law there. There is no justification for it whatsoever. And it's not his prerogative, where it is her prerogative to vote on the thing that's being held in her fucking county.
Is Trump allowed to say, for example, is Joe Biden allowed to say today, hey, I wish there'd be alternate electors? Is he allowed to say that?
Mm-hmm.
Or is that a crime? Oh, he's allowed to say that. That's not against the law. Okay, then, okay, so Trump would be allowed to say, I think there should be allowed alternate electors. Would Biden be allowed to sit down with like specific legislators in places like Pennsylvania? Would he be allowed to sit down with people there and say, hey, here's why I think you should do alternate electors? He'd be allowed to do that. Really?
Yeah, he would. Yeah.
That's not blatantly against the law.
No, as I said earlier, I already said that he would be allowed to do that. And you said that yes, the legislatures could go along with Trump's plan. And I said, yeah, they could, but they didn't. And so that makes it illegal for them to send them up there anyways.
Who didn't?
Feeling
what legislator? So
Georgia,
how does the process
Arizona,
work?
Go ahead.
How does the process work? So the entire legislator has to vote on that?
No, it's just the party. The party of the candidate who
Where does
won,
it say that? Where does it say that? Where's it say that?
In the,
Point me to law. It says the party of the candidate that they have to unanimously agree? Do they have to have a vote? What if 51% agree?
Different states do it
Can you
differently.
point me to the law?
Different
sure,
states have
point to me the
different
law. Sure.
legislatures.
Point to me the law.
Which state do you want? Georgia?
Arizona. Let's do Georgia. Sure. Point to me the law. Go ahead.
Okay, let's see. Despite this well-settled law, states across the country, including Georgia, are facing new phenomena since 2020 election. More than 30 officials nationwide have refused or threatened to refuse certification of election results. Okay, hold on. That's not Georgia's role in electoral college. Okay, here we go. The Constitution doesn't provide specific instructions on how to nominate candidates for the Electoral College, only states that electors can't be members of Congress or currently hold federal office. For most states, though, electors are chosen by state party convention or by state party committee. Electors are usually nominated because they are loyal and dedicated members of the party. These individuals may be state and local elected officials, party leaders, retired politicians, party activists, or someone who's personally or professionally connected to the candidate. So yeah, it's the parties of the side that wins.
Okay. The parties of the side. So it has to be unanimous from the parties.
Again, it's different for each state, but
Does it have to? Okay. So you said Georgia. You know it's a crime in Georgia. So what's the law in Georgia? Go ahead. Or Arizona or wherever. Go ahead. Tell me the law. You know it's a crime, right?
Georgia
So go ahead.
Code Title 21. Upon receiving certificate returns on any election from the various superintendents, the Secretary of State shall immediately proceed to tabulate, compute, and canvass the votes for all candidates described. Subparagraph, the Secretary of State shall also, upon receiving certified returns, presidential electors proceed to tabulate, compute, and canvass the votes cast for each slate of presidential electors and shall immediately lay them before the governor, not later than 5 p.m. So it is the Secretary of State who gives the slate of electors to the governor.
Okay, and keep going. And
no later than 5 p.m. on the 17th of the day following date on which such election was conducted, the Secretary of State shall certify that the votes cast, all candidates described in subparagraph A4A, Code Section 21-497, upon all questions voted for the electors of more than one county, and shall no later than the same time lay returns for presidential electors before the governor. The governor shall enumerate as a certification the number of votes for each person so voted, shall certify the slates of presidential electors receiving the highest number of votes. The governor shall certify the slates of presidential electors no later than 5 p.m. on the 18th day following the date on which such election was conducted. Notwithstanding the deadline specific in the code section, such times may be altered or just cause an order of a judge superior court in this case. So yeah, so the parties choose them. They give it to the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State gives the final slates of electors to the governor, and the governor is the one who finalizes it.
Okay, so then only the governor is the one that could finalize. So any slate that's sent that the governor didn't finalize would be fraudulent.
I would assume so, yes.
Okay, so then you also find it egregious what happened in Hawaii in 1960, correct?
No, the governor did go along with that.
No, he didn't. He certified one slate of electors. It was the Republican slate. That means when the Democrat was sent to...
This is for Georgia. I don't know what they did in Hawaii, but the parties did go along with it in Hawaii.
The issue is this: the federal law. There's no problem. I could gather fucking 15 people and say we're the slate of electors for Pennsylvania. That shouldn't be against the law. It is obvious to the people that get that. Mike Pence, who those are delivered to, knows who the official slate is. I could say we're the official slate because we think there was cheating. It doesn't. There's no harm in that. In the fact that in order for fraud to occur, you need there to be significant harm. For example, if I say something that's untruthful, but it doesn't impact a situation. Like, oh, in the context of me running for office, I'm the greatest home run hitter that ever existed, and I've won awards to prove it. That might be bullshit, but we wouldn't consider that fraud. So the idea that they wanted to submit electorate, it has nothing to do with there's some special thing that says that the entire party has to vote one way or another.
No,
the
there
real
could be
problem you're
potential
getting
fraud
to,
if I get a thing that says Babe Ruth used this bat in the fucking All-Star game and I put it on eBay and they find out before it's ever sold that this is a fake certificate. I can still get in trouble for the potential fraud that I had there.
That's not analogous. It's not analogous because we're talking about the fact that it was clear. It would be like if you said that and it was literally a fucking Pokemon card with a bat drawn on it. People would be like, this isn't really fraud because it's so fucking obvious that it's not true that we're not going to put this through fraud. And so the argument is, right, the real problem that you have isn't, how do state legislators put forth the slate of electors? It's that however the process is done, inevitably the governor certifies, and then that is the certified slate. Any slate that's not that is illegitimate. It doesn't matter if that slate was completely decided on by the losing party or it was decided on by 1/4 of the legislators from that losing party. They would all be fraudulent, according to you.
The Georgia Attorney General, that's incorrect.
No,
and
it
that
is.
This
it
was
is
fraudulent, and that them pretending to be duly elected officials of the state is fraudulent in and of itself. Just
then
putting
it
on
would
an
have been
officer
fraudulent.
uniform
It would have
and
been fraudulent. It would have been fraudulent in Hawaii. Hawaii also has a similar law that says the only legitimate slate is the slate that the governor certifies. That is the actual slate of electors.
But that
the
was after
slate of
the
electors
Congress
that was
already decided for them to do this.
It doesn't
That
matter
is
what
different.
Congress decides. It doesn't. The only official slate is the one that the governor signs. The governor signed one slate of electors. The Democrats decided to send the slate that wasn't certified by the governors and wrote in that slate that they were the official duly elected electors, even though that wasn't true, because in precursor to being duly elected electors was that the governor had to sign off on it. He did not.
I don't believe that that's the case. I see absolutely.
Okay, then prove it. You don't.
Wait. I have to prove that. First, there would
Okay,
have
so
to
you
be
want
like
me to look
a
at the
case
Hawaii?
that
You
the
want me to look
governor
at the Hawaii?
didn't,
Okay, so then I will bring it and we'll see what they said.
Because I'm fairly certain I went over this before, and that this was decided on from Congress, is that they were doing the investigation. They sent it back to the Senate saying that they needed a recount in Hawaii, and then they
what
sent
happened?
it to the
This
state
was
for
the
another
situation
slate of
that
electors.
happened. There are federal laws that say that the electors have to be in the hands of the vice president by a certain time. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
So the worry was what was going on was because there was a close election in Hawaii and there was already a recount that had been announced, that the problem would be if they were concerned by the... Well, listen, they were concerned that the recount would take longer than the time frame for when they had to have that slate of electors in. So what was decided was the governor would send the slate of electors of the duly elected electors, which were the Republicans.
For both parties, yeah.
Under the auspice, no, not under both parties.
Well, they
He
already
did not
sent one
sign
for the first one. They already did the first one, and then they had to have a second one for the other party,
Let me
just in case
finish.
the other person
You're
won,
you're
right?
misunderstanding the situation.
Okay.
Maybe you're understanding, but you're wording it in an awkward way. So what happened was they had the official slate of electors of the party that had won at that point, and they were like, what they would have wanted to do is not send any until the recount was done. But they were worried our slate won't be counted because the law says this slate has to be in by a certain time. So what the Democrats decided to do was, well, we're worried if they only send the Republican slate and then the recount comes in our favor, that they'll say, we're sorry, there's nothing we could do because the way the law is written. Your slate had to be in by this time, and unfortunately, your legal challenge didn't end until after that time. Therefore, there is nothing we could do. even though the recount shows that Democrats won, at the time that the electors must be counted and must be received, the Republicans were the ones that were declared the victors. It's too late. So what was decided was, because of those time frame issues, and there were going to be legal challenges that occurred, the Democrats also would send a slate of electors. No one called those fraudulent. Everybody understood, oh, this is because they're putting this in as a placeholder because they're worried that there will be significant legal challenges that could change the result of this. And if this placeholder is not there, there is a legal argument to be had. Even if the election challenge goes our way, there's nothing that could be done because that slate wasn't there. That is exactly what's happening with Trump's slate of electors. They're
Right,
saying
it wasn't the governors that sent that, right? It was
What's
no
that?
governor sent like an.
It doesn't
alternate slate,
matter.
right?
If it doesn't, well, there were members of the legislature. So a defined government.
So I said the governors weren't the one who sent it, right? I believe
That's correct.
Trump did go and he talked to like
The governor
many-
didn't send it in Hawaii. The Democrat Party did. The governor
Democrat
certified
Party-
a slate of electors. Yes, the governor certified a slate of electors of the Republican Party. The Democrats were not.
both?
He could. What's that?
Did he certify both?
No.
That's what he did, right?
No, he certified the Republicans. That's what he did. The Democrats then, independently of the governor, sent their slate to DC. Then what happened was it ended up being for naught because before the actual time frame deadline, but the reason they did that was they were worried. We're not going to have this done, the recount done by the end of the deadline.
Yeah, so
but the recount ended up getting done. Let me finish. The recount did end up getting done, right? And so then the governor uncertified the Republicans and certified the Democrats.
Yes.
But at the point that the Democrats sent that slate of electors, they would have been considered fraudulent by the very people that are saying that Trump's slates of electors were fraudulent. And that would have been a crime.
So it does say that yes, they decided to certify the other slate of electors because the next day there was the recount. But that is like again, the states are in charge of their own elections. The state could have charged them if they wanted to. They chose not to. According to what I'm reading, is that yes, they just chose not to charge them because it ended up being useful. But in this case, there was no reason for them to believe that this was going to happen, and they did it in 7 different states where there wasn't
reason. There's plenty of reason. There were actual court cases that had already been filed, and they were waiting to hear whether or not they would be heard. And so the idea that there was no harm in this, right? There was precedent for it having happened. It happened in Hawaii. No legal charges were even suggested. Everyone knew what this was. If there wasn't this time frame,
Cheesebro and Eastman's text messages that they were saying that this is already a problem because we've already gotten back in 4 of the 7 states that our appeals to the decisions have already been declined. So we don't even have cases in the majority of these states anymore, but we're going to push forward anyways and just send the electors anyways and see how it goes.
They have the legal right to do, because all that happens is Pence will say, okay, we're going to accept the legitimate electors, or Pence will say, well, there's alternate slates, so we can't decide, which would force it to go back to the states that would then have to look at the evidence and certify the slate of electors that they think. But ultimately, however those states would have decided, the individual states would have been the correct slate of electors. That's what would have happened.
Why didn't Pence go along with it? Why did Pence refuse to do it?
He shouldn't have. It was a bad legal strategy.
Well, it wasn't just a bad legal strategy, but it was not. They wanted him to upend the process to give more time for there to be.
It's not upending the process for more time. If you think that there are court cases that you want to have heard, and there are things that you want to have heard, but you're worried about this time frame issue. That's the problem. They wanted it. So this is what would have happened. Had Pence wasn't going to say yes. Had Pence said yes, it would have went back to the states. The states would have said, look, dude, we looked at this and we don't see the evidence.
But the states did that beforehand as well. They already talked to the states. We have the recording of them talking to the AG in Georgia and him saying, dude, we already did this. It's already too late.
They felt that they had a legal right to hear this stuff heard. They felt that much of it was dismissed on things like standing. And so it would have been more of a standing if now there were alternate slates of electors, which would have gave standing to the second slate of electors. They thought that that would have been the case. And so they wanted to have these challenges heard. If Pence would have said yes, what's likely to have happened was it would have went back to the states. The states overwhelmingly, if there wasn't evidence, would have said, yeah, there's nothing we could do. There's not evidence. If the states decided they were going to say, yeah, we do see evidence, and then there would have been a hubbub, it would have went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court would have said, you have to put up or shut up. If you don't see evidence, then the Supreme Court would have said, no, we're ruling that the original slate of electors is the appropriate slate. It would have delayed the process probably 2 weeks to a month, and that was a more legal theory than a court blatantly saying, you can't count these ballots, and you saying, fuck that, I disagree with this court order, so I will violate the order, which you're perfectly acceptable with.
Is that this is a process that somebody can use to fuck up the entire electoral process, regardless of whether or not they actually think that there's a chance of them actually winning a case, and especially in this case when there aren't even pending cases in the majority of the states. This is somebody just fucking with the process, trying to get their shit in so that they can somehow like manage, because from what I understand, he wanted other senators to challenge a bunch of these states as well, to then try to get other things in as well that would hopefully get him a win in the end. And so yes, they were trying their best to actually take the presidency, not just challenge things and get more time.
You might say that someone could use this to monkey with shit. Yes, but that's not how the law works. There are plenty of laws and plenty of lawsuits that could be brought, etc., that people could take advantage of, but it doesn't mean that it's illegal.
That is how the Eastman memos work, and like when we're looking at the exact like intent in what it is that they're trying to do in many of the circumstances. They have plan A, B, C, D, and all this shit.
Right. They're trying to get what they see. By the way, just as a brief aside, what if we would find out? What if we actually investigate and it turns out that there was fraud in Georgia? What would you say then?
There was fraud in Georgia.
What if we look and we find out that actually the 2020 election, there was enough fraud that was committed that actually Trump should have won it? Then what would you say?
Well, I would say that there was, if that was the case, then I would think that it was totally legitimate. But the problem in this case is that, like in Hawaii, they had enough electors close enough to where this was actually like a totally necessary process. Whereas in this case, even if Trump won Georgia, he still wasn't anywhere close to winning. Even if you won Arizona, he still wasn't anywhere close to winning. Even if you like added Nevada, still wasn't anywhere close to winning. And so it didn't matter if he got a couple of these, he wasn't going to get all fucking 7 that he needed to.
Well, how do you know? He didn't need 7; he needed 3.
Just to be clear, so like Eastman's first memo to Trump says at the end. So he basically says that, Pence will like throw out this. That will sort of say there's dual. He'll get Arizona. He announced that he has multiple slates of electors. He is going to defer decision until finishing the other states. That would be the first break at the procedure set out at the Act. At the end, he announces that because the ongoing dispute in 7 states, there are no electors that can be deemed validly appointed in those states. That means the total number of electors appointed, the language of the 12th Amendment is 454. The reading of the 12th Amendment has also been advanced by Harvard law professor Lauren Tribe. A majority of electors' appointment, therefore, would be 228. Therefore, at this point, 232 votes for Trump, 222 votes for Biden. Pence gavels by President Trump as re-elected. So just to be clear, the advice given to Trump at the time wasn't advice to to pursue the orderly alternate slates of electors so that he could challenge these cases in court. It was so that Trump could win. That is some of the advice his lawyers were given.
So he was given many scenarios of what could happen. That's absolutely true. It is perfectly reasonable for people to talk to their attorney to find things that could be beneficial to them. It is absolutely clear, even by what you read there, that they are proposing a legal strategy that ultimately would have to be resolved by the courts. That is different than doing things like fraudulently creating ballots or something like that to steal. That's not what was going on. This was a legal strategy. You might not like that legal strategy. You might think that that legal strategy would have been terrible for the country. I happen to agree. I think what would have happened was this quite evident that it would have ended up at the Supreme Court. And if there was unable to have proof that there was fraud or reasons that the laws were broken in these specific countries or in specific states, that Joe Biden would have won. that's what would have happened. It would have been a legal theory. That is less egregious than a court. You are allowed to pursue your legal rights, even if it would be bad for the country. That's completely different. It doesn't make it illegal, and that's completely different. That's completely different. I just want to be clear, and then you'll get that you all, I don't know about you, but Tom is defending literally a court saying you can't count these ballots. A commissioner saying, if this violates the law, I don't care. I want the court to look at it. And he says that's totally legitimate.
Yeah, so that's exactly where I'm trying to go back to this, is that like in the Hawaii scenario, the Democratic legislature actually picked those slates of electors, and so that was actually like a legitimate part of their process, is actually them, the Democratic legislatures picked
Show me that has anything to do with whether or not this is legal or not. You've already conceded that the only
hold on, wait. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that this is actually part of the process, is that if the Democrat won in Hawaii, it would be the Democrat legislature that chooses the electors. In this case, in all of these states, it was none of their legislatures. It literally, there's emails from Eastman that
zero legislator.
Yes, in the email from Eastman, he says none of the 7 state legislatures have responded to us, and so they got their own electors in all of these cases. Now, Pennsylvania, I believe, said that it was okay and that they weren't upset about it and that it's not illegal, and so they're gonna let it go. But other states obviously have said, no, this is not part of the process. The Republican legislatures in these states did not choose these electors, so this is not only like even if this was the case, maybe we would at least have to have the Republican legislatures be part of the process of choosing the slates of electors, but they weren't in this case. So that's their prerogative to choose the slates of electors. In this case, this is this woman's prerogative to vote on the thing that is up for them to vote on.
It is not a prerogative for a person when the court says you can't do this to say I'm going to do that because I want the court to relook at it. That is not the prerogative of any official.
Okay.
Show me an example. Show me where the law says that. Go ahead.
It doesn't say that. It says that they are in charge of their own elections, and the state has a different law. But as she said, that differs from precedent. The Supreme Court overruled the precedent that already existed for those to count. And as you said, they did it in the middle of 2020, where that was a very special case with all of the mail-in ballots. But in this year, there weren't all those mail-in ballots. This was not that special case, and so she wanted it to go back to the precedent that stood before 2020, where they didn't have this ruling.
It doesn't matter. Just because you want something to be a certain way doesn't mean you get to directly violate. For example, the equivalent would be this. If the court specifically ruled on the alternate electors and said, you can't do this. You can't have these alternate electors. And then Trump said, yeah, we're going to do it anyways. Now you have a legitimate case because Trump is directly, and especially if he came out and said, I don't care if this is violating the law. I want the court to relook at it. I'll guarantee you and every Democrat would have been like, holy shit. But when a Democrat does it, all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, it's her prerogative to want the courts to relook at this. And so she's allowed to directly violate a court order. And she's allowed to do so even admitting, I know this is violating the order. That's insane. If she would have made an argument like, oh, I misinterpreted the order, I didn't realize it was a violation, maybe she has a legal defense then. Because it's like, well, the order was vague enough or she didn't understand it and she just wanted to be certain so that, she knew the courts would settle it. But when you're blatantly saying, I know this is violating the court order, I just don't give a shit, that's clearly breaking the law. I hope she's prosecuted, and I'll look forward to you defending her. If she's prosecuted, I really hope she is. She seems to be back. Why is she backtracking so much? Why isn't she out there saying, absolutely, I said that and it's perfectly legitimate. I have well within my right. Why isn't she saying that? Why is she saying, oh no, I was misunderstood? Why is she saying that?
Because it is what it is that you're saying here. That the way that you guys are framing this is as if she was trying to secretly count these votes and then they were going to break the law and just submit these votes that are totally against the law and they're not allowed to count, and she wanted to get away with counting them. But that's not It's clearly not what she wanted to do because she says in the sentence,
"I matter what your motivation for breaking the law is."
I know. But you're saying you keep framing it as though she is trying to get these votes counted against the law, which is not what she's trying to do. She is trying to get the law changed to where they would be counted legally.
Did she know it was against the law to count these votes?
Yes. Now, can you engage with what I just said?
Was she trying to count them? Was she trying to get them counted despite that?
No, not despite that. No,
that's
she wanted to go back
then
to
why
the
would you
courts.
count them? So when they're literally counting them, she's not trying to count them?
Not despite that, she wants to go back to the courts and then
No.
count
My
it.
question is, I don't care about her motivations. I made
You
it very
just said
specific
despite
statement.
that. You just said
No, I
despite
don't care
the law.
about despite. I'm saying her motivations are irrelevant. I'm asking you the question: did she want to count the votes, even though the law said she couldn't?
She did not want it counted in the final tally against the law. No.
That's not the question I asked. I didn't ask whether or not she wanted them to
if you're
count
just saying
in
if they
final
wanted them
tally.
to count them, yes, she wanted them to count them.
So
yes.
she knew the court said you can't count them, but she wanted to count them.
Well, when we're saying count them, okay, they're allowed to count them if they want. They're not allowed to have them in the final tally.
No,
That's
they're
what
not.
matters.
That's
what I'm talking about. So I want to talk about the final tally. She's not trying to get it in the final tally.
Her motivation is irrelevant. By the way, you have no idea what her mindset was to say. So is your interpretation really here that she actually didn't want Bob Casey to win? She didn't want these votes to count? It was just all an exercise in sort of, I actually don't want these to count. I don't.
Well, you just asked me why she is backing off the rhetoric and why she's saying she was misunderstood. This is about the fucking intent. But as soon as I start answering this, you say the intent doesn't matter. So I don't know what we're even talking about at this point.
No, the intent, if your argument is that she was like, of course I could say I'm violating the law, but that's because I want them to relook at the law. If that was her explanation, why is she backtracking from that now? Why isn't she saying that? Why is instead she saying, oh no, I wasn't saying that I actually thought it was a violation of a law. I was misinterpreted. Why would she have to say that? You're saying it's perfectly legal for an elected official to say, yes, I am intending to violate this law. I'm intending to do that. You're saying that's perfectly reasonable. As long as your reasoning is, that's not what she's saying.
She is saying that is the misinterpretation. That is the misinterpretation that she is not trying to count them against the law, that she's trying to count them and then have it go to the Supreme Court to where they can decide to allow it in the final tally. But people are making it sound like she's just going to put it in the final tally and fuck the law. And she's saying that's not what I'm saying.
So I just want to be clear. You're now admitting that you're saying that her statement is, yes, I clearly said that I knew it was a violation of law, and I did know it was a violation of law. The misinterpretation part that I'm saying is the reason I had for violating the law. That's what you're saying? That's what her statement means?
Yes, and I'm saying that this is similar to like a president writing an executive order that goes back to the Supreme Court that will change what the law is at that time because it has to be sued and has to go to the courts in order to set a new precedent. And this is something that happens very commonly. It is part of our political processes for presidents and for Supreme Courts. This is why they appeal all the way up to get decisions like this. This is how it's always worked.
Why is Josh Shapiro throwing her under the bus egregiously then? That's fucking terrible. She's just a Democrat engaged in democratic process. And the governor of Pennsylvania is fucking throwing her under the bus. Who used to be the attorney general who seems to know something about the law. Can you explain that?
I don't really care.
Well, let's hear what Josh Shapiro said. It seems like he disagrees with you. He says, any insinuation that our laws can be ignored or do not matter is irresponsible and does damage to our faith in our electoral process. It's critical for county's officials of both parties to respect it with both their rhetoric and their actions. Why didn't he say, oh, clearly she's allowed to violate the law. Clearly, if she wants to. Why didn't he say that? He was a former attorney general. Why didn't he say that?
I don't know. I've got the other people in the legislature saying the exact opposite, that this is exactly the way that this works, that this is the part of the process. This is a longstanding practice in fighting to protect rights of Bucks County voters.
Can you show me one time in history where someone said, I'm intentionally violating the law, And everyone was like, absolutely, that's totally reasonable to intentionally violate the law because you want the court to look.
Well, that's why what you just read is her saying that, like, and they're saying, yes, the rhetoric here is bad because this is like the people are misinterpreting what it is that she's saying. You're saying, yes, she's saying that she was misinterpreted.
No, that's not. No, they're saying that's incorrect. That's incorrect.
It's because I wanted to go back to the courts. Yes, that was a dumb way of saying it.
Very clever. Let's listen exactly what Josh Shapiro says. He doesn't say, oh, the rhetoric was bad because people misinterpreted. Clearly, she is saying to violate the law, and that's okay. But what they're misinterpreting is the reason, and that's why the rhetoric's okay. That's clearly not what Josh Shapiro is saying. I'll repeat what Josh Shapiro said. Ready? He said, any insinuation that our laws can be ignored or do not matter is irresponsible and does damage to the faith in our electoral process. That seems to be what he's criticizing, is someone saying, I'm violating the law. And it doesn't matter because people do it all the time. Seems to be that's what he's having a problem with. Not that he's saying, oh yeah, that part of it's legitimate. The illegitimate part is the misinterpretation that people had of her reasoning for violating the law. That's the only problem I have with this. So I think you're 100% incorrect when you say that he's talking about that people misinterpreted why she wanted to break the law, as opposed to him criticizing her saying, I'm breaking the law.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, you were earlier saying that she was backing off of it, but here it says that she still defends the decision while she does not stand behind the rhetoric that she uses. It says it does say that Josh Shapiro is siding with the GOP decision, but as I said, I don't really care what he has to say about it. Like, this just is part of the process.
What she's saying is, and if it goes to court, mark my words, this will be her argument. Mark my words, which will disprove everything you've just said here. What she'll say is, no. I wasn't saying that it was a violation of the law. I wasn't saying that. Had I known it was a clear violation of the law, I wouldn't have done it. What I was saying is that I'm so passionate about every vote counting that I think that it's important that we look at this. And I didn't think it was a violation of the law. And I actually wanted the courts to look into this to make sure no voters were disenfranchised. That's what she'll say. She will not admit in court, yes, I clearly knew this was a violation of the law and I just didn't give a shit. She won't admit that.
Well,
she will say
like
that
the
is
Supreme
not
Court
what I
has
meant.
already found that they are holding their ruling. So they've already.
Yeah, we'll see. Well,
No,
maybe
it
the
says,
Trump DOJ will weigh
according
in.
to this, they have already ruled. This says that
They
the
have
Supreme Court.
the Democrat Supreme Court in Pennsylvania has every right to say what they want. If an attorney general, a Democrat attorney general,
hold on.
decides
Wait, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying the Pennsylvania Supreme Court already ruled that that they are not going to side with her and that those votes are not going to get counted.
What's that have anything to do with whether or not she broke the law?
You kept saying, okay. When you kept saying the courts are going to decide, I thought you meant like on the overall decision.
No, the court. If she gets legally prosecuted, that's what I'm talking about. We'll see.
Yeah, if she legally gets prosecuted, then yeah, like I will totally admit that I was wrong for sure. If she gets prosecuted, then yes, I'm wrong.
Okay. I think that it's a weird hill to die on, and I'd be interested to hear any legal experts look into this, that it is okay for a county commissioner to say, I'm intentionally violating the law, but it's for a good reason, and that's somehow legitimate.
Again,
I bet any lawyer you talk to would be like, dude, you might want to fucking back off on that.
Okay, yeah, in this case, the thing that she said that she was challenging is the ones that had dates missing or the wrong dates on them that she wanted to get counted. And so she felt like this was a special circumstance that she wanted the ones that she felt like it was undemocratic for people to just not get their votes counted because
none of that
the
matters.
new ruling
None of
that
that.
came. I understand, but I'm saying that this isn't like a this isn't like this egregious attempt to fucking steal an election. It's
egregious. It is egregious to think that you have moral superiority or that you know better, so you can intentionally say, I'm specifically telling you that I'm taking actions that are a violation of the law, but I'm doing so because I have a morally just reason to do so. That is egregious.
Similar circumstances in 2020 when the Republicans did it because it was special circumstances because of all the mail-in ballots. And I'm saying that those special circumstances are gone, and now that they're they're gone, it makes sense to have a new ruling that would go away from the special circumstances precedent.
True. The situations are not analogous. You are allowed to, as a political party, challenge in court what ballots should count or should not. You're not allowed, as an elected county commissioner, to intentionally violate the law. What's that?
Can you give us an example of how they would, parties would challenge which particular votes are allowed in court?
Yeah.
They
so
sue.
they sue, and they have standing as someone that says, we think that this affected the outcome of the election, so you're allowed to sue, which will then be taken to the court. This happened. I give you an actual example that happened. The Trump team in Pennsylvania actually won at the Superior Court in Pennsylvania that mail-in ballots violated the Pennsylvania Constitution. So they had standing because they were the aggrieved party, because they should have won. If the Constitution of Pennsylvania had been followed, they went to the Superior Court, they won. Then it was appealed to the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, which overturned the Superior Court. But that's how they were able to do it. They were able to have legal standing, which they were allowed to take their case to court, and the court decided on whether or not those particular ballots should be allowed to be counted. First court said no, higher court said yes. Same situation happened many times all across the country, but in particular in Pennsylvania in 2020. Because of the radical change that happened so fast, there were questions on, were the changes legal? Did they go through the proper legislative process, or were they just emergency orders?
If ballots weren't counted, could you sue that certain ballots weren't counted? I don't think you could, right?
You could, right? But the problem would be,
You have to have standing, though, and it's rare that you actually have standing.
Well, let's say you had standing. You could do that, but the problem would be you would have to, it would only work if you were able to have access to what those ballots were. So, for example, if I said, if I'm running for office against Tom, right, and the Pennsylvania court said, we're in Pennsylvania, we'll say, and the Pennsylvania court says, we're no longer accepting mail-in ballots, and Tom beats me by 10 votes, right? And I'm like, well, fuck, I would have won the mail-in ballots, right? There were a big pile of them, but they just took all those mail-in ballots and threw them right in the fucking trash because we don't accept them. Then I take it to court and I win. Yes, we should count the mail-in ballots. Now what? Well, how many were there?
If they were in the trash, then it wouldn't have mattered, right? It would just
correct. That's the problem. So this is what happened in Pennsylvania, which was so egregious. What happened was there were all of these things. There were court cases on the docket. There was fights happening all the way leading up to election. Which ballots? Let me finish. Let me finish. So what happened was there's all these fights. Should ballots whose signatures don't match count? Should ballots that were received after election day count? Should ballots without a postmark count? All of these questions. And so what was ordered by the courts were count all of the ballots, but keep them in separate piles. And then we will have time to adjudicate, should each pile count? Should the one whose signatures don't match count? Should mail-in ballots in general count? Should the ones without a postmark count? The problem was, you know what happened in Pennsylvania? Whoopsie daisy, many of these counties said, sorry, we mingled them all together. Now we don't know.
So the
ballots, yeah, but part of it for me, the big difference for me, and especially in this case, is that like it is based on the reasonability. When we're talking about like if she, and this is the example that I gave in other arguments about this as well, is if she wanted to get like illegal aliens to vote, where they said like this is an unregistered voter, they don't even have like a ID, looks like it's an illegal alien, and she's like, no, I want these people's votes to be counted, I'm challenging this so it can go to the fucking courts. Well, I really wouldn't give a fuck like what you want from that point, because that's just an unreasonable thing that is undemocratic, that should never be allowed, and that would just be fucking absurd. But when we're talking about like most states are going to give you a provisional ballot for something like a date being written wrong or missing a date or something like that, they all give provisional ballots for you to fix these things. And in this scenario, they just weren't able to because of the 2020 decision, that it made sense that they would want those to be counted or be given provisional ballots so that they can fix these mistakes. And that if they just don't get counted, that all of these people's votes just no longer count for this reason, that does seem like an egregious
the reasonability has
would these people's votes have been thrown in the trash if she didn't do what she was doing?
No, because they already existed, right? So it's clear that they didn't throw them in the trash already.
They would not have been counted.
The question was, Right, they wouldn't have been counted towards the vote. So what happened was, it was clear that Dave McCormick won. The Democrats, including this woman, was pissed off about that. And so Bob Casey refused to concede. And so they kept finding excuses for, oh, these ballots should count, these ballots should count, these ballots should count. And so they voted to allow themselves to count ballots towards the final tally that would have benefited Bob Casey, in hopes that it would eventually be enough to put him over the finish line. They did so knowing that it was illegal to count those ballots. But no, they didn't destroy them, right? The problem was they couldn't count them towards those final tally. And it's nothing to do with reasonability. You don't get to say, I'm intentionally breaking the law, but I think I'm doing it for reasonable. Let me give you a counterexample. Are you aware that in Pennsylvania, we had problems where there were several counties where their voting machines were acting up, right? Did you know that happened in the 2024 election? Right. So what happened was they had to immediately file for a court injunction to allow voting in those particular counties to go hours after they normally would, because there was a delay. Right. Now, imagine, though, that a particular county, that's how serious they took it.
In Georgia, we had to do that as well.
Right. So that's how serious they take it. That even then, you still can't keep those places open unless the court at that point says yes. You agree with that, Tom, right? So imagine then, let's say in a heavily rural county, right? They're counting the votes or whatever, and they see, and they're following the news and shit, and all of a sudden they see it's 8 p.m. and voting's supposed to stop, but they're like, fuck, this is gonna be real close. Everybody get out and get as many people as you can and bring them in here now. We'll keep this fucking place open until 1 a.m. They allowed to do that? The law says no. The law says, but you would say, but that's reasonable. Why wouldn't you want these votes to count? Why not? Shouldn't their votes count? That's reasonable. But the courts would say, no, you can't do that. You can't. And then imagine they said, we know we're violating the law. We just don't give a shit because we want the courts to look at this. We think we should have been allowed to count ballots till 1 a.m. And why would you want to? We feel morally we have to. We don't want to disenfranchise any voters.
Yeah, I do.
The Democrats would immediately.
But I do think that this is like, I guess, just as a closing statement. I feel like when it comes to this process, and you're saying that like, oh well, it doesn't matter because they're not getting counted. There's not like the outcome. That's how I feel about this. She's saying, yes, I want to place this vote. I know it's going to go to the court. She literally says in the statement, I want the courts to pay attention to this because she wants a new decision. And so she's saying, I don't think that these votes are going to get counted illegally. I just want to vote this way to hope that the Supreme Court will make a new decision to where these can get counted legally. Whereas in the case with Donald Trump, they literally have a point with the fucking what they call the Pence card, where they are hoping he can just choose different slates of electors and that they can just hopefully get away with Donald Trump winning an election in a totally like different process to where it doesn't like the intent there is to have an outcome that is totally illegal and outside the bounds of the law. And so that it just does still seem like insanely hypocritical to defend one and not the other.
It seems hypocritical to when we have two situations. One is a court specifically says you can't do this is illegal, and someone says I know this is illegal but I'm still going to do it, and you defend it because you say, well, the intent is to have the courts look at it. But you've spent years probably saying Trump should be disqualified because he went to go through a legal process to have a legal challenge to look in things, and he didn't blatantly say I'm intentionally violating the law. And it seems that they did operate within the auspices of the law, as precedent seems to suggest with the Hawaii electors situation. It is, even if you wanted to say that the Trump thing was bad and you wanted to make the excuse, well, this is a low-level Senate that's not as egregious as president, those are reasonable arguments. But it's not reasonable to defend this blatant violation of the law, of the court literally saying you can't do this thing, and the woman saying I don't care that I was told it was illegal, I'm still going to do it. To defend that shows that you're not serious about election integrity. That's what it shows.
And can you guys just correct me where I'm wrong? But wasn't Trump didn't Trump appeal the decision? Wasn't it illegal for him to submit those ballots to Pence, and he went to court over this? And the reason why it's not illegal is because he appealed to the Supreme Court. Did I get that right?
No, the slates are supposed to be submitted to each state capital, and so like when we have like videos of like Arizona electors showing up to the Capitol, they're at the Arizona Capitol there to submit the slates there. Then they get counted there, and then the governor puts them in the envelope and sends them to the national capital, and then that's where Pence will open them. But none of the electors were able to get the second slates of electors into the envelope to where there would be two. So they never even made their way to Pence in the first place, because they would have to, as Rob just said, like it was a legal process based on precedent. But in the Hawaii scenario, the Democrats' legislatures actually chose those electors, whereas in this case, the Republicans never chose these electors, and so they just had no way to even make it there.
But again, the fact they didn't even get, but I honestly, Leader, I don't know what you're talking about, that it was only ruled illegal that it went. Yeah, I think you're talking about the immunity case. This is something that's sort of completely different. It has to do with conversations that he was having with his attorney general and whether or not you could use that as evidence of crimes. And the portion of the immunity case that people are referencing is because there are certain duties that we expect of a president of the United States, any action that he's taking within those duties, he basically has the assumption of that not being criminal. And so then the burden becomes on the prosecution to argue that this specific action needs to be addressed in sort of a court of law and be allowed to be used as evidence. And so it's complicated, but basically they break it into sort of three things. Any action that a president takes that is blatantly outside of the scope of his official duties, like if he murders someone on the street, he could be charged with that.
He's referring to the conversation with Pence, because it had the same exact thing with the conversation with Pence. Is they're saying, yes, he has to be able to communicate with his VP.
Correct.
And because he has presumptive immunity in conversations with his VP, that you have to make the case that this is somehow outside the bounds of his official duties.
Correct. So, but no, it didn't say that this was illegal, but the Supreme Court gave him a pass on. That's not what it said. They didn't adjudicate the specifics of this.
Okay, sorry. It was his conversation with Pence that was was it slightly different to him submitting the electors, but my apologies with that one.
All right, Tom, you got it out.
All right.
It's
Yeah, I
fun.
appreciate you guys
Even
hanging
if
out. Thanks for setting that up later. That was a lot of fun.
Hey, by the way, notice I didn't fucking browbeat you and put you through a struggle session like your boy. All right, we didn't do that.
All right, man.
He's a boy. He gets you more views. I get it. You got to keep that relationship going.
I'm a Rob orbiter, so I will.
There you go.
I
hey man,
expect better
when I
from
make
you.
it big, when I become fucking senator or something, you'll get one of the first interviews. Absolutely fucking promise. And you can grill me. I don't give a shit.
Awesome. All right, man. Have a good night.
Tell everyone I beat you at poker too. So
yeah.
Take it
Later,
easy.
guys. I like, yeah, this is every argument with him. It's so frustrating that like every time he starts talking, everything that he says is just like doesn't address any of my arguments. Doesn't like there's like a bunch of different things in there that are just untrue. Even in his last like closing statement, he's talking about the fact that like, yeah, and as we went over, the precedent was already set with Hawaii, so everything that Trump's team did was completely legal. It's like, bro, we literally just went over this. It was not legal. We literally just went over it step by step by step by step. The Democratic legislature approved the slates of electors in Hawaii. The Republican legislatures did not approve them in any of the states. It was very clear. I think Allie sent me the email right here where we literally have like the email from John Eastman, who has been disbarred for this. 4 of Trump's lawyers have already pled guilty and agreed to testify against him on this. Like, it's just so there's no way that you can like act like these are similar. But yeah, it says right here, electors did in 7 states, but unless those electors get a certificate from their state legislatures, they will be dead on arrival. So they can't get, they're saying we can't get the legislatures in these states to actually like give them slates for them to fill out. They don't have the official slates because the Republican legislatures won't go along with our plan. Just like last month's story. What is that? I have no idea what the fuck that means. What is last month's story? You guys say it's just like fucking random shit that like you expect me to know what the fuck you're talking about? Like what the you think just last month's story is enough for me to know what that means? What the fuck? What is that? Last month was wrong. What does that mean? Bro, what does that mean? I'm asking, you have, okay, let me be more clear. You have to be more specific, like a billion times more specific. I don't know what happened last month. I don't know what was wrong. I don't know what story. I don't know what you're talking about. I have literally no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I know that you think something happened last week that was wrong. That's it. That's all I know. Is just you think something was wrong. I have no idea what it is. It means you have to rack your own. Okay, if you're not gonna give me an answer, then I'm not gonna waste fucking time trying to respond to somebody who doesn't even know what the fuck they're talking about. Shit. But yeah, I was saying earlier, I did want to watch the hearings on the track. Okay, again, Action is incorporated. I've asked you, I literally, in the last statement, I literally said, I need you to tell me specifically what happened last month, specifically what you think happened, specifically how it was wrong. I need like way more information, and you're just continuing to add to the statement that I don't know what it means. I cannot be like, I cannot baby you any more than this. That is the information that I need. Yeah, fuck you. Dude, last month? Shit. You guys remember that thing? Oh, man. That was fucking sheesh. Last month? Oh, my goodness. You guys remember the story that happened last month? Oh, wow. I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about. You have retract misinfo you've been wrong about because you... Okay, Action is incorporated. I'm going to give you one more comment. And if in this next comment, you do not say what it is you're talking about, what you think I'm wrong on, I'm going to just ban you. I need people who are a little bit more intelligent, who are able to know what they're talking about. If even you don't know what you're talking about, I am not going to be able to decipher and mind read you. Only my fucking girlfriend does this to me, where she thinks I need to read her mind all the time. You, unfortunately, are not sucking my dick, so I am not going to even attempt. Ban happy? Yeah, I try to cultivate an audience of people who have the capability of understanding things. And when you show a pattern of not being able to understand, we do ban you, but you're still able to watch. There's tons of people who don't understand things, who just never comment, and for those people, we're fine with them not understanding because they don't ever comment. But this is an interactive show. You guys are part of the show. You guys are here, and I interact with you. So you guys are all part of the process. And if you are impeding that process, then we get rid of the impediment. In Tom's defense, I don't think I've ever seen him ban anyone, even egregious trolls. We like I said, we'll ban based on that sort of thing. Like obviously, yeah, people who are like, if they're funny trolls, then I'll enjoy them. If people are, Tom asking chat for blowjobs is too far. You guys said that about a year ago, and it hasn't stopped me yet. But yeah, yeah, people who are like, if they're funny trolls, I don't mind. Like it's at least entertaining. But yeah, if they're going to like keep like adding me and saying things to me, and I'm trying to respond to them, to understand them, to try to get what it is they're saying, to try to like have an interaction or try to like figure out what I got wrong or something, and they're just fucking around the whole time, then yeah, I'm gonna be like, all right, this is somebody that I can't have around, because I would rather not have to deal with somebody like this who's gonna choose to like impede everything, and they're not even entertaining while doing it. They just, and more so than anything, I don't like that there's so many dumb people that really try to make Trump voters look bad. I think that a lot of them are Democrats who are trying to act dumb and trying to say dumb things because they want people to believe that they're that Trump voters are all a lot dumber than they actually are. And so I don't appreciate Democrats doing that shit, and so I try to ban them. Rob banned me from his chat when today. Tom ain't the problem, it's the mods. Well, most of the modding that happens in that chat is from the bot. So you see Botrix just said, make sure to hit the thumbs up and subscribe if you enjoy, right? Botrix does most of the modding in that chat, and it like times people out for all caps, times people out for too many emotes, it times people out for spamming, it times people out for all sorts of shit, and it does like, I would say like 99% of the timing out. Like, no joke. It is just timing like hundreds of people out a night to get them to kind of slow down a bit. But Saint makes a good point. Nice, good for Saint. I'm just kidding. I don't see anybody named Saint. Oh, okay. You're saying Saint is the guy who said the mods suck and you're a mod. I get it. Fucking Philly, dude. Okay. Yeah, where's that hearing? I wanted to see the FEMA hearing. So this is what I have. This is the part. They only have them in like clips, so we'll maybe watch a clip first and see.
Received, quote, very clear guidance from her supervisors. Is that person lying too?
I have not received any evidence outside of the screenshot that Ms. Washington directed.
So those
her
two people
team.
are wrong. They're not telling the truth to us.
We are currently investigating this
But that's
issue
not what you
and
said.
bringing
You
in
said
the
this is
IG.
isolated, reprehensible, hasn't happened. This is the only time. And they're saying, nope, 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 it's commonplace.
I am saying that FEMA's mission is to help all people.
Well, let's look at
before,
maybe
during,
the best.
Yeah, the fucking like the mission is blah blah blah. This is gonna be fucking
evidence
rough.
we have is the actual screenshot. Can you put the screenshot up on the screen? Let's look at what the text message said. The text message said, implement best practices. Like, this is the best practices.
Yes, but this is that one woman sending that message. It says there's 13 participants in this. It says that this is for Crew 33. This woman is not even in charge of Crew 33. She's just a person in the group chat with only 13 people in the group chat. And she sent this message. Somebody immediately reported her, and she was immediately fired. So for people to keep like blowing this up as though this is some like massive problem where they're all skipping fucking Trump houses, there's no evidence that any Trump houses even got skipped. There's no evidence that any of them ever even got skipped.
We're going to implement them, and they talk about making sure you're going in pairs or with more than one person, avoid the Trump homes, drink your water, take your towel, coconut water. So stay hydrated, walk with someone else, and don't go to the Trump homes. It seems pretty common and matter of fact in the actual evidence we do have, the text message itself. But you're still saying Miss Washington and this other person aren't telling the truth.
when I received this text message, it was not in accordance with the way we conduct business at FEMA, and I directed
Even though
her
it said best
termination.
practices, even though it said stay hydrated, which everyone would agree with.
Oh, a couple of things. Yes. So one, Rob was wrong at the very beginning of that. He kept saying that they used the that all 4 FISA warrants were illegal. I said one of them. It was 2 of the 4 warrants against Carter Page were illegal. The lawyer who did it got fired, but he acted like it was because he this is what they do a lot, where they try to like use this like language game to make it sound like something's happening that's not happening. And so he kept doing this thing where he would say the Biden administration FEMA skipped over Trump houses. The Obama administration FBI spied on Trump. Like they keep adding those phrases in, trying to make it sound like Biden, Obama, like all of these people are telling them to do this shit. They're telling them that they have to spy on Trump. They're telling them that they have to skip over Trump houses. And it's just like it's all a word game where it's like, well, technically I'm right. Technically it's true though. It's like, yeah, sure, technically it's true. You're fucking trying to mislead people though. You're doing your best to make people think something happened that didn't happen, and it's dishonest. I don't give a fuck if technically it's true. It's still dishonest. It's still you're not engaging in a way that's actually trying to find the truth. You're debating to win. I don't give a fuck about debating to win. I get nothing out of this if I get some sort of W from a couple of fucking lefties. Like I don't care about that. He acted like Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't say Jewish when she said the Jewish space lasers. She did say Jewish. She was talking about the Rothschilds and did talk about the Jews when she said it. It said she was blaming fires on, and then it has in quotes, Jewish space lasers. She literally said Jewish space lasers. She said it specifically Jewish. Yes, she said Jewish. Let's see. There were a couple other things that were on here. Oh yeah. This is about the stuff with Hawaii. It says, although 3 Democratic electors in Hawaii took the same action, signing false certificates, it does not appear they ever faced similar scrutiny, in part because what happened next, namely that Hawaii's recount ultimately did reverse the state's election outcome. Kennedy prevailed by an eyelash when the recount concluded on December 28th in 1960. So when it says, oh shit, actually there's... Let's see. When Nixon, like Pence, presided over the Electoral College counting session on January 6, 1961, he acknowledged receiving all 3 sets of certificates, the GOP slate, the uncertified Democratic slate, and the certified Democratic slate. And yeah, when this says the certified Democratic slate, this is saying, yes, the Democrats, the Democratic legislatures gave them the fucking slate to fill out. They were actually duly elected electors, just their party didn't win, and so they were allowed to submit them because the party did select them. It's just that yes, it did turn out that they won the next day, and so the next day they were like, oh, okay, cool, we've already got this filled out. Based in the case of Trump, that didn't happen, and the fucking Republican legislators didn't pick them. So yeah, it was it's totally different scenario. Insanely different scenario. But and then, yeah, I had like other stuff on here about like Trump saying the word Muslim ban and shit like that. Elon Mao.
with, even though it said go in pairs, which everyone would agree with, even though it said bring a towel, make sure you're covered up, even said coconut water is the best way to stay, even though it said all those practical things, the part about avoiding the Trump homes, that's not a best practice, that's not commonplace. Is that what you're saying?
That is nowhere in our policy, and I can't speak to
I'm
the
not saying it's in your
motivations
policy.
behind what Ms. Washington did.
But it was, okay, now and her supervisor is this Mr. Hershey. Have you talked to him and to find out if he knew this was happening?
I understand that he was in her chain of command, and this is under investigation.
Have you talked to there's 13 people on this text message. Have you talked to all 13 of those individuals?
This incident is under investigation.
That's not what I asked you. I
Office-
know it's under investigation. We know how investigations work when it's done inside the agency. It takes forever. I'm asking, did you talk to the 13 people on this best practices text message?
The Office of Professional Responsibility has taken this, and they are following appropriate protocol to investigate.
Is the Inspector General looking at it as well?
And I have asked the Inspector General to take a look at this. I
Any
welcome
idea when
their
any idea
review.
when they're going to talk to these 13 people since you have it? Have you talked to? How about you personally? Have you talked to any of these?
She didn't say they haven't talked to them. It just sounds like, yeah, when something's under investigation, you're not really able to give details on the investigation while the investigation is happening. Trump's used this excuse 1,000 times on why he can't talk about certain things while they're happening. He couldn't even release his fucking taxes for years and years because the IRS was in the middle of investigating him for tax evasion. So it's common practice that you don't talk about stuff while it's under investigation.
I have not talked to them.
You have not talked to
personally.
any
I
of them?
have an entire team that focuses on this investigation, and that's what they're doing.
Seems to me it's part of a mindset that's in government. And this is the scary part because I think it's broader. And you don't have to take my word. Take it what people have said. I mean, this reminds me. We've talked about this many times, but I can think of well, actually, the same person. Let's go back to that. The same person who said that this likely received very clear guidance, this other FEMA official, also said this: I've heard from other entities who were serving in North Carolina that there was clear guidance to be mindful, quote, of the types of people who are in Western North Carolina. That's pretty derogatory stuff there, isn't it?
I have not seen any.
But you know what it sounds like? It sounds like Peter Strzok. Peter Strzok when he said...
Wait, what was it?
Same person who said that this likely received very clear guidance, this other FEMA official, also said this: I've heard from other entities who were serving in North Carolina that there was clear guidance to be mindful, quote, of the types of people who are in Western North Carolina. That's pretty derogatory stuff there, isn't it?
I have not seen any.
But you know what it sounds like? It sounds like Peter Strzok. Peter Strzok when he said, oh, I just went into Walmart, I can smell the Trump supporters. Sounds like Joe Biden when he said, oh, the garbage I see is the Trump supporters out there. Sounds like the guys the Democrats had, the professor the Democrats had testify back in 2019 in the impeachment. Conservatives, especially very conservative people, tend to spread out, perhaps because they don't even want to be around themselves. This disdain, this mindset that's in the government where everyone's deplorable, everyone's garbage, everyone is, smelly people at Walmart, and oh, be mindful of those people in Western North Carolina. That's what it sounds like. And again, the best evidence is the text message we have, which... No,
it's not my audio. That's Forbes audio clipping like that. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, I really need to get my filters on this fixed because it really does pick up every fucking sound of my spit, my voice, my every bottle moving, everything. And it's driving me a bit nuts, but I can't really do it offline because there's not much of a way for me to hear myself. And so the only way that I can do it is while I'm on stream. So I got to try to remember before ending stream, I got to take about 10 minutes to just fix all my stuff again. I think I was louder today. Reinforces
that mindset that we have seen from so many people in our government.
The actions directed by Ms. Washington are unacceptable, and when I received this text message, I directed her termination.
Do you have any idea who this other, who this other official is?
I do not, and if you have that information, Congressman, please share it.
Yeah, they keep saying there's another person who supposedly maybe possibly got this. We don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe. Ooh, wouldn't that be bad? Oh man, who's the other one? Oh, so yeah. I don't know if you're the one who has the info. Like, why don't you say? If you're the fucking, if you know about this shit, show it to us, bitch. Like, what the fuck? Why you keep talking about this other thing that maybe might not exist? Yeah, let me see. I want to see if I have like I got a whole new like set of stuff today.
Sufficient to say, but they can't. Right. We were all engaging with a hypothetical. So if you had to answer that hypothetical, how would you answer?
I think that
at that time, because it has to be sued and has to go to the courts in order to set a new precedent. And this is something that happens very commonly. It is part of our political processes. Oh yeah, we allowed, motherfucker. Every time I get into like Discord calls with people, they're always complaining that my audio is super quiet. I don't know if he turned me up though. That's what I gotta check and see if he had to turn me up at all.
Mr. Rob Noerr said, you should block out your cards before, on the like. All right, that seems pretty good. I'll put the winners PayPal and Discord afterwards.
It's gonna be ElderDrazi. It infuriates me. It's not that big of a deal, but seeing he's out or something, I don't know. It infuriates me the way this does things sometimes with not showing people's full names. Anyways. Yeah, right. I think if you're like a streamer that's streaming like gambling on a website or something, then maybe you could show the cards and it's not that big of a deal. But seeing as how I'll be streaming with people that I know, if you show the cards, then their audience would be able to watch my stream and theoretically relay the cards back. It's $20, so I don't think that anyone's going through the painstaking. They're going to do that. So yeah, you guys probably won't be able to see the cards or anything. Maybe if you think that I had good hand or not. Also, I think that it's Hold'em. Just casually amongst friends or like.
No testosterone here, folks. He's got a beard. He's probably got some testosterone. Just because he talks like that doesn't mean that you all have to say he doesn't have fucking testosterone, okay? Be nice.
Get a bar or something like that. Never. I'm going to lose the money, so I just don't care. It's just the price of paying to have. So I said, sure, why not? Yeah, that's another good point. God save rum and cokes all day. If you ever enjoy this type of stream, it's something a little different, I guess. So we'll see how it goes.
I think what I'm going to say everyone could hear. I wanted to sort of go over like a.
I'm already streaming. Should I mute you all just in case?
Everyone. Hello, everyone. How are we doing?
Good. I'm already streaming. Should I mute you all just in case we're going to talk about stuff we don't want people to hear?
Well, I think what I'm going to say everyone could hear. I wanted to sort of go over like a.
That's right.
Now, how do you guys feel about first place takes everything, second place gets a free game? So essentially, second place doesn't have to pay for the game. They don't have to pay the winner, and everyone else pays the winner. Is that okay with everyone?
Fine by me.
All right, that seems pretty good. I'll put the winners.
Yeah, he said before we jumped in to like have this on mute, so I had it on mute, and apparently the other people were showing it.
PayPal and Discord after we're done. I want to remind everyone to block out your cards. So like Mr. Rob Noerr said, you should block out your cards before on the screen, so that just to make it fair for yourself and everyone else. We don't want viewers running around and being like, oh, you should fold this one before the game's out. Block out your cards until like you've won the game itself, and or you've lost, and you can show that everyone had won. How are we doing, Star?
Good. Oh, of course. I was wondering if we.
That's all the sound I can get from myself, but yeah, sounds like I'm okay. He also could. Him and I have talked a bunch in the past, so he probably already had, even if he doesn't turn me up, it doesn't actually mean anything because he could have turned me up in the past. So I'll just ask the group chat if any of them turned me up. Because yeah, most of the time, every time I get on a call with somebody, they are immediately like, dude, I can barely hear you. Can you turn your audio up? And I'm like, no, I can't. I cannot turn it up. It is up all the way. You have to turn me up to 200% on Discord. And so, yeah, I got this new thing that like tracks all of my audio. It's turned all the way up here and then turned all the way up again over here. So it's up another 24 decibels across the board. I can change like my voice and the way it sounds in a bunch of different ways while I'm talking and give it a bunch of different like effects and shit like that. I think it sounds best around here. So this is where I've been leaving it. And then I can even put like my computer sound through this and like add bass to it, add like other sounds and crap. What program is this? So this is called Voice Meter. there's things that you can use that are called like cables, and cables normally give you the ability to like retransfer stuff in different directions. And so in this, I put the sound on there and then I transfer it into a cable, and then from the cable, then I'm able to then I'm able to transfer that sound onto Discord, onto OBS, stuff like that. But once I put it on here and my sound is way louder, now I have to redo all of my filters to make it to where it doesn't hear like every little thing all over the place, because everybody has like 1,000 filters turned on their OBS to keep it from sounding fucking crazy.
Classic switch, distort our view, and the critique of
that any podcast election, because I think a lot of people are starting to realize the importance of online media, alternative media in particular, in shaping politics. You know, people have been saying we need a leftist Joe Rogan, and how the right won, and people are starting to look at the importance of all the podcasts appearing.
There can't be a leftist Joe Rogan, because the big names on the left are people like fucking Cenk Uygur, Sam Cedar, Destiny. Like, Joe Rogan is Joe Rogan because he's like a, you know, very, very chill and kind of laid back. He's not going to press you. He's not going to debate you. All of his, like, Joe Rogan owns fucking Ben Shapiro. Joe Rogan destroys Dave Rubin. Like, all of these clips are him just literally just asking questions and having no idea that this is going to turn out to be some destroys clip later. And so there is nobody really like that on the left, because everybody on the left is pretty aggressive with the way that they debate, with the way that they go after people, with the way that they like try to get information out of folks. And then you have like Lex Friedman, Joe Rogan, Russell Wilson, Dave Rubin. Like, you got all of these other people, Tim Pool, who will kind of be like fence sitting people who don't really like want to take staunch positions on a lot of things, and when they're in person with other people, but then when they're not with those people, then they'll take like much more like staunch positions and be like a lot more clear on what it is that they believe. And so Tim Pool was another lefty. I mean, dude, the right lost tons of people as well. The difference for people like Joe Rogan, for Tim Pool, for Dave Rubin, like all these people who were on the left, they were always these like anti-government sorts of people. They were always these like, conspiracy theorists. They were always very populist in their thinking. And that's why a lot of them liked Bernie Sanders, because Bernie Sanders was also a populist. And then Democrats thankfully got away from populism and have moved more towards like a more establishment sort of rhetoric, and more like, trust the process, trust the science, like sort of ideals. And then, yes, the people who are on the right, who are people who are like, college educated, people who are like pro-establishment, neocon sorts of voters, they all are now over voting for Democrats now and backing Kamala Harris and shit. And then, yes, all of the populist people who were on the left are now over with Trump. So it is like across the board, just like an establishment versus populism sort of fight. And it's I'm glad that we got to have that conversation a little bit while we were all hanging out and getting along and being buddy, was that, we were able to talk a bit about the fact that like the entire Overton window has just dramatically changed. Like, it is, let me see if I can, it is really weird when you like think about how it was before, where you could pretty easily hear just like a couple positions from somebody and you knew like all of their fucking beliefs. Like, you have the Overton window here where like this is gonna be like the center. Shit, I can't control. I fucking suck with a mouse, dude. I can't control this shit. Where's all the other tools? So yeah, like we knew where the center was. We knew like pretty clearly like when you were in the middle, but when you're, as I was explaining earlier, when you're a populist, you are like inherently far. So if you're populist left, you are inherently far left. If you're populist right, you are inherently far right. Like when we say you're far, right? So when we think of like, if we think of like Marxists over here on the far left, well, I guess that's the right. So let's put them over here. When you think of Marxists, these are people like the more change they want, the farther out they are. And so they're not even inside the Overton window. They're all the way off the entire spectrum because they're so far out that the type of change they want doesn't even align with our political system. It doesn't fit. They can't just implement some changes here and there and then they'll be happy. No, they want a complete overhaul of the way that our government works, the Constitution, all of the processes, the Bill of Rights, everything. So they want so much change that they are just completely off the spectrum and outside of the Overton window. Whereas for anybody who's populist, like if the neocons were normally like here and the neo-libs were here, and those were like the majorities of the Republican and Democrat Party before. Now, if you're a populist, this means that you are against the establishment. So the establishment is like the people who want everything to stay the same. They represent like the status quo. They are the people who kind of they like the structures, they like the institutions, they like the things that are currently there, and they are happy with how things work. That doesn't mean that they don't have differences in policy positions. Obviously, Democrats and Republicans differ across the board, neocons versus neo-libs. They have very different policy positions across the board, but they don't want changes to the structure of things. They don't think that there's some inherent problem with the way that these things work. They don't think that there's a fundamental issue with the way that the government is structured. Whereas if you're populist, no, you are against the establishment. You want big changes. You don't want the FBI. You don't want the Department of Education. You want to completely restructure how we do asylum. You want to make sure that there's they want to get rid of gay marriage. They want to ban abortion. They want like all of these things that are very like extreme, anti-constitution, like anti-Supreme Court decisions, all this shit. You are inherently far. Okay, so the Trump movement is far, right? But when you have somebody like, but when you have somebody like Joe Biden, who sits like here in the initial like Overton window, and then you have Donald Trump, who sits here, that one is just way closer to the center. And this kind of shifts the entire Overton window to a point where it's just not what it was before. Like it's just not, things are no longer in the same place. And you just don't know. It's hard to like look at somebody and say like, yes, they are right wing, they are left wing, because you can look at somebody like Tim Pool who's going to say, yeah, I want Medicare for all. I'm in favor of abortion. I'm not a Christian. He's just going to have like a lot of things that we would consider to be like general Democrat sort of progressive sort of beliefs. But he's a populist. And because he's a populist, he's over on the Trumper side of things. And that somehow gets him over here now. And then neocons who were here, who before would say like, yeah, I want abortion to be illegal, but I want but there could be some exceptions. I want lower taxes. I don't want the government to keep implementing new programs. I want less regulation. I want that sort of shit. They were just right here before, and now this line that was here in the middle is no longer there. It's kind of here, but even that is like an oversimplified version of what actually happened, because yeah, somebody like Tim Pool, who is actually over here on the old spectrum, is now over here on the new one. And so yeah, there's just no way to actually explain how the spectrum works currently, because it's not split on right-wing versus left-wing fundamental values. It's not split on the old conservatism versus liberalism anymore. Now it is just populism versus establishment, and that's it. We have the 200 Republican officials signed documents saying that they're backing Kamala Harris for this election. You got about 20 something people from Trump's old cabinet from his first presidency saying that they're backing Kamala Harris in this election. You got his AG, you got his vice president, you got his chief of staff, all of those people who were remnants of the old neocon Republican Party now all back Kamala Harris. And so yeah, it's all just completely mixed up. It's none of this spectrum no longer exists. It is not there anymore. It does not even exist. It is a thing that is just not real in any way whatsoever. It is just completely gone. That spectrum is no longer there at all, and it is something completely different now. And it's hard to line it up to how, it's hard to explain how it actually works these days. It's hard to try to think of wait, if Tim Pool didn't change any of his beliefs, he didn't change any of his beliefs whatsoever, yet he was here before, right? If he was here, didn't change any of his beliefs, how does he now end up over here on the exact opposite side? And I think the only way that I can actually think of this in a way that makes sense is horseshoe theory. Does everybody know what horseshoe theory is? That is the only way that I can actually make this make sense in some way, where instead of it being a spectrum on a bipolar spectrum like this, where you have the far left over here and the far right over here, instead of that, you have more well, yeah, I guess we can, it looks more like this. But you just had the center is here, and almost nobody inhabits this space except for anarchists. And so you're going to have the right wing over here, where you're going to get farther and farther away from the center and then eventually get into the anarchist space. And then on the left, same thing. You get farther and farther away from the center, which is like, yeah, more of like establishment based, like status quo, and get into the anarchist space. But instead of it being like this, now we've just shifted it. And so now this line here is not there, and this circle here is not here. Now instead, it's here and here. So yeah, so it's just like just use the 4-quadrant thing. The 4-quadrant thing doesn't fit this either. That's what I'm saying. Even the 4 quads will not show any of this, because the distrust of government, the populism, the like want of change, the amount of like radical beliefs, and the amount of like things that you dislike about our current institutions, it does not read that. It's not there. But that's what it all is. That's what everything is based on now. And so, yes, it all kind of like shifts over to be, this is now the right that kind of encompasses the anarchists, because they're, because they are all going to be like a anti-institution. We've seen the like communists for Trump movement. We've seen the far lefties and progressives saying that they're voting for Trump. We've seen the not that like all of them are. We're just saying that like there are more of them who were that far out who are actually doing that now. And so yes, it is like it is just kind of like a shift this way now, where yes, it's just a very different way of looking at things, where it all fades into each other. $4 from Brandon, or sorry, $2 from Brandon. He said, have we gone over the Destiny Gooner files? No, I don't plan on going over those. I saw somebody said that he's the one who tweeted them out at people. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not really. Not really interested. But yeah, like in this case, it feels like you would want to just like take it and say like, oh, actually, the Overton window has just moved over this way. But it hasn't. Like you want it to like kind of feel like it's just stretched over a bit. But it just hasn't really. Because, yeah, so if that's the case, somebody like Tim Pool all the way over here doesn't end up all the way over here. But in this case, if Tim Pool was over here before on this one, well, when the line is redrawn here and here, well, now he is on this side. And so, yeah, it kind of changes the entire thing.
Appearances Donald Trump went on, but we're not going to just discuss that. We're going to discuss a bunch of things, such as how the Democrats lost, as well as the state of the American left in particular, because Mike here is from Pennsylvania, and he has a lot of experience and insight in dealing with the American left. And also, thank you to the listeners who kind of made this happen. I had a lot of people say,
lapse. Basically, since Build Back Better failed back in 2022, I was like, oh yeah, this is about to be the return of Trump. And so we've been examining that. And
what? He is so fucking retarded, dude. Mike from PA is actually one of the dumbest fucks alive. Like, he at the beginning of this, he said that him and Hassan were against Kamala Harris getting elected. I said to Philly the other day that I didn't think that Hassan said that, but he said that him and Hassan were anti Kamala, that they didn't want people to vote. So is that? Yeah, maybe I gave Hassan too much credit on this one because yeah, I thought that like if you guys remember, Hassan is the person who, like, the reason Destiny and Hassan broke up in the first place was over the fact that Hassan kept calling her Kamala. And that, yeah, Destiny was getting annoyed with the way that he kept talking about her and kind of like, not just stereotyping her, but giving like a stigma to her and to cops at the same time, as though like cops are bad people and that we need to stigmatize them and shit. And that's what they got in a fight over. So it would make sense if he said that. But yeah, this is right at the beginning. It was a 708.
So basically, you know, Hassan and I have been talking about this genocide, and we came out against Kamala Harris because of it and what Joe Biden is doing. And basically, Destiny has used this as an opportunity to try to deplatform us by making false accusations of anti-Semitism. And this is where it links back with H3H3, because H3H3 Destiny and trying to like get the interest of like pro-Israel groups to kind of attack Twitch itself, so that it was forced to like ban pro-Palestinian content creators, denying the genocide, you know, practicing like a pseudo-Israel's lawyer. He doesn't have a legal education to try to argue against scholars of international law on genocide. Just
Mr. Morelli, I know way more than you, Mr. Morelli.
No, Wikipedia.
Yeah. So yeah, this is like, when he says we came out against Kamala because of the genocide, I don't know if that means we came out and said people shouldn't vote for her, because I know Mike from PA told people not to vote for her. And so, but when he's putting him and Hassan in the same camp like this, it sounds like he is saying we both dealt with this the same way and came out against her, but I'm not sure. He's trying to link himself to Hassan as a shield. I don't even think it's as a shield. I think it's more as like I think it's a way to sound like I think it's a way to sound like your shit. I'm blanking on the fucking word. Like it's a way to talk about like clout. It's a way to sound like you have clout. You're like this. You and Hassan are the same. You guys are both just these big streamers, just kind of changing everything. Because the two of us, we did this, and now Destiny's so threatened by me and Hassan. Where it's like, you weren't included in any of this shit, Mike. Nobody even talks about you. Everybody, like, when we see you, we every time we're like, wait, what the fuck is ElderDrazi doing sitting and watching Hassan streams for 10 hours a day? What the fuck is happening? Oh, that's Mike from PA. Oh, I didn't know he was still around. Shit. That's what people do. They're not like, what? Oh, Mike from PA? No, we gotta stop him. Like, nobody's doing that. That's not happening.
It was the odds-on favorite for the entire time of the COPE.
Yeah, I thought Trump was going to get this entire time. When Kamala picked Tim Walz, and I saw like people giving less of a shit about Trump's assassination, I thought maybe. But as soon as I saw Trump on all those podcasts, and more importantly, actually, when I started to see JD Vance talk, I was like, oh, the left totally misunderstood the appeal of JD Vance. And like they just totally wrote him off.
Let me back up just to the Tim Walz thing for a second, because I think the Tim Walz decision and the way that people
So from what I was told, I forget who said this. Somebody said this the other day. They said, maybe it was it Foul? I think it was, somebody reminded me that he initially said he was going to vote for Kamala if she picked Tim Walz. Mike from PA said, if she picks Tim Walz as her VP, then I'll vote for her. That's the only way I'll vote for her. And then Waltz. Yeah, did he say Waltz? Lots of people say Waltz. But yeah, he said if she picks Tim Walz, I will vote for her. And then she picked Tim Walz, and then he still ended up telling people not to vote. So yeah.
Reacted to that was really important. Like for me, you know, I looked at Tim Walz and I saw a liberal who had accomplished a bunch of concessions in Minnesota with narrow power. And I said, oh, if that's the strategy that Kamala Harris has, which is a break from Biden, an attempt to build some sort of program you know, breaking from Biden's kind of conciliatory direction toward the far right, like, you know, with the weird shit. I said, I think that might actually be a good strategy. But then the DNC happened. And the point where I realized there's absolutely no way she's going to win was her DNC speech. Her DNC speech was the most right-wing Democratic Party accepted speech in the history of our country. And it makes sense if you think about it materially. And this is why material analysis can oftentimes lead you to insights.
What the fuck? What? Hold on. This is something that like progressives keep saying, like after the election too, is like, why would we have voted for her? She was literally a fucking Republican. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. I was frustrated that she wouldn't even like attempt to appeal to the moderates at all, and like kind of like clue us in and like make us, you know, pull us into the fucking camp or anything. She would say things that left stuff ambiguous and allowed for us to maybe wonder if we could be included, but there was never a point where she would say like, you know, yeah, we're going to fix this crisis at the border, and we want to make sure that less people are coming over, and we want to get like a hold on illegal immigration. Joe Biden's done a great job already at handling the amount of people coming over. The numbers have dropped dramatically. We tried to get a bill passed, and that didn't go through. And so we're going to try to get something similar done again and try to get this passed. The only thing that I remember her ever saying is that she was just going to, she wanted to get a bill of that type passed again. But yeah, all of the bipartisan bill stuff was for the far left. Again, you guys keep doing this where like I'm saying she didn't appease or appeal to the moderates, and then you guys bring something up and then say, oh, that was far left. I'm not saying that's far left, but that doesn't make it moderate either. That doesn't make it like this moderate thing. Bringing up like, again, when she dunks on the fucking right, that's not her appealing to anybody. When she says, dude, we were literally trying to give Republicans what they wanted and they still didn't
Harris
vote for
should
it.
have gone with Shapiro. Ben Shapiro face with tears of joy.
Ben Shapiro, yeah, true. But yeah, when she says like, when she says, we tried to give them, thank you, what is it, Madlibs07, thank you for the $2 dono. But yeah, when she says like, we tried to give them the bill that they wanted and let them write it and let them get all the stuff that they wanted. And now, and they didn't even vote for it and they still didn't pass it. She's not like saying like, yeah, I wrote that bill. I wrote the bill with all the right-wing stuff. I wrote the bill for Republicans. She's not saying that. She's saying we let them write it and we were trying to give them everything they wanted so that we could get past this and they could stop complaining about it, but they didn't. They still didn't vote for it because all they wanted to do is complain about it. But you guys bring this up as her like appealing to moderates. That's not her appealing to moderates at all. It sounds like she doesn't care and doesn't think it's an issue and thinks that Republicans don't believe it's an issue either. And that's all she's trying to say is, yeah, it's not an issue. They don't think it's an issue. I don't think it's an issue. Let's stop pretending any of them care. Like that's what she's saying. But it's definitely not. It's just, yeah, it's definitely not her appealing to moderates or anything.
Presidential nominee Kamala Harris portraying herself as an underdog candidate and a fighter. She addressed her party's convention on this closing night here in Chicago. Right now we're getting a reaction to the vice president's speech from some undecided voters in the crucial battleground of Pennsylvania. Seeing as Gary Tuckman is in Allentown. So Gary, who's with you and what are they saying about the speech?
Well, Anderson, we do come to you from Allentown in the heart of the beautiful Lehigh Valley in eastern Pennsylvania. And we are with 8 residents of the Lehigh Valley who've been say they all have something in common, as you said, Anderson. None of these people before tonight.
It sounded like Anderson Cooper was not expecting this. He was like, hey, so what did they say? And he's like, oh, well, I didn't ask him yet. Hello. And the like camera pans out. There's all these people sitting there. He's like, He just asked you what they said. He didn't expect you to just ask them right now. Shit, he didn't even know they were there.
Have made a decision about who they will vote for in November. And at least one person here before tonight wasn't sure she was going to vote at all because she doesn't like either of the candidates. Also, what they have in common, 5 of these people, they're all 5 of them loyal union members from the UAW local, United Auto Workers here in the Lehigh Valley. So thank you all for being here. First thing I want to ask you, I want you to grade the speech, okay? A is excellent, B above average, C average, D below average. We all know what F is. Let's start with you. How do you grade this speech?
We all know
I gave her a B+.
It's fuck your mom.
B+.
A.
B+. A.
A.
C.
C. So mostly A's and B's with 1 C. I want to ask you why you made the decision you made. First of all, we start with Scott, who is the president of the UAW local here in the Lehigh Valley. Scott, what grade did you give it again?
B+.
How come?
I gave her the high grade because I thought she looked very confident. I liked how she spoke from her heart. I liked her message of unity and the division that we have in America. I like her fight for the middle class and families. The reason I didn't give her an A was I thought she needed to go into a little more detail on some of her plans, of how she would, do some of the things that she...
I hate this fucking shit, dude. Nobody ever expects this of Trump. Nobody ever expects him to fucking say shit about what his plan is, how he's gonna do it, how he even did things in the past, what was the plan then. Like, they don't give a fuck. He can just come out, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna have all the best. We're gonna have all the best people. It's gonna be the best. We're gonna do it great. Better than everyone. And fuck China. China. Don't like China. They're not the best. We're the best. Like, this is all you fucking get. This is it. Just nothing but that. And they're like, wow, so good. But Kamala, she didn't give us a fucking 30-point plan with each bullet point under each bullet point under each bullet point and explain. Like, there's never this expectation of Trump at any point whatsoever. It's always just, Kamala didn't even have a plan. Wait, she literally gave a plan. She has websites full of plans. She has websites full of how she's going to do the plan. She's talked about them on the debate stage. When they asked her for a plan, she gave one. When they asked Trump for one, he said, I have a concept of a plan. But you don't give a fuck. You're cool with the concept of a plan. That's good. But why didn't Kamala go? She did have a plan, but why didn't she give us more details about the plan?
she envisioned.
Okay, Lindsay, you're in sales. You're the person who wasn't sure she was going to vote for anybody because you don't like either of these 2 candidates. I'll ask you more about that in a minute. But first, what grade did you give the speech?
I gave it a B.
How come?
I thought it was a good speech. I mean, she did what she was supposed to do. I liked that she talked about her upbringing, made it feel a little more like personal. But yeah, I thought it was a good speech.
Okay, Andy, you're also with the UAW. You make cars and trucks for us Americans, so thank you for that, along with the rest of you. Your grade again was?
B+.
And how come B+?
I liked her plan for the middle class. Like, my wife's a nurse. I'm an auto worker. I'm as middle class as you can get. I just felt like she should go a little more in depth. But I guess I understand you can't really go as in depth in these speeches. But a little bit more would have been nice.
Okay, Donna, is your mother?
Wait. What was the other one? Can we just all agree that most Americans want Trump in office? Who is disputing this? Can we all agree that most Americans wanted Biden in office? Like, you guys are the only ones who dispute elections. Like, we're not running around saying that didn't happen. That's just the other people. We're all well aware. Yes, the election happened. We believe in elections.
Yes.
Donna's a retired dental hygienist. Donna, what grade did you give it again?
I gave her an A.
And how come an A?
Because she hit all the points that I wanted to know about. I wanted to know more about her economic policies, her foreign policy. I know she couldn't go into depth about that, but I mean, I felt that she looked very presidential. She sounded presidential, and I think she's going to be a unifier.
Yeah, by the way, going into tonight, Andy was 60-40 with Kamala Harris. Yes. You were 50-50, which is interesting. We'll talk more about that in a second. Patrick, also with the UAW. Grade you gave it again?
A B+.
How come B+?
Well, she was very confident in what she was saying. She showed leadership ability and understanding of the topics at hand. But again, she didn't go in depth. I did like what she said about what she's going to try to do for the middle class, about a tax break for us, which would be very nice, but still a little bit more information on some of the things that she's planning on doing.
Sean, also with the UAW, the grade you gave it again?
I gave her an A.
How come?
I was looking for policy information. I really wanted to see some substantive policy information, and I thought she did give enough. I like what she gave on military, what she wants to do for our veterans, and with border control. I just think that she has a lot of good ideas, and she's very well spoken. I think she was very professional.
Sabrina is your daughter, and also a UAW member, helping to make cars and.
I mean, I don't know. I was waiting to hear somebody say that they're glad that she's decided to become a Republican, but I didn't hear it. Okay.
It's other people don't have, which is it's like she got that by the pressure of donors, of billionaire donors went to Biden and said, we're going to stop giving you money because you're a bad bet, you know, and we're giving money to the Democratic Party for access. We're giving money to the Democratic Party for control. We don't want to give money to a loser party, you know, we don't. And so Kamala Harris has a better shot. And
we don't want to give money to a loser party. Hold on. What?
We're going to stop giving you money because you're a bad bet, you know, and we're giving money to the Democratic Party for access. We're giving money to the Democratic Party for control. We don't want to give money to a loser party, you know, we don't. And so Kamala Harris has a better shot. And they mistook the replacing of Joe Biden and the excitement of that opportunity and the openness that people had to her for, oh, she's now a favorite. And so she began her consolidate, you know, she started to, you know, attack way right. You know, campaigning with Liz Cheney wasn't a strategy. It was a statement.
These people, I fucking hate them, dude. I hate them all so much. I really do. I hate them so much. They are all the fucking worst people in the world. They are actually the worst fucks. I hate this so much. I hate this so much, dude. Why? Campaigning with Liz Cheney is not her endorsing Liz Cheney. It is not her saying, look at me and Liz Cheney, we're best friends now. This is her saying, hey, fucking Republicans, your own people don't like your president. Fuck you. That's all it is. That's all it is. But these people are so, like, politically illiterate. When I say these people, I'm talking about like people like Mike from PA where they say this shit. Like, this is so politically illiterate where, like, again, this is not her like loving Liz Cheney or anything and saying, look, Republicans like me, so Democrats should like me too. Like, no, that's not what she's doing. She's saying they don't even like me, dude. They don't even agree with me. But they're voting for me because Donald Trump is that big of a piece of shit. Because they don't want to vote for somebody who committed treason that many times. They don't want to vote for a criminal. That's how bad he is. That's all it's saying. It's just a dunk on Trump. This has nothing to do with the you know, becoming a Republican or anything. But this is like repeated so often from Mike and his camp. It's driving me nuts.
Of her politics, of her idea of the incorporation of neoconservatism, interventionism into the Democratic Party's core, you know, away from the anti-war, you know, pseudo-leftism of the Bush era into a new.
Yeah, we're getting away from that Bill Clinton, you know, Hillary. We're going back to the Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton sort of Democrat era, the more Obama sort of era of Democrats, just totally anti-war, totally against war. That's only a Republican thing. We're trying to get back to the real Democrats who never wanted war, never even thought about war. We got to get back to the old Democrats. We want to conserve. We want to go back to the good old days, I think is what I'm hearing. He sounds like a conservative. He sounds like it's really weird that he's pushing all of this right-wing propaganda now of how he wants to go back in time to a day that he thinks is so much better. It's really interesting.
Form of American, you know, renewing the Cold War with China, you know, supporting Israel's genocidal activities in Gaza, and, you know, an expansionist and interventionist approach toward, you know, Latin America, the Middle East, Africa, Asia.
Nice straw man. Thank you. I think it fit perfectly. This is it is meant to take his rhetoric and apply the way that he's talking about Liz Cheney to the way that you know, the way that he interprets Kamala Harris and Liz Cheney. I am interpreting his words the same way that he was interpreting theirs. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah.
In general. And so when I saw all those elements coming together, when she said the words, the most lethal military, I was like, oh, this is what Liz Cheney's speech would give if she was the Democratic nominee. And I knew immediately that obviously is not going to, there's not a popular base for that kind of politics. It's a politics that only exists in the corridors of power, in the collar counties of DC, where the military industrial complex lives. And so it was kind of easy for me at that moment to kind of shake loose any of the liberal optimism that other people were huffing.
Yeah, one of the things I was going to say is to get into is how did the Democrats lose? And I mean, you already kind of stated two of the more obvious answers to that.
I do want to. I hope.
Well, I want to say one of them. Okay, so I've noticed a lot of lefties have been saying, "Oh, see, this is what you get for supporting genocide, and this is what you get for not listening to the Palestinian protests." And look, as much as I would want to believe that was the main case for why she lost, I'm half Lebanese. Like I've said this at least 3 times now. This podcast, not to play ID poll here, but I care a lot about this issue, but frankly, I don't think for most Americans it really is that much of a high salience issue. When I looked at the data, it really seemed that the Palestinian stuff really only affected Michigan and mainly.
It is funny. I feel like every time I hear like Hassan speak or Mike from PA or like the people that they interact with, same with Bad Bunny, like every time they talk, they are bringing up like id poll shit, but then they say they're not in favor of id poll. That's the Democrats. But it is them that brings this shit up. It is them that talks about these things in this way. It is like when somebody says like, oh yeah, these people did something racist to white people. He's like, okay, actually, white people do not have the oppression of black people or brown people, and they are not able to experience racism in the systemic way of like they go back into this like game of like having to play one against the other instead of just like using the word the way that it's meant to be used and blah blah blah. And just denying whether or not racism against white people is even possible and shit. Like that is what I would think of when I think of like id poll. Whereas when we're talking about like id poll that Democrats do, it's the same shit that like Republicans do. When we're talking about like establishment Democrats, they're using the same id poll as Republicans, as we talked about, where there's like let me see if I can find this. Let's see, the Trump administration's impact on small and minority businesses. Minority-owned businesses are challenged to compete in a marketplace that is constantly moving the needle and demanding suppliers to provide quality goods and services at higher margins and at a faster paced delivery. Much cheaper and faster are the new normal and requirements for most corporate contracts. Minority firms rely on the federal support to maintain their competitiveness and to expand beyond the U.S. into global markets. Since the election of President Donald Trump, who proposed aggressive cuts in the federal budget, there has been an uncertainty in the small and minority business. Oh, this is talking about how he hurt them. Hold on. He had like some like policies that he pushed for like black business owners and shit. Fact check Trump's policies for black Americans. Lil Wayne set the social media ablaze Thursday when the self-proclaimed best rapper alive revealed meeting privately with President Donald Trump, joining the pantheon of past their prime black male rap stars Ice Cube and 50 Cent in embracing the president. Let's see. Tens of millions of Americans had already voted earlier. Trump famously asked black voters what they had to lose by supporting him in 2016. A tumultuous 4 years in the White House provides answers. The president frequently touts a record low black unemployment rate, funding for historically black colleges and universities, opportunity zones, and criminal justice reform as evidence of what he's done for African Americans. Yes, things like opportunity zones and shit like that. Like he had like cuts for and like incentives for black Americans with small businesses. He had like stuff for Jewish people and talks about how he's the best president for Jewish people. Like it is the same exact shit Same exact shit that, you know, the Republicans had the anti-Semitism bill to like stop anti-Semitism on colleges, and like they are doing the same exact shit across the board. It isn't different. It isn't like special. But when it comes to what the far left does and the progressives do, when it comes to like, yes, the more yeah, like identity politics, systemic like differences that will change like culturally how we interact and try to change things based on like norms and crap like that. That is more so, I think, what people think of when they think of identity politics. It's not stuff that Democrats are doing, and it's not stuff that Republicans are doing. It is the stuff that Hassan and these types of people do. But then they say they're not the identity politics left that the Democrats are. I don't understand. I don't understand what we're even talking about anymore when we use these words of identity politics. I don't understand like what this means at this point in the ways that people use these terms. I don't get it.
University towns, like towns where, you know, bulk of the population are university students, makes perfect sense. But for a lot of Americans, that's not the big thing. I think the whole thing was, I mean, well, there's a lot of reasons why, but you mentioned one of them right away, which is the war hawk angle. I mean, you got two people. You got a guy who's a bullshitter who pretends to be anti-war, Donald Trump, right?
But pretending to be anti-war is better than being pro-war.
Exactly.
Electorally, you know what I mean? That's what Richard Nixon did too. And the Democrats fell for it again. And it's just like pathetic.
Yeah, it's like she could have took, you know, a page out of Woodrow Wilson's playbook and pretended to be anti-war and in fact actually go into war. So,
or
she
even
didn't
FDR if you want to be honest.
Well, yeah, if you want to be super based,
yeah,
you could have done
but
that.
you know, he was obviously operating to rearm the U.S. Not to get too down into history, but he was definitely also one of those people that was like, you know, I want to keep us out of the conflicts while preparing us for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean,
so
yeah. One more
Liz,
point.
like, why the fact that she thought it was a good idea to have Liz Cheney, like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm down in the polls. I'm going to go get the daughter of the most disliked politician in American history. That's going to go well.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things I want to mention. The first is Michigan is, of all the swing states, Michigan swung against the Democrats the most.
This is so frustrating. Like, yeah, getting the daughter of the most disliked politician. This is like, you know, the child is responsible for the father's crimes crap that they say that like they don't participate in. And it's funny because Republicans do the same thing where I feel like they bring up the, you know, the father is responsible for the child's crimes. I feel like I've heard this. I can bring up numerous debates where people have tried using that argument against me in scenarios where I was not doing anything near that. Yet they'll bring up like Kamala Harris is a Marxist because her dad, who she didn't grow up with, was a Marxist. Like, okay, he wasn't a Marxist. He did teach Marxism at his college and did write criticisms of Marx, but he wasn't really like a Marxist in the sense that he's like a socialist or a communist or anything like that. But even if he was, it just doesn't matter that her dad is a Marxist. Like, you look at my parents, they're, you know, Christian nationalist, like conservative, Trump voters, like all of this shit. They have 5 kids. None of us are these things. Like, none of us are any of that. And if you're looking at our parents to try to figure out what the 5 kids believe, you'd be wrong on all of us. You'd be wrong on every single one of us. But that somehow works for Kamala Harris, dude. No, dude, people have eyes. She was last in the room before the Afghanistan pullout mess. Kamala Harris. Oh, you're talking to somebody else? Try to at whoever it is that you're talking to, because I'm going to assume you guys are talking to me. And that it's going to be on topic of whatever it is that we're talking about.
So
yes.
I do think that it did affect that. I think it wasn't just Lebanese people and Muslims and Arab people and their allies it was actually the people in those communities who have, you know, friends and acquaintances and relationships with people, you know, of Arab descent or Muslim background. They also swung in solidarity a bit against the third parties performed best in Michigan. Like, you can see that Michigan was certainly changed by this issue. And that's one of the most important swing states. And the other thing I would say is like, yeah, I don't think that Gaza was the issue that made Trump win, but it's part of a larger signaling that was happening, which was
Dad's a war hawk. She's a war hawk. How is that not a far criticism? How does that apply? I was talking about communism. Oh, you're talking about Cheney. Wait, that doesn't, that doesn't mean anything. He's talking about how unpopular her father is to say that makes her unpopular. The woman is literally voted into Congress, and you think that now because her dad's unpopular, the most unpopular, right? He is the most unpopular. Well, she's winning elections, so but that doesn't seem to matter.
If you are a person who is of progressive bent, if you're a person who cares about, progress in this country, whatever that means, self-defined, Kamala Harris is not with you. Don't get excited. Nothing's going to change. And that message was received. The American people heard her say, I wouldn't change anything that Biden did. There's nothing that comes to mind. And they said, okay, she's Biden too. And they rejected that. They rejected that completely. They rejected it as thoroughly as they could. But but still at the same time, it wasn't that much of a win by Donald Trump. It was just a decisive win in the Electoral College. It was a decisive win as far as it was.
Yeah, even in Electoral College, last we checked, it was 300,000 votes that she lost by. We haven't checked in a while because a lot more votes have been counted since then. About 17 million votes have been counted since then. Let's do the math one more time real quick and see, because he may have won by a lot more than 300,000 at this point. So we can check again. Because that was back when people thought that she lost by like 20 million votes. But now that she's only down to 4 million. They thought that there was a difference between 2020 and this election of 20 million votes. And it's only a 4 million difference. And she's only 2 million behind in the Electoral College, in the popular vote. So 2 million votes out of 150 million, not very much.
She's winning elections. Brother Liz was deleted from Congress. She isn't winning anything.
You're saying she lost this election. You understand that she has won elections, yes? You do understand she won elections, yes? Yeah. Yes. So to say that she is the most or her dad is the most unpopular and act like that has anything to do with her, it just doesn't. It doesn't matter that her dad. It doesn't matter. You're missing the entire fucking argument. Okay. Do you think it's okay? Do you think it's a good idea to look at someone's dad and say, because of their dad, I don't like this person? Do you think that's a good thing? Do you think that's a good idea? She is persona non grata. It doesn't matter. Do you think it's a good idea? No? Okay, then we agree. I don't know why you're acting like you disagree with me. You don't disagree that she won elections, so obviously she wasn't that unpopular. She wasn't the most hated, where he's making it sound like her dad's the most hated, so she's the most hated. That's not it. The argument didn't apply because she's won elections. So it's obviously she's not the most hated. That's it. It's that simple. We agree. But all right, let me see. Okay, so what were the 3 states? It was Michigan. She's down by 80,000 in Michigan. She's down by 120,000. So that's 200,000 there. And then so wait, how many did she need to get to 270? 226, so it's 44. So she needed 44. So Michigan is 15. Let me pull this up. How many is Michigan? How many electors? 15. Okay, so she needs 44 to win. So you guys, this is what it looks like to do your own research. This is it. Watch and learn. Okay. So we got 80,000 votes there. Pennsylvania was 120,000 and they had 19 electors. Georgia is 110,000. What were they? 16 electors, right? Yeah, 16 electors. 110,000. Arizona is 11. There's a difference of 190,000. Yeah. Arizona, what is theirs? 10 electors? 11. 11 electors, 190,000. North Carolina is 16 electors. There's a difference of I can't think right now. 898 minus 715. 183. Okay. How many electors they had? 16 again? Yeah, 16 again. And 183,000. And then Wisconsin, ten electors. There's 30,000. Yeah, 30,000 votes. Okay. I don't think we need any of these others, right? Yeah. Yeah, we don't need any of the others. Are there any others you guys think I'm missing? The real pros use MS Paint. I just had MS Paint up a second ago. Yeah, I was just using MS Paint just a minute ago to go over other stuff. Okay, so yeah, I think we got I think we got all of them. Okay. So the closest ones that I can see that she was behind in are Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina. She needs 44 to win the election. So where are my glasses? I was really want to talk about a struggle session. I was really struggling with the with reading some of those articles while I was talking to Rob Noerr. But I don't know where the fuck my glasses are. All right, hold on. Let me grab my glasses. So we need 44. The closest ones, let's start with Michigan has 14. That's a difference of 80,000. Then Wisconsin has 10. That's another 30,000. Then Georgia, another 16. So we're at about 220,000 now. And then Pennsylvania. Well, so we only need 4 more now. Wait, yeah, we only need 4 more now to get it. So actually, we could use one of these now. So there's 50,000 there. Yeah, we can just add Nevada. That's 6 more. And that's only 50, that's 46,000? Yeah, 46,000. They have 6 electors, 46,000. Okay, yeah. So so that's 46 that she gets there. So that's how she wins. So then that's 4 states. So that's, come on, 80,000 plus 110,000 plus 30,000 plus 46,000. 266,000. So yeah, she lost by less than 300,000. He's just talking about how many electoral votes they would have needed. Yeah, so I'm saying that, yeah, that's she only needed 266,000 votes to win electoral college, and she would have won. That's a shitload. Wait, no. Out of 150 million? You think 266,000 is a lot? 150 million. And we're not even talking about 1 million, right? We're not even, so 1 million. Okay, Google. What's 266,000 out of 150 million?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, Google. What percentage is 266,000 out of 150 million?
266,000 is approximately 0.177333% of 150 million.
0.17333%. And you think that's a shitload. You think that's a shitload. It's not even 1%, dude. Not even 1%. Not even 0.5%. Not even 0.2%. 0.17333%. That's it. That's how much she was off by. Can you do the 2020 election as well? Yeah, sure. So you to see how much Trump lost by? I think it's about the same. I want to say it's pretty similar. Okay. Because yeah, he only lost Georgia, I believe, by like 11,000, and that some of those votes were found to be like fraudulent, and there were 11,000 that were double counted. So it actually came pretty close to him winning. 266. Is that the final number? Let's see. Yeah, 266,000. So. Yep. So that's the total right there. If anybody wants to like screenshot that real quick, if you want to. If you want to take that, the ones with stars are the states that I used. And so, yeah, that's the total amount of votes that she lost by in Electoral College. Wouldn't it be like 0.2%? Yeah, it's pretty close. Tom wants to be famous so bad. What is your name? Hypocrisy TV? What makes you think that I want to be famous so bad? This is your channel? So you put Destiny in your logo. You have a clip of Destiny here. Another clip of Destiny here. Another clip of Destiny here. Huh. I feel like I know who you are. I think I probably know who you are. There's only one person that is so obsessed with Destiny. That I'm pretty sure we banned yesterday and was here whining and crying in my chat earlier. Probably just a coincidence. You vape? I didn't know you were gay. Well, I was completely done with nicotine. I got completely away from all different types of nicotine, stopped smoking, stopped all of it. But your mom likes to vape after we have sex, so it kind of got me back on the habit. Okay, let's see. Let's see. How much did Trump lose Georgia by? About 11,000, 12,000. Yeah, about 11,000. Okay. So Trump 2020. All right, so how many electors did he need? Oh shit. So 232. My brain's too scrambled right now to do math. Okay, so he needed 38. Okay. So Georgia still at 16, right? Fuck, get out of the way. Nobody likes you, calculator. Yeah, so Georgia 16. So yeah, we'll put 11,000. Pennsylvania, I believe, was pretty close as well. Shit, why are they making me do math? I don't wanna. Fuck. 459. Okay, so 81,000 for Pennsylvania. And what are they? 17,000? Or sorry, 7. Oh no, they had 20 electors back then. It was back in the day. Back in the days of 20 electors. Math sucked, Tom. Yeah, true. Fuck math. Okay. So Minnesota's fairly close. Wisconsin, Wisconsin's 20,000. Okay, they have 10 electors, so we'll do Wisconsin as well. That was 20,000, right? Ah, fuck. Yeah, 20,000. Michigan, about 200,000 or 150,000. $16 electors. That's a whole million in Illinois. About 400,000. Virginia. Arizona is 11,000 as well. Nevada is 32,000. What were they? 6. Okay, so they have 6. And how many did Arizona have? 11. And then where was the rest of this? Okay. Yeah, I think we got all the closest states. Okay, we'll leave the smaller ones because we could use one of those in a little bit, so. Alright, so he needs 38. So let's start with the smallest differences. Georgia, the 11,000, so he gets 16 there. Plus Arizona is another 11,000, and he gets 11 there. So it's 27. So he only needs really one more. And the smallest one is Wisconsin with 20,000. And they have 10. So, okay. So that, I just fucked that up. But yeah, that gets him over. I don't know what I just did. Okay, it gets him to 37. Okay, so those 3 states. So yeah, that's Georgia, 11,000, Arizona, 11,000, and then Wisconsin, 20,000. Yeah, so 42. He had 42,000. That's how far off he was by. 42,000 votes. I was censored by Marxists. You'll have to be thrown in the gulags. You'll have to go to the gulags. This is hot, though. Math is sexy. So yeah, his is really small, because that was part of the issues there, is that there were there were so many states that were so close in that election. And they were both really lucky in that one as well, because they didn't have like any real like third party contenders like in this one, where the election is split, where Trump got 50% of the vote and then Kamala got 48% of it. So there's a whole other 2% that's just gone to people writing in tomfoolery. And I told you guys not to do that, but kind of fucked up the entire election. So yeah.
Wasn't close enough to be recountable, but we're talking about percentages here. And so I think a lot of the ground was lost by her just basically saying to young people, to her base, and marginalized people, I'm not with you, I'm with.
Thanks for going over the EC counts in 2024. Had a good understanding of what went down in 2020 in terms of EC.
You're welcome. Yeah, but yeah, the percentages, like, these are just like very, very small percentages when we're talking about what people are losing by in especially those two elections. Because in the one with it was the same with the one with Hillary, but I think with the two with Obama, they weren't even anywhere close to as bad. Let's see. Barack Obama in 2008 got 69 million votes, and then in 2012 got 65 million. So he had 4 million less from one election to the other. But the person that he was running against in 2008 when he got 69 million was John McCain, who got 59 million. This is a difference of 10 million between the two, right? Like, these are drastically different. Although Trump lost the popular vote by 7 million last election, and still only lost the Electoral College by 44,000. So and then in 2012 he had 65 million, and Mitt Romney had 60 million. So only about like 5 million, almost exactly a 5 million vote difference there. Somehow Mitt Romney only had 47% of the vote, though, in 2012, and Obama had 51%. So again, there's a whole like 2 to 3% kind of missing here. And then John McCain in 2008 getting 59 million to Barack's 69 million, where Obama got 53% of the vote. And John McCain only got 45%. Again, 2% missing there. So these are all pretty big. Whereas like the first time that Bush got into office, that one was very small as well. Like we were talking about earlier, where it came down to Hawaii with Kennedy. The one with Bush in his first election, that one I believe was like 500. I'm fairly certain, if I remember correctly. I think it was a difference of 500 in Florida. Who is it? Bush versus Gore, Florida. Difference in votes. Yeah, it was 500. Yeah, like that was, again, just like a very small difference. The initial vote tally was so close in Florida with less than 0.5% difference. So this is super close with 0.5% difference. When in this election with Kamala, we're talking about a 0.173333% difference. Like, no, I don't think it was exactly 500. I think it was like 512 or something like that. Let's see. There was some funny business with the recount as well, to where he could have won, but Yeah, I don't see anything where it actually. Oh wait, the first recount left Bush with just a 317 vote margin over Gore. So 317 in the first one. Gore asked for a manual recount in 4 counties as allowed under Florida's law. Over the next weeks, Democrat state officials fought over deadlines related to the recount and the need for deadline extensions. On November 26, 2000, Florida Secretary of State Katherine Harris certified that Bush had won the election by 537 vote margin. So yeah, 537 in the second one. So he got his recount. He just he didn't end up gaining more votes from that. He ended up losing like another 200. So
don't have it.
With Liz Cheney. And Liz Cheney's father left office with like a 60% approval, as far as it wasn't close enough to be recountable. But, you know, we're talking about percentages here. And so I think a lot of the ground was lost by her just basically saying to young people, to her base, and, you know, marginalized people, I'm not with you, I'm with Liz Cheney. And Liz Cheney's father left office with like a 60% approval rating. She was...
See, like, he's still going off about this. Like, this is... Where earlier people in chat are acting like I'm making too big of a deal about like his arguments about Liz Cheney and shit. I'm not. This is something that keeps getting brought up by these people all the time, over and over and over and over. We're not voting for her because because she's Liz Cheney, because she taunted Liz Cheney's endorsement around, because she brought Liz Cheney on campaigns with her. Like they bring this up all the time now.
Thrown out of her congressional seat with the largest defeat of an incumbent not under indictment in like history. She was lost by like, like incumbents don't lose primaries by that much, right? And so they basically grabbed hold of a political grouping that includes 0 people, not named Liz Cheney. And they spat on, the marginalized elements of the progressive elements, the working class elements of the Democratic Party. And you saw so many people kind of going, well, at least Donald Trump, things were slightly better in 2019, things were looking up more for me in 2019 than they were today. So I want to go back to 2019. And there's one fact that I've been kind of hyper fixated on recently, and that is the average age of a home buyer in America is now 56 years old. That means that basically if you're under senior citizen starts at 55, right? That's what we consider elderly, 55 and older, right? If you are not a senior citizen in America, you are being economically left behind. Leaving us, it's a variety of things.
Okay. Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Honorable Chair, esteemed members of this committee, I would like to thank you for so enthusiastically inviting me to speak today. My name is Lauren Southern. I am a filmmaker, a YouTuber, and a proud...
Rebel News is the one that covered this. It's Rebel News that put this out. Tom, I still voted for her, but it was definitely a ploy to pull the centrist vote. Okay, I cannot see any possibility. Like, literally everything that I saw was not her saying how great of a person Liz Cheney was. It was not her endorsing Liz Cheney as a person or anything like that. It was her using her list of 200 Republican officials saying that they would rather her over Donald Trump, her using the 17 people from Donald Trump's cabinet saying that they worked with him and they know he's a fascist, they know he's a racist, and they would rather her over Donald Trump. She used all of these things just to say, this is how bad of a person Donald Trump is. It was not her saying, this is how much Republicans love me. This is not her saying, this is how great of a Republican person I am. I haven't seen anything there. What's the definition of fascism? I mean, there's a bunch of them. When when I'm talking about a fascist, so I've got the definition written here. A nationalistic and autocratic movement led by like a strongman machismo type of populist dictator with a need for conformity united under a single leader. As I said, there's lots of other definitions. So some people feel like when it comes to the autocracy, you need to include corporatism, which Republicans today use the word corporatism incorrectly. They think that corporatism means that like you're working, you're like getting paid by corporations and shit. And they all say that like, well, our government has failed under corporatism, and then they're like, because they're working with lobbyists and corporations. It's like, that's not corporatism, homie. That's not what corporatism means. But yeah, it's kind of fascist is pretty much everyone on the right these days. No, I don't agree at all. I don't think that that's true whatsoever. But yeah, it's like, as we've talked about a bunch of times, like it is more about like holding this philosophy of like the way that you run a movement, the way that you campaign, the way that you speak, the type of rhetoric you use, the way that you engage like as a politician, the way that you engage as a leader, the things that you try to get done, the things that you try to do, the ways that you like try to skirt the law, the ways that you try to skirt like people's rights and shit. Like there's like a ton of things that, yes, like you would take all of these and over time you would have to especially have patterns of behavior of those things, right? Like lots of people can look at something that that George Bush would do, right? And they'll say, oh, George Bush was a fascist, but they don't actually mean fascist. What they mean is there were some things here and there that he did that were like that they would think of as authoritarian or something like that, but they didn't have like a consistent pattern of behavior to where they could actually consider him a real authoritarian. Whereas like with all of these other things that I mentioned, yes, you would have to have like a real pattern of behavior for each one of those things. Therefore, the fascist everything is in the state, and no human or spiritual thing exists or has any sort of value outside of the state. In this sense, fascism is totalitarian. Is that like a second part of another post or something? It sounded like you were continuing a sentence, but I don't see anything else. I don't know if your other comment got blocked, but yeah, there is no other comment there. That's Benito. Yeah, but this is like Benito wrote the like fascist doctrine, right? But we wouldn't say he decides what fascism is, right? Like that's not how that works. Just as like just because Karl Marx wrote the Communist Manifesto, he does not choose what communism is. He doesn't get to decide that. When fascism, Mussolini put a name on that type of movement, but that type of movement already existed before Mussolini. He was not the first to do this. He was the first to put a label on it and then write about it as a philosophy. But he was not the first fascist. He's just the first one to be called the fascisti. That's all. Like, it was not... Yeah, he didn't invent fascism. He just put a name on it. And so, while, yes, the things that he writes about are fascism, and this is heavily the way that it like influences the way that we think of fascism and the way that we conceptualize it today, he does not like... he does not have like the last say on what can or cannot be fascism, because this is already like a conceptual idea of how this exists, just in the way that Hitler considered himself a fascist and Hitler considered his movement fascistic, but his movement he is not a fascist by Mussolini's definition. Like, but literally everybody considers Hitler a fascist. So It's just like we lose all kind of like a utility in the word if all of a sudden we're saying that's the only definition of fascism, because now that means that Mussolini's the only fascist. That's it. He's the only one.
Canadian. In late 2023, I was contracted to make weekly videos by a startup company called Tenet Media. Then recently, the U.S. Department of Justice released an indictment which alleges the founders of Tenet created the company in conjunction with 2 Russian citizens, with funding ultimately originating from the Russian government. Per the indictment, the founders of Tenet Media deceived the personalities they contracted regarding their alleged source of funding. I'll make a few points clear at the outset. At no point in my involvement with Tenet did I ever have knowledge of the allegations in the indictment. And 2, the only person who ever had any creative control over my videos was me. No one from Tenet or anywhere else ever dictated what topics I covered or what opinions I held. I always seek to fight disinformation in all of its forms, and therefore I have a duty to inform this committee that...
If you guys remember, in the indictment, there was a part where it talked about the fact that they wanted somebody to go and make a video about the fact that the United States had the United States and or Russia had they were behind this terrorist terrorist what was it, a bombing, I think, at like a concert or some sort of music festival or something like that. And and we spent a while on this stream looking for it. We couldn't find it, but we went looking for it for a while. I did eventually find who it was, because I was working on a video for a bit. I was working on a video for a bit to like kind of encapsulate a bunch of this stuff. And shit, I don't remember who the guy was. What was the... There were 2 people that we weren't sure who was who. It was between Dave Rubin and another person as person 3. Do you guys remember what his name is? He's like a big right-wing content creator and kind of shills for Russia pretty consistently and shit like that. Does anybody remember who I'm talking about? Because I should have it like in my links and shit, but Benny? Yes, I believe it was Benny. But yeah, it doesn't look like I have the link here. Yeah, shit. It doesn't look like I have the link. Fuck. Yeah, I'll see if I can find it, but it like we all looked for it for a while, trying to find this thing, and we couldn't find it, and it was just the Russians saying, hey, we want somebody to go and blame this terrorist attack on Russia and the United States. And yeah, we couldn't figure out which creator did it, and then yeah, we eventually did find it. Shit. Yeah, I can't find it. Yeah, anyways.
Disinformation has been spreading within these very walls. Some in the media and even witnesses to this committee have attempted to paint a picture of Tenet as a hugely influential player in the political media landscape. This, frankly, is just not true. A previous witness to this committee, who went unchallenged, stated that Tenet Media controlled a network of over 16 million subscribers. This is not true. On their largest platform, YouTube, Tenet had barely over 300,000 subscribers.
Yeah, that is insane for them to say that, because yeah, no, that's they did have these people working for them, but they didn't control their platforms. But the stuff that Benny posted, I believe he posted it on his own channel. I believe that the things that like that he had, I believe the stuff that he posted was the thing that he posted for Russia. I believe it was him. Or sorry, I believe he did post it on his own channel, and I'm trying so hard to find the link because I'm fairly positive that it's here somewhere. Because yes, he did go and like make the video that's supposed to like make it sound like the United States was responsible for this.
I believe the 16 million figure referred to the total number of subscribers among all of the personalities who had videos contracted or licensed by Tenet. Subscriber base is that, given all of the facts, Tenet had absolutely no control over. To claim that Tenet controlled those subscribers would be like claiming that a TV network had influence over the United States presidency because they air reruns of The Apprentice. The same witness claimed Tenet garnered over 1 billion video views and 20 billion impressions. I have absolutely no idea where those numbers came from. Very readily available public data shows that on its largest platform, YouTube, Tenet received only 16 million total views. Based on the witness's specious numbers, he asserted that Russia received extraordinary value for their money. Anyone with even a cursory understanding of new media would know, however, that $10 million for 16 million views on YouTube hardly qualifies as extraordinary value. In fact, it qualifies as a total failure. So there is, in fact, a silver lining here. If the allegations are true, it appears Russia did attempt to influence Western media, but they failed.
I didn't realize, but Sassafras sent me in what is it, October of 2023, she sent me a tweet. Fuck, stop doing that. Stop. She sent me a tweet from Tenet Media that was like,
I think I've pissed off basically everybody. That's what happens when you're a free thinker.
Anti-establishment or right-wing or dissident media is just their slurs slung at the people who are doing news correctly.
When the media says dissident or anti-establishment, I mean, when I hear it, I think base, very cool.
Free speech is under attack that we self-censor. Maybe they take us down individually. It's a lot harder to do when we're grouped together in this way.
So yeah, so if you don't know what this is, the Tenet Media got in trouble for being associated with Russians or owned by Russians, and they got some of the top like right-wing commentators and independent media pundits to come work for them on their channel, got paid millions and millions of dollars for this, and one of them was Lauren Southern, another one was Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson. The other people on there, nobody really like knew who they were, but they were also kind of like right-wing shills and kind of like, we're in favor of free speech because we don't want to get in trouble for lying to people all the time. We're tired of everybody getting mad at us for lying, sort of people. So yeah,
failed pretty miserably. Now, I know the chief concern of this committee is how this debacle may have influenced Canadians. Well,
Candace Owens has shilled pro-Russia sentiments as well. Oh yeah, Daniel, did you ever see my documentary on Candace Owens? We go over some of like I do like a whole section just on her shit on Russia, and it's like a 3 or 4 minute section, but it's just to show how hard she shills for Russia. Like, she blatantly like misrepresents facts, blatantly misrepresents laws, blatantly misrepresents like things that happened, and just like completely lies about them. And then you say Russia, you're a complete mental case. Well, I mean, yes, this is like part of the propagandizing, is that like even talking about bad shit that Russia does is like, you have to be fucking crazy now. And then anytime somebody says the word Russia, then everybody is, oh oh, Russia, 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 Russia. And they like, you know, their bot programming immediately just goes into, Russia, Russia, Russia. And that's all they're allowed to say now. They just have to keep saying Russia, 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 because engaging with like facts and like actually arguing against the shit would be way too hard. But if you're, you know, I can listen to somebody go off about like Kamala Harris being a fucking Marxist for the 1000th time, and somehow that's totally normal. That's saying, hey, let's listen to somebody else tell us how the fucking government's trying to take your property from you, and now they're using COVID. Oh, now they're using FEMA. Oh, now they're using, you know, the anti-Semitism bill. Like, and it's just like somehow that all completely normal, but somebody literally like an enemy country that's like always kind of they're like the pissed off ex-girlfriend that's always sitting there with their arms crossed, like mad that they didn't get to marry the guy. Like that's fucking Russia all the time, just like trying their best to come back, and we're like, we're cool too, guys, we're cool too, you might have a table that you think all the cool kids sit at, but we are really cool over here by ourselves, and we have a lot of fun without any of you. We are having so much fun at this lunch table. So like that's Russia.
Was the only Canadian commentator and the only host that consistently discussed Canadian issues. In fact, if the company had any creative control over me, which they didn't, they probably would have asked me to stop making Canadian videos since they didn't perform very well. So if you were worried about this alleged Russian money unduly influencing Canadian issues, good news, didn't happen. And I'll be honest, it has been surreal for me to watch our government, experts, and media assert that scripts I would jot down in my notes app in a line at the grocery store were secretly part of a giant foreign influence campaign. Arguably, the largest actual impact on Canadians here has been the amount of tax dollars they've had to spend investigating this non-issue. Some in the media and this government seem to have concluded that the only reason a regular Canadian could possibly hold certain views that do not align with the current Liberal administration is because of pernicious, widespread Russian disinformation. I would like to propose an alternative hypothesis, and I know it may sound insane. I know this breaches the borders of conceivable thought, but maybe, just maybe, some Canadians consulted their own moral compass and decided they don't want this country funding foreign wars. Maybe they looked around them at the hospital lineups or housing prices and thought immigration might be a little high. Maybe they lost their business during lockdown and think, I worry about my freedoms in this country. Some in this government are hell-bent on drastically exaggerating the extent of foreign influence because they can't seem to stomach the idea that they might be wrong about something and that a growing majority of Canadians...
Bro, this is such a bad move, Lauren. What the fuck are you doing? This is such a bad move, Lauren. What are you doing? This is like the dumbest thing she could have done here. This is absolutely the dumbest thing she could have done here. She comes in, should be completely innocent, should be like a victim here. She should be somebody who isn't implicated and doesn't have to worry about like any sort of like, you know, foreign meddling or anything like that. No collusion, perfect phone call, all that shit, right? But then for her to, instead of just being like, I didn't know anything about this, I had nothing to do with this, I was unaware of this, they didn't have any control over my channel, and I was and if they did ask me to do something, I would have turned it down. If I had known about this, I would have turned them in. I had no information on this whatsoever, and I do not want to be thrown into the fucking basket of deplorables with the Russians. But instead now, she's trying to downplay it like, who cares? It's Russians. You guys care too much about the Russians. Why do you care? Why is that even a big deal? Why does anybody care about the Russians? Like, they're not even important. It's like, why? Why are you doing this, Lauren? Like, what the hell? But she did, yes. I'm laughing that this is a Rebel News thing, because I believe she did work for RT for a while as well. I think that either, I can't remember. I want to say either I think she works for RT after Rebel News, or maybe even at the same time. I can't remember. I could be wrong, but yeah, it's just not a good look, dude.
Canadians legitimately and organically oppose what they are doing. They simply can't conceive that they are becoming unpopular naturally, so there must be foul play at work. Let me make this abundantly clear once more. No one but myself and my true experiences as a Canadian have informed my opinions. And to any members of this government who may be listening, I would suggest you familiarize yourself with these opinions, because they are rapidly becoming the views of the majority of this nation.
This is, I don't know why you guys are doing this. Like, this is actually really cringe, okay? This is actually, like, super cringe that you guys are all, like, running around. Like, we're now the majority, and you don't know that everybody agrees with us now, and you're having trouble recognizing this. It's like, okay, dude, you guys won fucking one popular vote. Chill, dude. Like, just take a break for a minute, okay? We just had, like, record inflation. The whole world voted out their incumbents. The whole world was unhappy with like the inflation that took place everywhere. We had one of the least pushbacks against our incumbents. We had one of the smallest divisions along these lines, where the whole world was going off about this shit. So it's just not like a big, like, this is not like necessarily a sign of some big movement. It could be. Your Russia derangement syndrome is pernicious. True. Bro, I've been feeling fucking pernicious since I woke up this morning. I was hardcore pernicious. But Tom, the we're so back levels are off the charts. True. I didn't think about that. My bad. I should have looked at the charts. Yeah, it is just like, yeah, the like people are acting like this is a trend that is going to continue taking over. The problem is that is that, like, one, we see a trend across the entire world right now where everybody's getting rid of incumbents, and we would expect some, like, displeasure with inflation, even if the incumbents can't help it, even if it's from COVID and there's nothing you can do about it. But this was the same in 2020. Donald Trump lost because everybody was pissed off about lockdowns. Everybody was pissed off about COVID. Everybody was pissed off about things that he couldn't help either. And so he got pushed out of the office in 2020 for the same reason. And that was happening across the whole world back then as well, as the whole world was like, dude, we're fucking sick of all this shit and we don't want it anymore. And it's like, okay, it was not really anything that Trump could have helped. He couldn't do anything about that, but all right, like, whatever. And that wasn't some, like, great sign to come either. We generally see that when there's somebody who wins elections, throughout my lifetime, when someone wins an election, they are normally able to hold that seat for 2 elections in a row and stay the incumbent. And if they don't run again, then it is very likely that somebody else, the other party, will win. So, like, we had George Bush Sr., then we had Bill Clinton, then we had George W. Bush for two in a row. Then we had, so that's Republican, Democrat, Republican, then Obama, Democrat, then Trump, Republican, then Joe Biden, Democrat, then Trump again. Like, we're literally just going back and forth from one person to the other. The only difference along this line is that Trump is the only incumbent to lose. He's the only one who held office that lost, and so he that's the only part that like doesn't fit the pattern. It doesn't fit the trend across the board. So yeah, this is yeah, it's just not necessarily a sign of things to come. It could be, again, like it could be that this is like a trend, and that the MAGA movement and the right-wing populism could just continue growing, and that like things are going to keep shifting in that direction. That is a total possibility. But the thing that you have to recognize, that as I was talking earlier when I was showing the spectrums shifting and the way that this changes, is as things move in a different direction, if you take on, if the Republicans take on like a new position and move the Overton window a little bit, the Democrats will take on other positions as well that will move things back. And so it'll always stay around 50-50. Always. That's the way the Republican Party has been doing things for a very long time, is the Democrats kept gaining ground in a bunch of different areas that were popular, and so the Republicans started grabbing other parts of the ground that held their their positions within the political party. Now it's the other way around, where Republicans are the ones who are gaining ground, and it's the Democrats who are shifting some of their things to keep holding on to some ground, and that keeps it always at 50-50. They will keep changing positions to keep getting enough of the electorate to hold on to the country and to hold on to their positions in the country. Wait, shit. I was literally just, like, while I was talking, I was clicking on... I was going to click to pull Alex in, and then it's like, I was just trying to talk while I'm pulling everything up, and then as soon as I got there, he was gone. Literally, the second that I finished talking, he left. All right, well, we'll just play this until he gets back.
Thank you.
The indictment itself, which you've read the indictment, I assume, alleges that RT employees and Tenet Media used a fake persona named Edward Gregorian to deceive the commentators. Were you ever approached to make content by someone posing
Why are you telling me to drink water?
as Edward Gregorian?
No, the call I had well over a year ago now that signed me up for the company, I was told vaguely about a tech investor. I can't remember the exact name I was given, but I never spoke to someone named Edward Gregorian.
When were you first approached to do work for Tenet Media?
I wish I could remember the exact date, but it would have been probably 4 months before the company launched.
Okay. And the indictment alleges...
I don't have cotton mouth. There's this weird sound at the end of all of my things where, hold on one second, Alex. There's this weird sound that this new sound setting has, where it makes this like clip sound as soon as it drops at all. It makes a clip sound where it's just, and it sounds like a bubble popping or something like that. I don't know how to fix it, and this is why I was saying, you just got here, Catmere, but I was saying earlier, I've got to take like a good 10 minutes to fix all of my settings, because yes, it has a bunch of like weird new sounds that come with this thing that there's nothing I can really do about it. But yeah.
You know what you need to fix is the fact that I was backstage for like 3 minutes, and that's not the kind of that's not the kind of treatment I expect to get as a 200K plus YouTuber. So you should really work on that. Did you hear me? Is my audio going through?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So you just had like no response to my joke. Oh, there you are.
Sorry.
Hello?
Just kidding.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
First you keep me waiting for 3 minutes, then you don't laugh at my joke. Fuck, why do I do this to myself? Are you talking about the I heard you talking about reasons why Kamala lost, is that correct?
Earlier, not, well, no, not, I don't know. It depends on Depends on what you're talking about. Just now, no. Just now we were
I heard
talking
you talking about inflation.
Yeah, just now we were talking about the fact that we were just listening to Lauren Southern giving her testimony on Tenet in a hearing, and I think it's in Canada, and she was saying this, like, she was doing the line of like, you guys need to start recognizing that this is what Americans believe because the majority of them believe this now, and you need to start to respect this because it's a growing belief that the majority of people, and it's like, okay, dude, like, chill, like, you guys won fucking one popular vote, all right? Like, this isn't, and there's no reason to believe that this is a trend that's happening, okay? Like, there was everybody across the fucking, all of the incumbents across the world lost their seats because of inflation.
Except for in Mexico, but yeah, everywhere else, yeah. Well, like what she's saying is blatantly wrong because they did a blind test where they talked about Kamala policies, but they didn't say they were like Democrat or Republican. 80% of the country likes Kamala's policies when surveyed. It's just I think there are 3 reasons why I think Kamala lost. Okay, here they are. Number 1 is going to be the fact that we have cumulative inflation. I think that was one of the bigger reasons. It's just cumulative inflation was going to hit the incumbency party no matter what. Most people don't understand that the rest of the world got hit with more inflation. Most people don't understand that we recovered faster. There are some people who think we're in a recession right now. There's a lot of people on the right who think that.
Yeah, we literally recovered the fastest. Not even just faster. We recovered the fastest out of all G10 countries, and we had the best, or sorry, and we had the lowest per population out of all G3 nations. So yeah, we beat inflation. Like, we won inflation.
Well,
we literally have the biggest economy too. And with the biggest economy, you would expect we have the fucking biggest inflation, and we were just barely in the top 20.
Yeah, that's a good macro analysis, but people usually make assessments based on the micro. I mean, cumulative inflation did hit the middle class hard. Like, there's no denying that. Like, that if you're someone who's making 30, 40, 50K a year, just the fact that everything's cumulatively 25% more expensive is gonna hit you, right? So that was just gonna hurt the incumbency party. Most people don't understand everything you just said. They're like, oh, shit is more expensive. Which is true. Shit is more expensive. I don't know anything about worldwide inflation. I don't really care. So that's the first reason. I think that was probably the biggest reason. And there's really nothing, I don't think there's anything substantially more Biden could have done about that. I think he basically did. There's something, yeah, he could have done like some policies, but he did a pretty decent job when it comes to like domestic policy and managing the economy. Even though I'm not the biggest Biden fan. Number 2, I think, is, this is also an important one, is lack of charisma. I just feel like Kamala was not the cool candidate. Like 2008, Obama was the cool candidate. Then 2016, Hillary was so lame that almost Trump became the cool candidate. 2020 was an exception, but that was because of the pandemic. Biden was never the cool candidate. Just about anyone would have won in 2020. And then 2024, like Kamala, she doesn't have charisma. I think she's probably a pretty good public servant, but she doesn't have any charisma. She's not, she doesn't appeal to the average person. She's not funny. She's not really that good of a speaker. Like, if you watch Obama speak, like, you get captured. Like, you just want to keep watching. Even if you watch Gretchen Whitmer speak, you're like, yeah, okay. Like, you just want to keep listening. You watch Kamala speak, and even someone who voted for Kamala, I'm like, meh. Like, I don't really want to listen to her speak. I'd rather just, like, read about her policies on her website. So I think that hurt, and I think that people, again, vote a lot based on vibe nowadays. I think most people don't really know any facts about the economy, don't really know much about policies. I think, like, if it was about policies, then Democrats would win every election because Democrats' policies are much better for the middle class than Republican policies. But again, most people don't understand policies. They don't know policy. They just go off like vibe. And Trump just, I guess, appealed more to a certain amount of people. Like, I'm just this kind of going off my barber. He's like a Colombian, like, I think he's not even a citizen yet. He just like immigrated here recently, or maybe actually, never mind. He just became recently a citizen because he voted. And I was talking to him about it, and I would just expect him to like vote for Democrats, right? And he's like, yeah, man, I voted for Trump. was like, why? Like, he's talking about like deporting like 20 million people. He's like, those are like your people. He's like, yeah, well, not me though. I think he's talking about like the Cubans and the Venezuelans because the barber is Colombian. I was like, dude, he's talking about all Hispanic people. He's like, oh, well, whatever. I'm already a citizen, so I'm okay. So, yeah. And
Yeah, we were just
his
talking
reason,
about this with Rob Noerr just a little while ago, though, is that like it is true that there is the way that Democrats talk about like illegal immigrants is kind of insulting to people who came here the right way, who went through the legal process, who got their visas, got their green cards. Like they went through the process and had to struggle through that. And then they hear some like progressive out here saying like, so what if they came in illegally? They have it hard. And they're like, yeah, we were running from communism, bitch. Like we had it hard too. Shut the fuck up. Like who get over it. And so, yeah, now they do see some of the rhetoric that was being used that is like it's a big turnoff for immigrants to where they're more like anti-illegals than most fucking white people.
I think it really comes down to what I've noticed among Hispanics, because I live, Miami, 90% Hispanic, is they hate other type of Hispanics a lot. Like even like talking to my girlfriend who's Colombian, who's like voted for Kamala with me. She's like even more liberal than me. She was telling me, she's like, you know what? One thing I like about Trump is I think he's going to deport the Cubans and the Venezuelans. She's like, fuck those people. Those people just come here and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like laughing because I'm like, dude, like you fucking came here too. So yeah, I think they just hate the other type of Hispanics. They just have this like rivalry and they're thinking like, well, at least the other people are going to get fucked. I guess what you're saying seems feasible. I've never heard that before. I mean, I think the way there's a big difference between the way progressives online talk about immigration and the way Democrats in Congress talk about immigration. Democrats Democrats are not far left on immigration. Like Democrats are all for having like a strong border. They just draw the line at certain places. Like they're going to draw the line at like mass deportations of people who are already in. But most Democrats, actually, I think pretty much every Democrat in Congress will be okay with deporting immigrants who commit a crime, right? Or illegal immigrants who commit a crime. Like that's not controversial opinion. Of course, everyone thinks that they should be deported.
Yeah, I didn't say Democrats. I said progressives.
I know. And then I would say the third thing is misinformation. I think it's really tough now because you have just half the country operating on a whole different set of facts. You have half of the country believing a total different set of events. Half the country believing that the economy is fucked, that we are in a recession. You never really had this problem as much like 15, 20 years ago because people turned to mainstream news. And mainstream news, despite all its faults, isn't gonna spin as much as new media does. Even like so, I think you have just people living in a different set of reality. You got half the people who thinking that January 6th was just a small riot. Most of the country does not know about the fake electorate scheme. Like no one seems to have any idea about that I've talked to in real life. Most people don't even know. Like if you ask the average person, like what are some Biden policies that you like no one seems to know Biden policies. The perception on the right is that he just didn't do anything. He just let in a bunch of illegals. No one really knows about the CHIPS Act. No one really knows about the IRA. No one knows about the infrastructure bill. Most Trump supporters can't really name even 2 or 3 of Trump policies that they like. They just go off vibes like, oh, yeah, I like that he's not PC. I like that he doesn't give a fuck. I like that what he says he's on his mind. But I could probably do a much better job arguing Trump's case based on policy. Like I would say, okay, well, I think the First Step Act was pretty good. I think renegotiating NAFTA was pretty good. But even Trump supporters don't know about anything that I'm talking about right now. So, yeah, I think that those are the 3 issues that cost Kamala the election. You agree or disagree?
I would say the inflation is one. I would say that, like the inflation is just like a main thing that, just people feel. And then because like when they think to Trump's time in office and they think, oh yeah, the economy was great when he was in office, they just feel like he did something to make it great. They just like there's no policy, there's no there's no executive orders, there's nothing he did to help the economy, but they just know that when he was there, it was good. Therefore, like, the correlation has this like association between the economy and him, and so they just think of him as responsible for the economy. And so when you have him next to Biden, who had a bad economy, but again, not really his fault. He didn't do anything to fuck the economy or to make the inflation
In
bad.
fact, I think he deserves credit because I think he actually did a pretty decent job bringing the economy back, and I think he did a much better job than Trump would have ever done. I think the economy would not be where it is right now if it was Trump in office. Like there was tangible things that we can pinpoint to that he did, which helped the economy recover. It's a shame that Build Back Better never got through, but he still did a good amount, especially during his first year or two. So yeah, he deserves credit, I think, for that. Even though I don't like Biden, but yeah.
Yep. I think immigration was another one, but again, not really something he could have helped. He did like an amazing job with immigration as well and dealing with all of those issues.
Well, I mean, I don't know if he did an amazing job on immigration. He kind of the Democrats waited too long to do something about it before it was like just optically really bad. There's not much they could have done
at all. They had,
well, I mean, like, when did they propose the immigration bill, the bipartisan immigration bill? That was like a year ago.
They proposed it twice. The first time was in 2021, February of 2022. And then they had already had what they called catch and release. That's what the Republicans called it. But all it was that there was they were detaining too many people to where you're not allowed to have that many people detained in such a small building. There's humanitarian laws on this. And so they had to start like letting people out, and they only let out the ones that were like almost definitely going to qualify for asylum and shit. But then they got sued for that by the AG in Florida, and they had to get rid of that policy to where they didn't have anywhere to put people. So then they put in the border bill that they were going to have a limit on how many people could come into the country.
Yes, I'm really familiar with the immigration bill, but I don't know if you're correct about it being proposed in 2022. I didn't hear anything about it until pretty recently. I know you're correct that they initially proposed this part of like a big bill with like Ukraine and Taiwan and Israel aid, but then they separated and they proposed it on its own. But that was like, I think, within the last year. I'd need to see some kind of evidence that was proposed in 2022 or whatever. As far as I understand, in 2022, some of like Trump's policies were still in effect. I mean, I think that was like right around the point when Remain in Mexico was ending. So yeah, I don't think it was in 2022. I'm trying to look it up and I don't see anything about 2022.
Make Border Security a Priority Act of 2022. Senate Judiciary. Bill Cassidy sponsored it.
The bill was by James Langford, I believe. Written. That's the one you're talking about, the James Langford bill. The one that Trump torpedoed. That was the. Anyway, it's not even that important.
Anyways,
like I don't.
Yeah, there were a bunch of different things going on that like they. It seemed like Biden wanted like Congress to fix a lot of these things because the main issues weren't things that he could do much about. The main issues were with resources. Yes, and so exactly, he needed resources to fix it, and that's only Congress could do that. And so it's just like when we're talking about him waiting, it's like, well, really, Congress wasn't doing shit about it, and then he was forced to do stuff about it to the point that
he passed the executive order. But like in terms of like, yes, you're right, Congress is the one that has the power of the purse. But like the way it works from everything I understand, is that it's not like the Congress and like the president are like just like separate. Like the president is working with his colleagues in Congress to propose legislation. So like when they propose legislation, is something the president, like if the Democrats propose legislation, it's something Biden has already agreed to, type of thing. It's not like they're just proposing legislation and Biden's going to look at it and decide, type of thing. It's like it's already stuff they've negotiated. And typically, like if they're serious about getting a bill passed, like they'll make sure they have enough Republican votes, right? No one wants to just like go through all the work of writing a bill if it's like has no chance of passing. But I do believe they did drag their feet on that a little bit. It was around like 2023 when the border became like a public thing. Now, to be fair though, about the border, this is like one of those things that I think people think affects them a lot more than it really does. If you don't live in Texas, Arizona, California, it really doesn't affect you that much. Even if you live in those states, it doesn't affect you probably as much as you think. People just have come to associate all kinds of erroneous things. Like they think like, oh, because the reason there's, I think there's more crime because of the illegal immigrants, but that's not really supported by any fact. They believe in like fake news stories like Aurora, Colorado, and like that immigrants are like just fucking taking over buildings. I mean, illegal immigrants. But it's not like inflation is something that's tangibly affecting like every American versus like illegal immigration is not. But so I think it became a big deal largely because of media and people pushing that. But it like if you think about like me and you or like most people, right? If you didn't read about immigration,
But when I'm saying that he did a lot for this, I'm talking about the fact that like they were detaining people, they were locking them up until the point that they didn't have room for it anymore. And now we're off on like a whole other tangent where I'm like, all I was just trying to say is that like he was like actually like securing the border. It's just that he was
stricter on the border than most people think. Yes. Yeah, he deported more people than Trump. Yeah, I know all that.
But yeah, I would say the inflation, that, and then the third thing is misinformation. But honestly, I do feel like the misinformation is probably the number one issue, because that's why everybody believes that inflation and immigration were these big problems in the first place. I think that if the Democrats I think they could have been so much better on messaging and like actually getting their W's out and talking about them and claiming them and shit. And because they didn't talk about them, they didn't get them out fast enough. And then once they did start talking about them, it was too late, to where there was already a narrative about how horrible all of these things were, to where they got a bunch of blowback for claiming their W's, and then they had to stop. And it was just like, you guys got to be like consistent here. Like you got to be claiming these W's, pushing them hardcore, like talking about them nonstop. And yeah, they didn't do that much. And I think that even the same with like Trump's legal problems and crap, like I don't think that they did a good job like talking about those and really like getting what it is that he's like accused of, how much evidence there is of this shit. Like I don't think that they did a good job in messaging at all. And I think that
the majority of the country thinks he was convicted for the majority of the country thinks he was convicted for paying a porn star. They don't realize it had to do with him lying on his business records in order to violate campaign finance laws. Yeah, I didn't see any ads, any commercials about how Trump was the one that torpedoed the bipartisan bill. They need to take clips of James Langford, who's a Republican senator for the chat, and the interviews he did where he like talked about this. He did dance around a tiny amount, but he was like really pissed off after this happened. He was like, dude, like we had everything we want in this bill. Like, and like these like it got torpedoed by Republicans for no reason. So they need to take clips of that, slice it up and put it up, with some captions. I didn't see. There needs to be a lot more like talking about the manufacturing jobs that were outsourced under Trump. And what Obama did was really effective with Romney, where they went to that factory that Romney shut down, and they interviewed the workers, and that was like a really effective ad for anyone who wants to see. They need to do that with like the Carrier factory that Trump promised he was going to keep in America, or keep in that state, and then it didn't, or all the manufacturing jobs that were outsourced, interviewed those factory workers, get them to explain their story, slice it up, and put it in there with some dramatic music, like exactly what Obama did. I didn't see that done. I think what else could be an effective issue that wasn't really talked about?
But yeah, I think. I mean, when I talked to Destiny, what was it, last week or the week before that? He was kind of saying like, oh yeah, there was nothing we could really do. Like we were just going to lose. Incumbents lost across the board. Whereas like, yeah, I totally disagree with that because she lost by such a small margin that we literally just did the math a little bit ago. We literally just went and did the math. She lost by 266,000 votes for the Electoral College, and the popular vote is at 4 million. Like,
wait, how's that even possible that she lost the popular vote by 4 million, but the Electoral College by 260,000? The Electoral College favors Republicans.
Yes, I know you keep saying this, and I told you that you're wrong. So it doesn't. I kept telling you that you were wrong on this, but it doesn't matter. The point is, she lost the Electoral College by 266,000, and only lost the popular vote by 4 million. And so she like this wasn't like this huge race. Like the 166 or 266,000 out of the 150 million people that voted, that's 0.17333%. So it's not even 1%. It's not even 0.5%. It is 0.17333% that she lost by in Electoral College. Like, it's is not a big difference, not a huge outcome. Where
to be fair, she did lose.
She did lose
every swing state.
Well,
she did lose every swing state.
Yes, and I understand it. She only needed 3 to win. Only 3 of those would have made a difference. In those 3, it would only be 266,000 votes. So not even 300,000 between the 3 states, and she could have won. And so I'm saying that yes, it is a small margin that she lost by, and when it is that small, there are small differences that you can make to where you can win that many voters back. But to say that like, yeah, somebody just didn't have a chance, no shot, blah, blah, blah. It's like, there's no way it would have been this close the whole time, and that she would have been that far ahead in the polls for so long before she kind of nosedived at the end. But
I mean, we did see that with Hillary Clinton, who was always ahead in the polls. But yeah, I mean, I disagree with Destiny. I definitely think things could have been done, and that she always had a chance. But I'm not sure. I'm not saying no, but I'm saying I'm not sure if Kamala, as the candidate herself, could have won due to her lack of charisma and the fact that she's just considered too close to Biden. I am very confident that another Democrat could have won. Like what's his name? Like some obvious, like fucking Gretchen Whitmer or Andy I forget his last name, Andy Bashir or something like that. Like there's I think a governor of a swing state, even Josh Shapiro, who I'm not the biggest fan of. I think even honestly, you might disagree with me on this, but Tim Walz, if he was the front runner, I think he could have probably won. But I just don't know. She had like a limit for 2 reasons, like I said, because she was considered really close to Biden. She did not differentiate at all from Biden, but there's only so much differentiation she could have done without seeming like a backstabber. And the second is just her inherent lack of charisma. So I think it could have been closer with Democrats. I think Democrats could have had more of a chance. But we saw like also, which she wasn't like an outlier. We saw like Republicans gain seat in the Senate. In the Senate, they won the House. Was it mostly Democrat or Republican governors that won? I don't actually remember that one.
Republican. You know? They won. Yeah, they won. They won the House, the Senate, and the presidency.
What about governors?
Oh, governors. Oh, yes. No, they had the majority of governors as well.
Yeah, so it seems like it was a referendum on the incumbent party, but
Red
I do
wave,
think like
bitch, cope harder. We won. Get over it. Cry harder, bitch.
What are you talking about? Was that common or something?
What?
Was that common or something?
No. I do have to. I'm at 8 hours now, so I do have to get off soon. I gotta.
No, I see how it is. Every time I
Finish
come
the
on,
hearing.
drop some facts. You gotta log off. All right, man.
I'm
won't keep you.
intimidated. That's what it is.
By
So-
my superior intellect, I know, because you know
Yes.
I'm just about to challenge your fucking Democrats have an inherent advantage claim.
Okay. All right, we'll get to that
Real
next
quick, real
time.
quick. Before I sign off, did you watch the video of that professor, like Alan Lickman or whatever, getting trolled by Cenk Uygur?
Trolled? Getting trolled? Did you call that trolled?
Or mocked, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, Cenk was kind of being like a bit of a baby, and Alan got annoyed with him and was being a baby back.
No, I mean he had like the keychain that he whipped out. Yeah, I agree. He was acting like he was not being like professional, but it was pretty funny because that guy's like so smug and so confident in himself. Like he was just saying like there's just no way his keys could be wrong. And then like apparently since like Trump lost, like we're just having like a discussion about okay, what are practical things. He's been like coping and just saying it's like oh it's sexism and racism or whatever, just stupid shit like that.
Did he really?
Yeah, he's been like coping really hard. He did admit that he was wrong, but he's been like, like not doing what we're doing, which is like honestly looking
From
at the
what
facts.
I was told from what I was told, he said that he had to like reassess the keys and their like their what do you call it? So like the way how much like a priority you put on something. So like if he says like, oh, the incumbency has to have a good economy, like, well, what is a good economy and how, like, where do you draw those lines on when it becomes good and when it becomes bad? And so he was saying that like, yes, on things like that, he maybe has to like reassess where something becomes bad because he didn't take into consideration like how upset people were with it, or that the amount that they were upset with it was enough to turn a key that he didn't think should be turned. And so yeah, it was that's what I thought he was saying. I didn't know he said stuff about her being a
from what I understood,
woman in black.
he was talking about racism and sexism and shit, but I didn't I just watched people reacting to him. I didn't watch his initial content, so I could be wrong. But man, I'll let you do your thing. I'll see you later.
All right, later, baby girl. I have to disconnect him every time. Every single time he doesn't hang up and he just sits there, and I always have to go and disconnect him. There's been times where he's still sitting there and I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna leave then. And I leave and I come back hours later and he's still sitting there.
Is that this Kalashnikov character edited your videos in the past? Like, is this true? One, and I'll continue. In the past, have you allowed others to edit your videos? Is this a common practice?
The editing process is just the cutting and adding of audio. In fact, any sort of text that would be on screen or any sort of words said by me were entirely under my control. They had these individuals under the fake name editing the initial videos, and then I got an American editor assigned to me later on, and I also edited some videos in-house. But once again, the editing process has no control over the actual content of the videos.
So,
okay, that doesn't make any sense. The editing process gets to decide what content is or isn't in the video. So the editing process does actually have some control there, and she probably should have mentioned there, because she didn't, but she probably should have mentioned that it was only the videos that were going onto the tenant channel, not the videos that were going onto her private channel, and that the tenant channel, completely separate, anything that went on there was completely separate from her channel, and so she wasn't allowing Russians to edit videos for her channel.
you would sign off on the final content of the videos?
I would go in and I would say, cut at 2 minutes 30, it's going too long, add a soundtrack at 3 minutes. I had full control.
So you can't say for sure whether or not this Kalashnikov person was involved in the editing at any time?
I mean, I don't know. They had, I believe it was someone under a fake name.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, the U.S. indictment alleges that commentators were paid upwards of $100,000 to produce this content. How much was this? What you found in your experience was what content creators were being paid by Tenet?
This was one of the large surprises for myself when the indictment dropped.
This guy seems nervous. This guy seems really nervous in the way that he's like, he's engaging, and you can tell he wants to just ask her how much money she made, but that's like a really awkward question to ask somebody, and so he's struggling to just get like a straightforward question across.
Was on $275,000 for all operations. That was not my personal salary. I was contracted to make 3 videos a week, news reports, and 2 mini documentaries, and I had multiple staff, including researcher and assistant. So this budget paid for my studio, flights, videographers, staff, myself. I only made around 100,000 Canadian for my personal salary. So if you want to do a separate panel on the wage gap and alleged foreign influence campaigns, we can certainly do that.
What sort of due diligence did you perform before you began working with Tenet Media? Like, did you ever question where this kind of money was coming from? Did you not find it at all suspicious?
That was pretty funny, dude. That was pretty funny. That was good. That was good.
Once again, given the budget I was given and the offer I was given from 2 people who have worked in media and were employed by The Blaze, Lauren Chen, it was not suspicious that this would be a startup company whatsoever. Once again, I was running a severely underfunded operation. In fact, at multiple points, I found it difficult to...
She's feuding with Tim Pool now because Milo said she told her friends she performed a sex act on Trump while she was on Timcast. Also that she was not Jewish. Wait, what? Milo told people that she's not Jewish? But she's not Jewish. Wait, when... Why does that matter if Tim Pool told, or if Milo told people that she's not Jewish? What? I'm so lost on this comment. And why would she be feuding with Tim Pool if Milo said something about her? I don't, that whole comment made, I don't get it.
Continue to make multiple documentaries each month, and to afford that, I needed more staff on board, and so I would apply for more funds and was told that the company simply didn't have them available, given it was a small startup.
And do you feel that you were taken advantage of in this situation? Do you feel you were deceived by Lauren Chen and Liam Donovan?
Well, I mean, I wasn't given the information in the indictment, so if it's all true, then yes.
That seems clear. With that, Chair, do I have any more how much time do I have left?
You still have 2 minutes left, actually.
You actually answered a lot.
I'm surprised she answered that question the way that she did. I would imagine most people would not answer it that way and say, they would just say, I didn't know that they were Russians, if that's what you're asking. I think that that's what most people would do because they don't want to throw Lauren under the bus and say, I feel deceived by her. But she did. She said, yes, if the allegations are true, then yeah. She thought Tim Pool should have cut Milo off. Oh, okay. Milo said that on Timcast. Oh, you made it sound like she gave Trump head on Timcast. It was like, how did she do that? I didn't even know Trump went on Timcast. What?
A lot of my questions on this already, Ms. Southern, so I'll have to regroup and pass it on to the next speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I just want to get back to the amount that you were compensated. You said you made $100,000 personal that you were able to take back take home with you, but what was the total amount before you paid out different contracts?
$5,000 US.
Sorry, I missed that. It was 200 and something thousand US?
275,000 US.
Okay, and how many videos did you create for Tenet Media?
It must have been upward of 80. I don't know. I couldn't tell you the exact number, but quite a few. I had 3.
Okay.
Sorry, let me give you more specifics. I was contracted to do 3 videos a week and 2 mini documentaries a month.
Okay, and you said they only have 300,000 subscribers. Is that right?
Yeah, but what's more interesting to me is that it was only, I believe, a few months before the indictment dropped that they only had around 100,000 subscribers. And in fact, I had a documentary with the company that was at around 10,000 views for a long time. And mere days before the indictment dropped, it was at millions. So I think the numbers, and I know that there were ad campaigns done to promote the videos, but I think the numbers have been massively inflated by those who have an interest in exaggerating foreign interference.
Well, but what was your idea of the business model here? Because, I mean, they're paying you 200.
Whoa, whoa, bro. Whoa, what? What? Excuse me? What the fuck? It went from 10,000 to over 1 million. And she thinks that what the DOJ went and like botted them with views so that they could make it seem like they were more popular than they actually were? What?
$75,000 US, and I know you're taking home 100,000 after that, but there are others with even more followers and presumably going to get paid more as a result in their sort of stable of influencers. How are they making money off this?
Well, I mean, I was the top contributor, so I was getting some of the top view counts at the site. I was hustling very hard to make sure my videos did well, trying to grow the company. I did not know the salaries of my peers, so I was under the assumption that they were getting paid the same, if not less, because I was doing a large amount of videos. So it made sense, certainly, that a startup from someone at a tech company could give the amount of money necessary. And certainly I was being asked to start doing advertisements at Tenet. And I assumed, you know, the startup money must be drying up and they need to integrate ads into this. It certainly made sense from all the information I was provided.
And who was your main point of contact? Was it Lauren Chen was your main point of contact at Tenet?
No, I was typically Liam, but really I was kind of just left alone as long as I was fulfilling my contract. I wasn't speaking to them that often.
No, but someone comes to you and they say, we want you to join this, and they make a pitch. You're not just going to join anything. So it was Liam that made the pitch and sold you on it?
Lauren made the pitch, and then Liam sent the contracts over.
Okay, so Lauren made the pitch. What was your relationship like with Lauren before she made the pitch to you?
Cordial. They're very friendly people. We had met in person before. We had 10 years of knowing her in the same industry as me. She's always kind of just made pretty decent videos on YouTube and for The Blaze and various other companies. I mean,
she's in your world. You've known her for 10 years. I mean, you've read the indictment, I assume. Here, she and Liam are talking about the Russians and that they're aware of where this money's coming from. That must have sent chills down your spine that you've been working for Russian money.
We still, if I know anything about my time spent in media and people speculating both about the work I've done and personal life and all these things, it's that unless I was there, I don't know anything. I don't know what happened. And I'm not going to make comments about Liam or Lauren because I do not know the inside out of what went on there, other than the comments in the indictment.
Right, so you read the indictment and you sort of shrugged then and you said, well, I wasn't there. I don't know that this is true. So it's of no concern.
I certainly didn't shrug. I'm not looking to work for any, I'm not looking to be an asset of any government, foreign or domestic for that matter. So no, I was not happy with the idea that I would be working for. I was certainly happy with the integrity of my work, all of which was done of my own volition, all my own opinions. And if there's any concerns by this committee about anything I may have published that was not factual, I'd be happy to correct that. But
Well, one thing, I don't know. I mean, one thing you said in your opening, you're talking about sort of people getting frustrated with this federal government, but you said one of your major examples was people who have lost business during the lockdown. I mean, sure, people were obviously very frustrated they lost business during the lockdown, but you must know, having been very vocal on this, that it was provincial governments that implemented lockdowns, right? You are aware of that.
Sure, but there were plenty of acts by the federal government to shut down legitimate protests, shut down.
So, okay, I can't tell. So that guy's in New York. But is this, I don't know where they're doing this. I can't tell. I'm trying to figure out where the hell this hearing is at. It's a standing committee on public safety. Like, is this in Canada? Ottawa? Yeah, I don't see anything that says. I don't see anything that says where the fuck this is. And it looks like they have like French. They have French translation here, so I assume this is in Canada.
On people's bank accounts.
No. Business. Sorry, you said lost my business during the lockdown. I mean, that's you would know. I assume that would be a provincial matter.
I think you're getting into semantics here. There are plenty of reasons to be concerned about freedom
The
in
difference
Canada.
between provincial and federal governments are certainly not semantic differences. You also said, though, in your opening, your views are rapidly becoming the views of the majority of this nation. Do you think the Great Replacement theory is going to become the views of the majority of this nation anytime soon?
Depends what you mean by the Great Replacement theory. What do you mean?
Well, what do you mean by the Great? That there's an active attempt to replace a white population with a non-white population. What do you mean by it?
I think that there are a lot of people that have concerns about the impacts of mass immigration, removing the culture in certain areas. I think you could ask people in Brampton or individuals in Surrey what they think about the language being spoke around them, whether it's a Canadian language whatsoever, whether they feel that their culture is being preserved. I don't think it's an insane concept. And in fact, I think many liberals would agree that many cultures and peoples have been replaced before by mass immigration, our indigenous population not least of all.
You might think it's insane, though, to head over to Russia, speak with a neo-fascist Alexander Dugin, and then praise the guy to
Sorry, Mr. Erskine-Smith.
You might think that's a level of insanity.
Mr. Erskine-Smith, sorry. No, the time is up. We're actually over a little bit. So hopefully another member, can give you time to answer the question, but we're actually already over the time. Madam.
Thank you for coming here to testify. You mentioned earlier that you had 100% control over your videos. I really haven't had the opportunity to look at your videos, but could you give us an idea of the subjects that you dealt with on the videos and your understanding of why you were approached by Tenant Media in the first place? Why?
She's got a nice smile. She's kind of pretty, but like kind of dull at the same time. But I would put money on it that if I could actually hear the French speaking, she would go up like, because I would say like right here, like solid 6.5. But yeah, if we could get that if we could hear that French accent real quick, it would, whoop, I'm sure. I would bet money.
They would have chosen
Christina Michaud. Christina Michaud. Or wait, was it K?
We're surprised to see that the government wanted to restrict the practice of paintball and airsoft.
had contrasting views.
Well, I would ask the federal government to take.
Give me a break, dude.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Christina Michaud, je suis députée d'Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia pour le Bloc québécois.
I might have been wrong.
Je me suis portée candidate aux élections pour une raison simple. J'ai eu l'opportunité, puis je pense que dans la vie, quand il y a des opportunités comme ça qui se présentent, il faut sauter dessus. Évidemment, j'étais intéressée. On découvre tout de la vie politique. On aurait...
Yeah, I take it back. That's a Tom L. Tom L. I fucked. Yep. Fuck that one up. I was wrong.
3 years. She's been locked for 3 years. Hey, how do we talk to her? How do we talk to her?
Bro, that guy's yelling at her like she can fucking hear them. They're just watching her stream, and he's standing. Hey, can we talk? How do we talk to her? Can she hear us? Hey. What is he doing? This guy. Who is this? Is this a rapper or something? I feel like I recognize him. He looks familiar. Does anybody know who that guy is? This fucking Jufro guy standing right here. He's a chef. Wait, really?
3 years. She's been locked for 3 years. Hey, how do we talk to her? How do we talk to her? Hey. Hi. I'll take this one, right? What? Whoa, she's been streaming for 3 years? Where does she live? What? Where does she live? Where does she live?
No.
Is she crying?
Oh my God, no.
Can she know that?
Oh my God.
Yeah, he probably just pulled up her stream. She probably just went from like, I don't know, a couple hundred viewers to a couple thousand within seconds. And and Kai Cenat is in her chat saying shit. And she just like shot way up.
I'm seriously.
I can't see her view numbers here, but yeah, I would assume that's what just happened. Because yeah, the view numbers are right here on the edge, and we can't see it. Oh wait, there it is. Okay, yeah, it's like 669. Right there. 248. Okay, yeah, when they first pull her up, she's at 248. Wait, is she even lower here? Okay, yeah, okay, so she stays around like 240. And then once they start saying like, once they start saying shit, she's already up to 600. Right here, where she starts freaking out. Because yeah, she's probably like jumping in numbers right now. And they take her numbers off the screen, but... What, Joe?
She's been streaming for 3 years?
Motherfucker.
Where does she live? What? Where does she live? Where does she live?
No.
Is she crying?
Oh my God, no.
Can she know that?
Oh my God. I'm seriously sorry. What? Oh my God, I'm shaking. No way.
She's been live for 3 years.
Stop. Wait,
is what they said.
For Knox?
How
Oh my God.
Are you on?
Oh my God, I'm gonna cry. What? He wants to collaborate. Wait, what?
Yeah, she's up at 1,000 now.
You've been live for 3 years?
I've been live for 3 years straight.
No,
yes.
you're lying.
I'm not lying. You can look me up. It's on, I have an article. I even talked to BuzzFeed. I've been live for 3 years straight, 24/7.
How the fuck have you been live for 3 years?
Because I'm fucking crazy, but I'm determined as shit.
What's your goal?
Well, I want to fucking live in a house one day. I want to keep streaming as long as I can. I want to play video games. I want to fucking just live my life.
How often are you on camera?
Literally most of the day. I've slept on stream for 1,000 days.
What?
For 1,000. Yes.
What? No.
What? Oh, okay. I'm not.
All right, shower. Off stream.
Yeah, get on fucking board, Joe.
Okay, for
Now
the longest time, I was showering on stream with a bacon suit, with my hot dog suit. I was like throwing random shit at me to do stupid things on stream. Like, I was really into it, but lately I've been, you know, showering off stream.
Okay, Christmas. What do you do on Christmas?
I've streamed every Christmas and my birthday.
Wait,
yeah.
What about if you're, what are your friends come? Do they come visit you?
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, yes, I have some friends, and they do come over sometimes, and I stream with them IRL. Like, I bring my phone with me.
Single.
I'm gonna do this, dude. I'm doing this shit. I'm gonna be over here. I'm gonna be like, just hold on a second. I'll be right back. Just hold on. I'm still on camera. I still haven't gotten off the camera, okay? I'm still here. I have not I'm still on camera. We're gonna set this record, okay? Just everybody chill. I'm still here. Just hold on. Who cares if it's the 10th fucking time today, okay? Get over it. Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna do this. We're doing this shit.
Am I single?
Yes.
Yes, well, yeah, of course. I can't stream for 30
That's
minutes and have
what
a
I'm saying. Like, what the fuck?
I don't know.
So you've been streaming since 2021?
Yeah, since November 2021. I just hit 3 years this month.
Wait a moment. That's yeah, I need to shine light on her. No, please. She been live for 3 years, nigga.
Thank you so much. This means so much to me. You have no idea.
Emily.
No idea.
This is insane. No, Emily.
Somebody go to Kai Sinet's chat real quick. Tell him I've been live for 10 years. Tell him I've been live for 30 years. I've been live for 30 years. 33 years. Say that 33 and a half. Say 33 and a half. And we've been trying to get the streamer awards to recognize how long I've been live for. What's her name? They said Emily. Let's see. Emily Ooh? Emily CC. IRL stream, Austin, Texas, 48 subathon, 3 years live, 24/7 stream-a-thon for 1,112 days. Record. Subscribe. So she's got to be live now.
Cool. Thank you so much. W. Okay, now we gotta close your eyelids. Oh. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we gotta get some eye caps. I know where those are. Wait, that's not it.
She has 2,000 people watching now. She has 2,000 people watching now.
Nope. Okay, literally fuck this game. Oh, fuck this. Alright, so eye caps. Eye caps, no. This game is scary because I can't find anything. That's the scariest part right now. Who needs a sub? Damn, dude, you're crazy. Thank you so much for the subs you just gave. Wait, maybe they're here. Here they are. Here they are. Okay.
What? She's not falling over and crying that I just typed in her chat. What the fuck? This is bullshit. This is fucking bullshit, dude.
There was a fucking demon. Alright, here we go.
I thought she was gonna fall over and cry.
Alright. Mix embalming fluid in the pump. Okay, okay. Just gonna grab it all. Can I just grab everything? Okay, I'm gonna mix you in the pump.
Wait.
Pump.
Who the fuck?
We're gonna pump it up. Good morning.
Who's Soy Leaf? They said don't be weird. What the fuck? She's juiced, said the Fubs.
Thank you so much for subbing, Umbra Ghost. Thank you. Thank you so much for subbing.
Where's the, what's it called? Social, yeah, Social Blade. Emily CC. Twitch. Followers for the last 30 days, 77,000, up 7,000%. Boom. Oh, shit, dude. Oh, shit, bro. She's getting like anywhere from like 100 a day to like 400, 500 a day. And then all of a sudden, like one day she gets 110, and the very next day she gets 76,952. Bro, she just like jumped 77,000 fucking subs in a day, dude. Shit. That's fucking wild, bro. That's sick. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, you can see like 45, 20 plus 26 plus 36. Oh, okay, so I was probably even looking at weeks. Oh yeah, so this is per day here. -11 plus 14 plus 39 plus 4 plus 15 plus 24 plus 54,000 plus 10,000 plus 11,000 plus 8,000. Sheesh, dude. That is a fucking jump, bro. Seems like you need to get Kai to collaborate. Yeah, we'll go look at his Instagram on stream and see if he gets pissed off about it. How about that? We'll try that. See how that goes. That's fucking wild, dude. And it's got to be hard, like if you're literally, she's sleeping on stream. At one point she said that she just stopped showering on stream, that she used to wear like a swimsuit and shower and like clean up under her swimsuit and everything, and that yeah, she just started showering off stream by herself to have like a little privacy while she's on stream. But yeah, this is that's insane, bro.
No, absolutely not. I mean, everything I said is correct. It's how the American people feel. It's what we know to be a fact. It's all the evidence has been proven true. We have Jamie Raskin in there accusing us of worshiping Trump, worshiping as a convicted felon. He is a convicted felon. Well, yeah, so is George Floyd. And everybody, and you all too, the media worship George Floyd. Democrats worship George Floyd. There were riots.
This is so retarded, dude. This is actually retarded. Like, first off, did people like hold George Floyd up in like high esteem a little bit more than they should have? Yeah, that's true. Like it was weird. It was cringe. I called him out for it over and over. I was like, this is weird. Okay, like this is odd. But you're comparing some like random guy who got killed, right? Nobody was celebrating anything that George Floyd did. They weren't celebrating him as a person. They weren't celebrating his accomplishments. They weren't celebrating his achievements. They weren't celebrating any of those things. They were using him as a symbol because he died to say, this is like his face represents like a tragedy. But even if let's just go ahead and pretend that people did actually celebrate him as a person, right? They celebrated him as a person. He was a criminal. He broke into houses. He held up, he did armed robberies, pointed guns at pregnant women, did a bunch of drugs, shit like that, right? Let's pretend that they actually celebrated those things and him as a person for just a second, okay? They didn't vote for anybody like him for president. They didn't do it. The standards that we hold for somebody like Megan Thee Stallion, George Floyd, Michael Jackson, like all of these fucking people are not comparable to somebody running for fucking president. And when you're out there voting for a reality TV star as your president, you have a very warped view of how we view things. When I'm arguing with Rob Noerr about the fact that like Trump breaking all of these norms is the problem, and then he brings up things that Democrats did that were so mean and so bad, and I'm like, yes, but they apologized for those things. They admitted that they were wrong on those things. One of them they didn't even do, but the other things they said they apologized. They got pushback from their own fucking people, from Democrats. Democrat voters said you shouldn't say shit like that. You shouldn't do that sort of thing, and they got pushback. Hillary Clinton calls the, Trumpers a bag of deplorables. She comes out and apologizes for it. She gets a lot of shit. Maxine Waters says that you should go in and harass them in the restaurants and shit. She got a bunch of pushback for it. She got a bunch of shit for it. They get in trouble for these things. But when Trump says things, when Trump commits crimes, when Trump commits treason, he gets celebrated for it. They put his fucking mugshot on t-shirts. They go run around and celebrate the fucked up things that he does. And he never apologizes for any of it. Like, these are insanely different scenarios. We are talking about totally different things, totally different groups, totally different types of people, and you cannot sit there and act like the like people marching over George Floyd getting killed is at all like voting for him for president. We cannot act like those people voted for George Floyd for president, okay? Y'all did. Y'all voted for George Floyd for president. We did not. All right. These are very, very different scenarios. But where is the... I need to pull that clip up, actually. Okay, so this is the clip right here.
Donald Trump has no character. He doesn't give a damn about the Latino community. He's failed businessman. He only cares about the billionaire friends he has and accumulating wealth for those at the top. He says immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. Give me a break. He wants to do away with the birthright citizenship. Who the hell has said that in the last 100 years? And just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Well, let me tell you something. I don't know the Puerto Rican that I know, or Puerto Rico where I'm in my home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable.
So when he says his supporters, he said, yes, that I was talking about the comedian. He was talking about the comedian that said the floating garbage of or the floating island of garbage, that he was calling that guy garbage. And so he's saying the only garbage floating out there is his supporters, not supporters as in plural, more than one supporters. Supporters as in apostrophe S, as in ownership of this garbage. That supporter is owns the garbage. He's saying that like the things that he said was garbage. you're embarrassing yourself. Well, again, he doesn't stand by those comments. He came out and said, wait, that's not what I was saying. I wasn't saying this. And so again, this is the difference, is that Donald Trump says shit just like this, but Donald Trump stands by it and then doesn't back off of it. Biden says shit like this, and he says, oh, I don't think that they're garbage. I was just talking about the one comedian. If you guys want to believe it, he actually said it, I don't give a fuck. It doesn't change anything. It literally changes nothing. He doesn't stand by those comments. He's saying he doesn't believe that, and that he's just talking about the one guy. So it still proves my point. We can pretend that that's what he was saying, and that he was calling all of the followers garbage. It doesn't matter. He's still, yes, he does not stand by the comments, and he acknowledges that he shouldn't say shit like that, and that's what matters. And that's it. Like, that is the thing, is like, yes, people can mess up, people can say things that are bad, people can do things that are bad. They can especially when you're talking about politicians who are getting asked all sorts of questions and are asked to like speak on all sorts of things. I don't think that anybody would expect these people to be perfect all the time, but to say that like one apologizes and now you're comparing the one that apologizes to the one that refuses to ever apologize for anything, never acknowledges that he's ever wrong, never admits that he's ever done anything wrong whatsoever, that's just, you can't compare the two. And especially like you have Donald Trump out here saying shit about like, the Joe Biden not answering the phones for like the hurricane victims. You got all the horrible shit that he said about Kamala Harris being like a Marxist and a communist and all this shit. But when Joe Biden comes out, he is like one of my favorite speeches of all time is when Joe Biden came out and he said, I want to say, also, I can't. If we didn't even, forget it. It was a beautiful moment for Americans, and yeah, I won't forget. I will never forget that day. I'll always remember where I was when he said that, and I was touched. But if you can't even appreciate that, then I don't think there's any saving you in the first place. So, yeah, I might be back on tomorrow. We'll see. Not sure. If you haven't joined the Discord yet, there's a link in the description. Join the Discord. Everybody's in there. We're all hanging out. We're all talking while we're off stream. And then it also sends you notifications every single time that I go live so that you can make sure you're here on time with everybody else hanging out with us for the entire, what are we at? 8 hours and 45 minutes that we've been live today. And then also we do a bunch of other stuff. Everybody, there are community VCs in the Discord, so make sure you guys put them to use. Go jump in the community VCs. You guys can debate with people or just hang out and talk, play video games, whatever. We will be back on most likely tomorrow. There's a couple new videos on the channel, so go check them out. I just posted a video yesterday. It is an exclusive video. It was not on stream, so that's this one right here. It's me talking to kind of skipping in and I called into his channel and debated him on immigration for a bit.
Quite proper, because
so well, that is what makes one. Okay, whatever. But yeah, this is the debate that I just had with Hake yesterday or a couple days ago. There is no other video of this, so go check it out on here. I'm gonna raid everybody out to another stream, so stick around and we'll send you over to another stream in the meantime. Till then, appreciate you, love you, see you next time. Later, fools.
Later, fools.
Hypocrite says. Destiny said work harder. Articuno says. We'll see you tomorrow, Tom. JW says. And Trump says the same about Kamala's voters. Mantis says. Biden is my king. JW says. And immigrants. JW says. LOLOL. Daniel Price says. Y'all gotta come up with some new material. For real. TDS is stale. It's a cop-out. Carl Johansson says. Good night. Steve says. Needs to get on the wagon for a couple days. XDR says. My name is Tom and I'm a complete retard. I'ma go eat ice cream now. Good night. Botrix says. Want to call in? Join the Discord, link. Tom Foolery Show says. Based. Mantis says. Biden hangs lower than Trump, that's why he's so jealous. David White says. Biden is my king. But yet you same morons scream foul about Trump and his dictatorship. Retard. Hypocrisive says. He's showing old Donos LOL, even if it's today it's not worth the karma coming. Zach says. Have a good night all. Daniel Price says. Yo, David, I'm grooming him to be a king. Fred Trump. Mantis says. David is triggered by my deep love for Biden LFG. Zach says.